Morning. Bravo opens the face of the bat, gets it through between second slip and the gully, and will go into the boundary for 4. First run of the morning.
Yeah, control shot. I think he actually it got the edge, but it was more controlled. Placed it nicely between the two fielders and down to the boundary. So he's off the mark. As we were saying, yeah, that's that shot there. He guided it through the gap, and as we were saying, yesterday he would not have played at that, but today you see the difference, in terms of the fact that he wants to get on with everything.
Yeah. Yesterday, Martin tried very hard to get a short ball to make Bravo uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's known that he's not, the best player of the short delivery. So it could be a tactic that maybe they would look to employ. Yeah,
first over coming to an end. Yeah, just the lone boundary in the over. TNT resuming this morning on 50 for 1. They've reached 54 without further loss.
Yeah, so again, as we saw from yesterday, good start from Martin. I think much better areas. So, it seemed like we can look forward to him putting in a good spell this early morning.
So I was out in the middle this morning. Had a look at that. Wicket looks very good, hard. Some grass rolled in, so it's going to be a wicket that will be in the spotlight today. The ball will come on. Just overhead, you have to look because some dark clouds. Like I said, just straight overhead. But I'm relying on your local knowledge. No immediate threat of rain.
No immediate threat of rain. The conditions would move across slightly, and we'll have some sunshine back with us. If we do get a drizzle, it would be slight drizzle.
McSween starts from the Darbo end. First ball to Jeremy Solozano. Solozano is looking very compact as well. He's on 18. Some 68 deliveries before. 66 deliveries before this one. 2 fours to him. So I was saying Vikash Mohan got that injury of the very first ball yesterday to his right hand. And speaking to head coach of the Red Force, David Furlong, he said he will not take part in the rest of this game and will miss the next game as well. So that's not a good sign for the young man. Well bowled, who was set to make his who made his debut, but played no part in the match really.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It also reminds us of Solozano.
Solozano, who's at the crease right now. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why Carey Pear was used in that opening position, and did not last very long. Still some batting for the TNT Red Force. Amir Django, who was playing at this level since he was 19 years old, had a few stints with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. He's now back home with his home franchise. There's also Jason Mohammed and Yannick Karaya, who are very good with the bat. Tion Webster, the all-rounder. Terence Hines. So lots of batting still to come for the Red Force. Flicked away nicely, but straight to the fielder at forward square. So Zano will not add to his 18. So the plan for TNT Red Force, it should be very straightforward.
Yeah, the plan should be very straightforward. Good conditions for batting, as we keep saying. And so they would just bunker down, make sure that they beat the bad balls, capitalize on anything that is out of line. And I foresee that they could score a good score.
Maybe try to bat once.
Yeah, if that's possible, take control of the game, bat once.
Pulled away nicely by Solozano, who is going to get off and running this morning with a boundary as well, like his captain. 4 more to him. That was a very short ball from McSween, and Solozano into position very early, pulling into the vacant, the backward square position for a boundary.
Yeah, and you're going to get this because if you look at the wicket, it's not really a wicket where you can bowl shot. It will stand up as that one did. And it's easy pickings for someone of the standard of Solozano.
He's now into the 20s. The young man from Arima. So good morning to all of you in the Trinidad Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, getting ready for the biggest event in the world. Oh, nice shape after pitching from McSween. This one came back nicely. Maybe another coat of varnish on the ball or on the wicket. Could have seen him being bowled.
Yeah, and that's the areas he would want to, Maxwin would want to focus on, have him wondering, questioning, determining, his off stump. So that's the kind of areas, just on or outside that stump there, have him thinking.
So it's carnival season in Trinidad and Tobago, getting ready for the 2-day festival, February 20 and 21. Good judgment being shown by Solozano to end the first over from McSween this morning. 4 runs from that over, 58 for 1.
So it has been 2 overs bowled so far, and so far for the morning you have a run rate of 4.
243 is what the Volcanoes got in their first innings yesterday. They were asked to bat first. Milius was forced to go, nibbling at the delivery outside his off stump. When he was forced into that shot by Terence Hines, went for 4. Kavim Hodge did not last very long. Similar type of dismissal, drawn into the shot outside his off stump. Caught by wicketkeeper Django of Hines, no score. Jelani Robinson was next to go. Stuck around a little while. Caught by Brian Charles off the bowling of Tian Webster for 14. Lunch was taken at 86 for 3, with captain Athanaze on 39 and former captain Ambris on 28. Milius now. Darius Martin, wrong the wicket to Bravo. Yeah, after lunch, Athanaze was forced to go, caught trying to pull a delivery from Brian Charles and got a top edge. Went for 41. Justin Greaves was bowled by Terence Hines for 5. Ambris then got to a half century but did not last long after that. Offered a simple catch to Brian Charles in the gully of Terence Hines. Went for 55. Ryan John and Tevin Walcott took the score to 212 for 6 at tea. Walcott was on 64, his first half century playing for the Volcanoes. Ryan John was on 27. After the interval, John went on to 36, his highest individual score, before he was dismissed. Caught at first slip of the bowling of Curry Pierre. Kenneth Demba caught wicketkeeper Django off Charles, no score. Preston McSween caught Django off the bowling of Charles, no score. Darius Martin did not last too long, given out leg before to Brian Charles, no score. Leaving Tevin Walcott high and dry on 87 not out, 14 fours and 1 6. Nice delivery from Martin, pressuring the stump of Bravo, but Bravo equal to the task.
Yeah, this morning you can see there's definitely a different approach in terms of the bowling. It's a little more spot on. They're attacking the stumps a bit more, looking to get early wickets. See how they can peg back this what seems to be a very strong batting lineup of the Red Force.
Bowling for the Red Force yesterday, Terence Hines with the new ball got the early breakthrough. Picked up 4 wickets in all, 4 for 72 from 13 overs. Curry Pierre, who shared the new ball with just 1 over, eventually finished 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 31. Lukman Mohammed not had the best of days yesterday. 7 overs, none for 43, including a no ball. Tian Webster, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 36. Yannick Correa, just 2 overs, none for 15. Brian Charles, 17 overs and 1 ball, 2 maidens, 46 runs, 4 wickets. In the process, past 100 first-class wickets, playing for the TNT Red Force. In fact, most of his regional wickets, Brian Charles, came against this very opposition, the Windward Islands.
Well, Brian seemed to be favouring the Windward Islands. I wonder what it is about the Windwards that he is so enjoying, that he picked up almost half his total wickets.
Yeah, quite a number of wickets. I think it's 27, and he had 4 to that now. 20 to now 31. He has 1 5-wicket haul against the Volcanoes and 2 against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So enjoy bowling. He actually made his debut at Providence in Guyana.
And he's been around for a while, yeah. I think most persons know him for his consistent lines and lengths. Really attacking the stumps.
Bravo fetching his ball from outside the off stump, way outside the off stump. You're seeing some tennis ball bounce from Martin. There's Bravo just helping it through the onside. Could have easily allowed that to go by, or even if you wanted to play, maybe just ramp it.
Yeah, as we've seen the short ball from McSween stood up, I think it's similar. That short ball from Darius Martin, it stood up, and Bravo had enough time to, get control of it. So the short ball is not going to be much of an option unless it can be rather quick after pitching. So they need to look at the length that they would bowl.
Back on target to end the over. Bravo 38, Solazano 22, 60 for the loss of 1. Other presenters this morning will be former West Indies wicketkeeper batsman Junior Murray and Jason Skeet. In fact, Jason Skeet was here very early this morning. I saw him helping to remove the covers, which is very important. Teamwork makes the dream work. He was here very early. Indeed.
Yeah, Jason would have played a bit of cricket, so I know he's happy to be out in the middle. Maybe something different, but being out in the middle nonetheless.
23 onside nicely by Solazano. Just B1. I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing here in Grenada at the Grenada National Stadium. Now the home of the Volcanoes. They've been training here pretty much. This is their home venue now. And the plans, I've been speaking to President of the Grenada Cricket Association, Dwayne Gill. He has a lot of plans and he has a good support network right here on the island as well. He's also the Vice President of the Windward Islands Cricket Board, Deputy to Dr. Kishore Shallow. And the plans that I'm hearing about, it goes to show, looking at it this way, Windward Islands and Grenada cricket in good hands.
Yeah, the outlook from the Cricket Association here in Grenada, and the fact that the Volcanoes Inc., has been a brand that is moving. It tells you that there is definitely some good plans. Execution, I think, is key. Once they get to execute these plans, I think we're going to see some much more movement, in terms of the Volcanoes and the cricket in general in Grenada.
First leg by of the innings was just conceded. 2 other matches starting today, both in Antigua and Barbuda, with the 2-time defending champions Barbados Pride taking on the Guyana Harpy Eagles, former champions. Barbados Pride won the toss and have a bowl first. And I can tell you for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, debutant Matthew Nandu will be starting along with the established opener Chandrapal Hemraj. There's also a debut for Shamar Joseph, the fast bowler. And a debut for Kemal Savory, the wicketkeeper batsman. Not playing today for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Ashmed Ned, his 12th man, and Akshaya Prasad, the left-hand all-rounder. Barbados Pride today leaving out Kamari Boyce and Kevin Wickham from their 13. New captain Shane Dowridge in charge of that squad. Shamar Brooks, Jonathan Drakes, Keon Harding, Chaim Holder, Akeem Jordan, Nicholas Curtin, Jair McAllister, Zachary McCaskey, Shane Mosley, and Shamar Springer. So that's going to be a good battle down at the Sir Vivian Richards cricket ground. In the other match, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, the home team, will be taking on Jamaica Scorpions. The Hurricanes won the toss and will bat first at Coolidge. That's all to play for in the opening round matches. The Leeward Islands leaving out Damian Williams and Michael Louis. Inside edge, targeting the stumps again, McSween. Good delivery to end the over. So Lozano moves up to 24. With him is his captain, Bravo, on 38, 63 for the loss of one.
Yeah, again, it has to be noted that the lines and the lengths that the bowlers this morning have employed, it's much better. Yet the score is moving, but I think they're in good areas, looking, asking the batsmen questions, and this is what we were looking for since yesterday afternoon. So it's good to see that the Volcanoes can come out this morning. It means that the team met and would have discussed what their options are, and you're definitely seeing a plan.
And the Red Force batsmen so far equal to the task.
Very much so.
For the Scorpions, they've left out Abhijay Mansingh, the leg spinner, and OJ Shields. So some new names you're hearing this time around in the regional first class season. Like Jamaica losing some of their players to the T20 tournaments around the world. Good hostility being shown. Brandon King is in Dubai. Odin Smith not available as well. So Paul Palmer is the captain. Aldine Thomas, the wicketkeeper, had 100 last year at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. There's no John Campbell. So lots of spots being opened around the teams this year. So we'll keep you posted on what's happening in Antigua and Barbuda as well. But for the moment, it's all about Martin Tosolozano. Yes, they're landing in much better areas this morning, asking the batsmen to play more than they were asking them yesterday.
And the length of the deliveries, Martin using his height there, ensuring that Bravo is up, on his toes, ensuring that he gets down on these deliveries. So it's good areas. It's asking questions. Eventually, something will have to give. Once Bravo remains equal to the task, then it means that the day would be hard for the Windwards.
Hello to everyone in St. Lucia. Hello to Joseph Reds Pereira. Hello to all of you in Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Those are the other island nations that make up the Windward Islands. Carriacou, part of Grenada, getting ready for their carnival as well. Hello, Petite Martinique.
Yeah, carnival in Carriacou is growing. It's growing steadily. A lot of persons leave the mainland and go up to enjoy, kayak mass.
No ball. There's Darius Martin striving for extra pace, just transgressing that front line, and Guyanese Nigel Duguid quick to spot it. But what you wouldn't see is umpire Duguid showing the signal for a free hit.
Yeah, that's the joy of the 4-day game.
Is.
As a bowler, when you see that hand go around, you tend to get worried.
Hatton is maintaining two slip on the gully. Driven nicely past the bowler, the straight drive. It's always so elegant to look at. And it's going to run pretty close to the boundary. Get to the ropes now. 4 good looking runs to Solozano. He moves up to 28. It's now 68 for 1.
Very good shot there. The on drive. Very, very good shot there. Martin pitching that ball up half volley length. He just played nicely through the line of the delivery. And that ball sped back down to the boundary. Good shot, good positive thinking, good move there, He's playing the ball on merit. You can see again, we speak about his temperament. That is a sign of his temperament. He's going to play what he needs to play. Very good shot.
Now he's hiding the ball a little bit here, Martin. It is very important that McSween, Ryan John, give him good support, because you don't want to release the pressure at the other end. Martin getting a little bit more pace, asking more questions of the batters, but you don't want at the other end that pressure to be released at all.
Yeah, you need that pressure to remain. it's good if they can bowl, you know, in good partnerships where they complement each other and ensure that the pressure that is being built is kept. You know, there you had it again, another sign that the lines and lengths are very good this morning. Um, what they would need to do is just be patient and look to, you know, continue to work with that positive intent, and definitely something will happen.
Over completed, 26 gone, 68 for 1, replying to 243 all out made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. TNT Red Force still trailing by 175 after resuming this morning on 50 for 1. More from you, Clyde, and then Jason Skeet will take us through for the next passage of play.
So as we keep saying, the conditions are good, and we've had up in the scoring rate, and it means that Bravo and his team would be looking to amass as much runs today as possible.
Well, that's the luck of changing the commentator, because now, as I was pulling up to the chair, this is what happened. Good, nice ball from Preston McSween. Pitching good and coming a long way back and just taking the batsman on the pad. The appeal went up and the umpire wasted absolutely no time. Good way for the Windward Islands to start. I mean, this is the kind of start they were really hoping for, because with this wicket offering very little to the bowlers, especially as you go through the day.
There we have it. There you see the movement back in, you know, and earlier we noted that Solazano left one that just shaved the off start, but now you see that movement. McSween hitting good lengths. Bravo choosing to leave a delivery that came back at him, hit him plumb in front. No doubts in the mind of the umpire, and they got the first breakthrough of the morning. It's very good delivery by Preston McSween. The perseverance that he has showed for the first few overs this morning, it has paid off, and so you have that partnership being broken.
Yeah, I went down early this morning, as Johnny said, you know, to have a look at the wicket. And I tell you this, what I picked up this morning basically said that there would have been something there for at least the first 10 overs for the bowlers once they apply themselves, an upright seam and you bend your back. Outside of that, it is really going to be nothing short of a miracle to get these batsmen dislodged. But exactly what we were saying, just outside the line of the left-hander, you may not be able to see it on your screen, but from where we are just outside the line of the left-hander, there's a little bit of rough there, obviously from the bowlers coming in over the wicket. And once you get the ball to pitch on a good seam, there or thereabout, it can do something, and that's exactly what just happened this morning. So it pitched just right there, just outside the line of the left-hander, and it came back a very long way.
Yeah, and that's the joy and the reward for pitching in good areas, you know, asking the batsmen questions. As we noted yesterday, they would have, you know, really left a lot of deliveries. The bowling was thereabout, but this morning it's a little more channeled, it's a little more focused, and you can see them attacking the stumps. That wicket is just a bit of attack on the stump itself, and they have their first breakthrough.
All right, well, the new batsman is Jason Mohammed, 36 years old, from Trinidad and Tobago, of course. He a very experienced campaigner, played some West Indies cricket, played some under-19 cricket as well. His best first-class score is 220, and he will be looking at this kind of wicket to say, you know what, he might just be able to pick up something here on it. So, yeah.
Yeah, he would be needed this morning to you know, consolidate what has just happened. Within the first 10 overs here, you have a breakthrough. So definitely he would want to come out and, you know, assess the conditions well and ensure that he gets a score. You know, his experience of playing so many different formats, and again, being that experienced TNT batter will come into play.
Oh, here we go again. Here we go again. This one was pitched just on the line of the middle stump, and it was always drifting down the leg side. It came in very low, actually, and the umpire didn't move. He wasn't even bothered by it. It was always drifting down, he thought. Yeah, Jason Mohammed, I think he favors more the shorter version of the game. And yeah, let's go through the last delivery.
As we look at that delivery, they're pitching on the stump, straightening inside edge seemed to have saved him. But definitely you can see the shape back into the right-hander. And that's a good delivery, touchdown just about the middle, and it's straightened. He was very lucky that he was able to get some edge on that to that.
Similar delivery again. This time he just pushes it up into the onside. There's a short mid-on, and the scoreboard is unmoved. A top score of 91 at one-day internationals for Jason Mohammed. So he is very much capable. You know, he's been around for some time. He's very much capable. So this is not an opportunity for the Windwards to even think that, you know, they can ease the pressure at any point. I think they need to remain focused and continue pushing and seeing what you can extract from this wicket, at least within the first hour.
Good areas again. You know, he's asking a lot of questions this morning, McSween, as we see another good delivery. So it's really a focused move. You can see that, you know, they came out with a plan and they're willing to work and be consistent at it. I cannot really say that I've seen much bad deliveries, except maybe one short one that he tried with Satop and Bravo. Rather, Salazano was able to dispatch. But outside of that, the focus in terms of channeling that ball towards the stump has been the deploy for this morning.
Stein is pitching and straightening again, and Jason Mohammed coming forward, looking very much decent, coming forward, doesn't seem to be bothered at all, getting his front foot out there and playing through the line of the ball. That brings the over to an end. Yeah, we are the West Indies, Windward Islands, trying to dislodge as many TNT Red Force batsmen as they probably can. The end of over number 27, and the Red Force are 68 for 2, still trailing by 175.
Yeah, and that 175 will, you know, look afar off, but with good batting, it will be more or less easy. The wicket is really good for batting, so definitely the bowlers will have to work hard. We've seen the first breakthrough, and let's hope that, you know, as we were saying, Martin can complement McSween and get another.
This time something short, giving Salazano something to think about. Darius Martin is prepared to put in the short one ever so often and make sure that the batsmen are reminded of his presence and his strength and ability and speed, digging this one in short, and Salazano just ducking under it harmlessly.
Yeah, we look at it and it's not quite as short as the one he tried earlier. You know, that one the batsman had to decide what to do. Salazano decided to duck under it.
This time it's lifting and coming back, and Salazano quickly onto it and just playing it down into the offside. The gully fielder has a little bit of work to do, a little bit of tidying. He's equal to the task. And Salazano remains on 28. He's going to be needed if this Red Force squad is to mount any decent total. He is going to be needed. At least he should be considering at least remaining there until lunch, at least. Not doing anything rash to get himself in any trouble. Thought about it and pulled away at the last minute.
Yeah, Salazano, he will definitely have to be selective in terms of his shot play in terms of, you know, where and how he's going to go about compiling that runs this morning. We're looking at him. I think a lot of eyes are on him to, you know, really make it further in terms of maybe even knocking on the door of the West Indies setup, you know. He has the temperament, as we've spoken. He just needs to really spend more time at the wicket, and as I said, get at an average from 20 into the 30s, into the 40s, and he will be well on his way.
This time Martin is going down the leg side. He wants to stay away from the leg side because he doesn't have a lot of protection on the onside at all. There's just a short mid-on and a man on the square leg boundary. So he really wants to steer away from drifting down the leg. All his support is on the offside. In the meantime, Salazano with a best of 110. I'm quite sure when he walked out of the dressing room this morning earlier on and went down to the wicket and had a look at it, he thought to himself, this might just be the golden opportunity here for me to rack up some decent runs. And so a lot of that, of course, will depend on his application here this morning. And this time Martin is bending his back again, looking for the short delivery, giving the batsman something to think about. It's not all pitch up and drive batting practice atmosphere. You're going to get the short ones ever so often, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
I think the key there is the where the delivery pitched. You know, it's going across the left-hander, and it pitched just above the leg stump, you know, lifting. So he has to decide whether he should duck or whether he should try to get in behind it, and that poses, you know, a big question.
Another no ball again, and umpire Duguid onto it quickly. The second no ball for the morning for Darius Martin. It's expected because he's trying to generate some additional pace, even with the upright seam on this dorsal wicket. So the ever so often no ball, we can expect it, but it's something I'm quite sure that he doesn't want to have become a norm.
Yeah, well, the worst would be if you bowl such a good delivery, you get a wicket, and you hear the umpire saying no ball, it's going to break him. So I think he's best advised to ensure that he remains behind that front crease and get these deliveries at the batsman where there is no problem.
This time he's turning and turning it well, looking for 2. Yeah, he gets one actually. Turning it down to backward a square, gets 1. And that brings the over to an end. 69 for 2. Salazano is on 28, and Jason Mohammed is yet to get off the mark.
So good going so far by the Windwards. Looking to peg the Trinidad batting back as far back as possible. Yesterday we saw that they absorbed quite a bit of pressure. They were able to, you know, take control of the session, even if the scoring rate wasn't as very fast, but they were in control. They knew just what they wanted to do. This morning we're seeing a lot of questions being asked, and so far the questions had resulted in 1 wicket.
All right, so Salazano is on strike. He's on 29, getting ready to face up to Preston McSween, who comes in from the Darbo end. Nice delivery right on the stumps. I'm thinking that Athenaeus would want to rotate his bowlers very often this morning and not have them, you know, go too much of the distance, because on this wicket you can get tired very easily as a bowler. And I'm thinking that maybe he wants to rotate them maybe after every 3 or 4 overs, give them a breather, you know, change things up a little bit. That too could, you know, give the batsmen something to think about.
Yeah, I would want to believe that within the team meeting, they would have discussed, you know, options like these.
Oh, there was some movement there again from Preston McSween. That one just pitched outside the line of the left-hander and came back. Not a long way, but you can see some movement there. It came back. Salazano left it alone. And no doubt he was at the non-striker's end when Darren Bravo tried, and he was dislodged. So he wants to pay attention to that area just outside his off stump, just in front of his feet. Probably wants to, you know, take a step up forward just a little bit and throw the bowler off his line just a little bit. Better delivery, and Salazano equal to the task. The Windwards, you're seeing that they look a little bit more enthusiastic this morning than they did when they left the field yesterday afternoon. So this is a good sign for them. We see some warming up taking place, so maybe, just maybe, there might be a change of bowling coming up shortly.
We look at what is going on, and Graves seemed to be the person warming up.
Graves.
But again, we're saying that the areas in which the the bowlers have focused this morning, it definitely shows that they have had a long thought about what took place yesterday and what they need to do this morning to ensure that they can get the wickets that are needed in order to at least go into at the end of the day with some sort of lead or have be able to bat again.
This time Max Sween is pitching a little bit more in line with the middle stump, and Salazano not bother too much about it there when it pitches just in line with the middle stump, because there's absolutely no away movement to the left hand. Everything cuts back into him, so he knows that anything pitching middle and leg, he is either going to just push it back down along the track or maybe just help it with the natural angle onto the onside and pick up a single or two.
Well, I think looking at McSween, we know that he can get the ball to go across the left-hander. So I think this is why he didn't take any chances. He tried to ensure that he got behind it, because he does have the one that goes away. Again, that one tails back into the left-hander. So it's good to see McSween thinking. Every now and again he would get that delivery that would shape away. So if he can, at least have some doubt in the batsman's mind, it means that the batsman would have to play him as circumspect as possible.
All right, Salazano is on 29 and Mohammed is yet to get off the mark. 70 for 2 at the end of the over. And the TNT Red Force looking pretty good this morning, save and except the one that nipped back very sharply to get rid of Darren Bravo. Darren Bravo looked very comfortable and very set this morning. There are a couple of deliveries that, he could have taken the chance and driven it well, lavishly, but he held back on that, and that told me that he was really contemplating getting something huge here at the National Stadium. But it wasn't to be. Preston McSween got something to nip back very sharply, and he was walking back to the pavilion adjudged LBW. Oh, something very vicious there, very vicious and attacking from Darius Martin.
Good areas again, good delivery, good shot, lifting delivery, asking Mohammed to decide what to do, and eventually he swayed out of the way. But this is what we would expect from someone like Darius Martin, using his attributes, the height, the pace, and having Mohammed really not in a spot of bother, but actually thinking. So once he continues along that line.
Oh, had the opportunity there for 4 runs easily, but he just slapped it straight to the man at cover, and no damage done. He got a lot of meat onto that one. It was lifting and always moving away. He got a lot of meat onto that one.
Yeah, short, wide delivery, and Mohammed, I can imagine the fact that he saw that short and wide, threw everything at it, but unfortunately he hit it straight to the fielder.
Oh, this is about his second or third shot that went straight to the fielder, so a little bit of pressure building here for Mohammed. This time he's looking, it's up in the air, yes, he spoons it, and the wicketkeeper takes it. Yeah, so just as we said, a little bit of pressure building. He had 2 balls which he could have put away. He did try to, but it went straight to the fielder. And as we were saying, came in and lifted just a little bit on the top edge. And some poor communication there between the wicketkeeper and the bowler. But the man with the gloves is always the man who has the upper hand, and you should make way for the man with the gloves, so to speak.
Yes, definitely. But again, we go back to the fact that the bowlers this morning, they've hit some really good areas, asking a lot of questions of the batsmen. And so right there you see it, short ball, he tried to climb into it, and unfortunately getting a top edge. The line of the ball again over the off stump, short and lifting over the off stump. It will take a lot to get that into the leg side, and so it's a good area that Martin has exploited, and it has brought the downfall of Mohammed.
Martin almost robbed himself a wicket right there, because you ran from the bowler's end and all the way up to the wicketkeeper to challenge the wicketkeeper. Basically, there's some things you just got to leave alone, especially when it's that high for the wicketkeeper. Yes. He almost robbed himself a wicket right there. So Yeah. In the meantime, we've got a change. Randall John will take a breather for a few minutes, and be joined by former West Indies wicketkeeper batsman Junior Murray. Junior Murray, as a wicketkeeper, that would have been one of the gravest errors that a bowler could have ever made, running towards the wicketkeeper and challenging him for something that's spoon high up in the air.
Good morning, Jason Skeet.
Morning, sir.
Good morning to the region. Good morning to whoever listening worldwide. Good to be back here again, Jason, National Stadium. I think we're bringing some luck, Jason.
Yeah, well.
We sat in the chair, we got a wicket. I'm here now, we got another wicket. So something is happening.
Let's see.
So I hope it continues during the course of the day.
Yeah, just as we were saying that Mohammed seems to be under a little bit of pressure and a little bit of pressure building, Darius Martin dropped a short one in, and Jason Mohammed was hooking not well at all, spooning it up for the easy catch. This time he's coming in with a whole lot of fire. His momentum is taking him all the way past the middle of the wicket. Darius Martin is energetic and motivated.
Observation this morning, Jason. I think that the bowlers, they seemed to have a serious team meeting last night, Jason. I don't know what happened there, but I think they're bowling to a plan this morning. They're very consistent on the line and length, and they're building pressure, and they're getting results.
Yep, that's the way it has to be, especially on a surface like this. This time it's short again, and Yannick Carrier has no other option but to come right in front of it and just drop it down on the wicket right in front of him. Yannick Carrier, no slouch by any means. He is an accomplished batsman for Trinidad and Tobago. He has been around, so he's capable, very much capable.
Yeah, I think he's an organized batter. I think he's a genuine all-rounder. I think more a batter than a leg spinner. So I think the bowler's got to continue doing the good work, keep building the pressure, keep bowling in the areas that they're doing so far.
This time he's getting an easy single, just pushing it into the offside. That's one that held up a little bit. It could have been a little bit slower, a tad slower, but it was short and lifting, so Carrier had no real issue there, just going and just punching it into the offside and picking up an easy single.
Well played by Carrier. I know ball just beside the off stump, get back and punch into the covers for the single. Well done by the bowlers. I think they're working with a plan this morning, and I hope they can be consistent with it and keep building that pressure. Because they can't afford the walk-ins, can't afford to let loose, because we can see the pitch is very, very flat. It's a lovely batting pitch, a lovely day again at the National Stadium, and I hope that they can continue the good work.
All right, so Preston McSween still operating from the Dabo end. We saw Greaves warming up not too long ago, so just maybe there might be a change of bowling coming up shortly. This time McSween is wide outside the line of the off stump and pitching and just shaping away a little bit. The wicketkeeper having to dance around some distance to pick up nice and clean, but he wants to make sure that Yannick Carrier is not comfortable at all. He's on one after facing 5 deliveries.
Very impressed with Preston McSween this morning. He's doing a fantastic job. That's the Preston I know. He's looking like himself again.
All right, so Carrier looking good coming forward, had a top score in the region, ODI top score of 52 and the first class best of 196. So Carrier is pretty much capable, and who knows, the TNT Red Force would really need him today, a genuine all-rounder, as you said. So he's very much capable with the bat, a best of 196. It takes a lot to get to 196,
yeah, I think
so he's very much capable.
I think he's very capable. We just got to keep building the pressure on him and hope that he makes the mistakes. Well, I think that the Volcanoes this morning, they look a bit more energetic this morning. They look like they had a good night rest and come out this morning, with the tails up. Look at they have a plan, and they're doing a fantastic job so far.
All right, well, he's got some pretty decent averages in all formats of the game. 53 at the ODI level and about 30 between, let's say, like a 28, 28.37 at the regional level. So he's capable. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will need all the batting they can get. We're inside the 31st over. Preston McSween is operating, and the Red Force still trail by 172, and they've lost 3 wickets already, 2 going down this morning quickly.
I think it's shaping to be a very good encounter. Once the volcanoes, continue to do the right things, I think it's going to be a very, very interesting day.
McSween is trying his very best to exploit whatever little advantage there might be just outside the line of the left-hander. So he's always pitching right there and, looking to see what he can pick up. Operating with an upright seam is critical at this stage of the game. You want to make sure that you operate with an upright seam, let the seam hit the deck and pick up whatever lateral movement that might be there. Some overcast conditions this morning, and that would obviously aid the bowler.
Yeah, I think looking at this pitch, I think the bowlers would need all the skills that they need to, to get the ball moving in and out. They need to keep one side shiny.
Well, the same movement there. He came forward. Yannick Carrier came forward, was a little bit uncomfortable, but got a thick outside edge, and it ran down between third slip and point, what would have been a third slip, and the man at Gully actually, and picked up 4 easy runs down there. So Carrier would move on to 5, and Salazano moves on to 29. The end of the 31st over, and the Red Force are 75 for 3 and still trailing by 168.
Well ball again to Preston McSween, hitting his areas consistently. As you can see, like he's working on the ball, and he's getting a little bit of movements there. So once he continues, there's going to be result.
Salazano looks set, hoping for something huge today. Alright, so Justin Graves comes into the attack from the River Road end, just as we predicted. He was seen warming up just now. And good move by Athanaze, rotating his bowlers, not giving them too much work to do. Keep them rotating and keep the batsmen thinking.
I think it's a good move. Solino is looking very solid. I think Justin comes in and continue from where he left off yesterday with his good line and lengths, and he's had a good start so far.
Pitching and moving away from the left-hander.
That's what we know about Justin. He's very professional at his work. He very consistent. He's a hard worker. I think he loves his job. Genuine all along there.
Similar delivery, just pitching outside the line of the off stump of the left-hander and moving away. Slight movement, no massive lateral movement at all on this ground here this morning. The bowlers having a whole lot of work to do. It's just about almost an hour gone by, so I think the slightly overcast conditions are still working in the favor of the bowlers.
Yeah, I think so. It's a lovely, cool and nice, cool conditions for bowling. And you can see the volcano bowlers are enjoying it. They're having fun out there, and they're hitting, the areas consistently. With a bit of movement with the ball here and there, I think, they can get some results with their consistency.
Jeremy, Justin Graves, pretty decent, keeping it nice and tight, hoping that he can lure Salazano into something rash. Salazano is seemingly comfortable waiting, allowing everything outside of his reach, just outside the line of the off stump to go by. Doesn't really bother too much. He has to be careful, however, because one could nip back. There's a little bit of rough outside his left-handed. Similar to something like that. This one was pitched in a little closer and just straightened on the line of the center stump, but no damage done. After 32, the TNT Red Force are 75 for 3. Jeremy Salazano, who will be on strike at the next over, is on 29, and Yannick Carrier is still on 5.
Another good over by Justin Graves. I think he just need to make the batsman play a little more. I think he's doing a great job so far. Have a good start. I think he's just getting into his work. So once he get fully into his work, I think he will be hitting the areas a little bit more consistently and seeing the batsman playing a bit more.
All right. So we have a change of bowling coming from the Dabo end as well. We have a change of bowling from the Dabo end. Ryan John coming in from the Dabo end. Let's see. What I might refer to as a very tight listener there from Ryan John. You had to put a lot into that. Your first delivery, you can actually hear him moaning and groaning after he delivered. Had to put a lot into it. Probably got surprised, didn't realize that it was this difficult. He looks a bit of a bulky guy as well.
No, it's typical guy. I think he's much fitter. I think he's much leaner now. He used to be a bit more bulkier than that, but I think he work on his fitness, work on his bowling, and I hope that he can continue from where he left off yesterday, hitting his areas consistently, and I hope that we can see him making the batsman play a little more.
All right. Well, we did have an update from some of the things that we saw yesterday, and the TNT new opening bat, Vikash Mohan, he's out for the remainder of this game and probably for the next 3 weeks. He did in fact bust the webbing in his right hand after going for a catch off the very first delivery of the match.
Oh, very unfortunate for the youngster. I guess he was looking forward to making his debut at the National Stadium, but these things happen, and I just wish him a speedy recovery. I hope that he can get back for the second round of the championship.
It's a good line, just pitching and holding its line and going through to the wicketkeeper. It's a nice line and length, something that could always nip back just outside the line of the left-hander. So I'm quite sure that Ryan John, he knows about that area. He saw what would have happened to Darren Bravo.
I'm just loving the attitude of the Volcano players. I think they have a plan, like they're enjoying this. I don't know if it's the cool conditions, but they seem to have a plan this morning and they're working towards it. Ryan John coming in the attack and hitting his areas, immediately. And I hope that we can get some results quickly.
Good bowling again from Ryan John. As you speak of results, we're going to be monitoring some other games being played around the region. The defending champs, Barbados, playing against Guyana at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. We're going to follow that, and I'm quite sure that Johnny Ramsing is going to get some updates as it relates to the scores on that. He is due back in the chair in a couple of overs. Nice ball drifting away, and Yannick Carrier thinking about going after it and then pulling away at the last minute, and the ball just straightening up on him. That brings the 33rd over to an end. The 75 for 3 are the Red Force in this first encounter. Yannick Carrier remains on 5 and Jeremy Salazano is on 29. Still, the Red Force are trailing by 168 runs, and they've got a mounting ahead of them after losing 2 early wickets this morning.
Good start by Ryan John. He looks pretty good in this over, hitting the areas immediately, very consistently. I think the Red Force batsmen, they're very watchful. And as you can see, Carragher getting one pitch and leaving him just outside the off stump, and they have to be watchful because I think that the working the bowlers are very, very hungry this morning.
Salazar is leaning forward and just playing what may have very well been a practice shot in the nets, just wanting to feel bat on the ball and just playing it straight out to the cover. No damage there.
He looks a very, very organized young player. Didn't get a chance to bat in the test match, but I think he looked very organized, and I think he knows what he's about. He knows what his off stump is.
Work, man.
Also, there's another first-class game, which of course would require some serious attention. Jamaica playing against the Leewards at the Coolidge grounds. Good contest that one should be, Jamaica and the Leewards.
Yes, it is. I think the season is up and running now. I think all the teams are involved from today, so we're looking forward to a good season.
All right. On the international scene, the West Indies are going to be in action, of course, from Saturday, February the 4th. The first test versus Zimbabwe at the Queen's Sports Club in Bangalore. The West Indies employing Brian Lara now as the performance mentor, and just trying to get into the heads of a lot of these players now, trying to remind them how important it is to tough it out.
I think it's going to be a very interesting season. I think Brian Lara will play a big role in helping the team on a whole, and especially the batsmen. The way they go about the craft. So I'm really looking forward to this series.
Well, there's been a call from around the region to utilize more of the West Indies superstars in the reshaping and rebuilding and re-energizing of the West Indies squads, the various squads. So those calls have now fallen on listening ear, so to speak. So let's see what can happen.
Good to see the people in charge are listening.
That comment, the reply to that comment is way above my pay grade. I am. TNT Red Force, so 75 for 3. We're looking at the final delivery now coming up of the 34th over. Salazar is in. He's seeing the ball very big now. He's not in any hurry. But Justin Graves is bowling very well this morning. He's bowling very well and not offering much room for the batsmen to score. At the end of the 34th over, Salazar remains on 29. Yannick Carrier is on 5. And we are going to see some refreshments coming on now. And while the players are refreshing themselves, I too may have a sip of water. And Johnny Ramsing is going to come back in and carry us through the next few overs. But the Windwards are looking pretty decent this morning. Picked up a couple of early wickets, just as we would have predicted from the movement coming out of this wicket, this early morning wicket. Good atmospheric conditions, a little bit of sweat, more sweat than actual moisture in the wicket this morning, because there was a slight drizzle, nothing to really worry about. But the bowlers exploited that to the fullest of advantages and picked up the most dangerous wicket of Darren Bravo, one that dropped outside the line of the off stump and nicked back at him, and he was adjudged LBW. And then a nice delivery again to get rid of Jason Mohammed, the dangerous Jason Mohammed. And TNT Red Force are 75 for 3 after 34.
Another very good session this morning by the Volcanoes. I think they did a fantastic job this morning. After yesterday afternoon, and they should be proud of themselves. They're being rewarded by two early wickets. So I hope they can continue in that vein and keep building pressure against the TNT batters and we can have another session, good session before lunch.
Do remember they resumed on 50 for 1 this morning, so they've added 25 runs. They've lost 2 additional wickets. And like Jason was saying, the key wickets of Captain Bravo and the experience of Jason Mohammed. So now it's up to Carrier and Jeremy Solozano. They're looking a bit solid, but early days yet in terms of this partnership. Partnership just 5 runs. 2 other matches on today, Junior, and 2 big ones as well. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes against Jamaica Scorpions. The Scorpions bowling first. Kieran Powell 9, Munson Hodge 4, Casey Carty 2.
They lost some early wickets there, Johnny.
Yeah.
And you see me do the top order. Wobbled a bit early.
15 for 1 actually, so just Kieran Powell I think has been dismissed.
Okay.
Marquino Mindley picking up the lone wicket. 13 overs gone in that contest at Coolidge. But it's an interesting situation that is our Vivian Richards cricket ground. Just 3 overs and 4 balls were bowled. Guyana opting to bat first against the defending champions Barbados Pride, when a ball from Keon Harding hit the middle of the pitch, went over the head of the keeper. The keeper had to take it sprawling, and a hole developed in the middle of the pitch. And since then, the players are off because the ground staff were doing some repair work, and no play since.
Wow, that's not good at all. This is the first game of the season at the home of cricket in Antigua, and I guess we gotta have a serious talk there with the groundsmen. Probably something happens there that I hope that I can give a good explanation for.
So no play since 3 overs and 4 balls. So we're back live here at Grenada National Stadium. So Ryan John continues from the Darbo end. Yeah, that's really sad to see, because that hole, I was actually taking a look at it on the stream. There's a major hole that developed in the center of the pitch, so there's no going around that at all.
There's something that the groundsmen missed out on.
Yeah. Do you remember a couple of years ago in same Antigua, where a match was abandoned because of a dangerous pitch as well? So let's see what's going to happen.
Some investigation has to be done.
Yeah. So Lozano looking as solid as ever. In fact, that's Yannick Raya.
I think the batters they look very organized. I think they have to dig deep here now, because I think the volcano bowlers came with the plan this morning, and they're executing the plans, and we can see that the batters are very, very tight over there and very watchful.
So Ryan John into his 7th over, and yet to concede a run. He had 5 overs yesterday, 1 this morning, and now into his 2nd over of the day. So he's bowling very economical. But yesterday afternoon, when he was bowling, TNT Red Force were more contented of playing for time.
Yeah, that is true. I think he had a good talk with himself or with his coach, and you can see that the batters are playing a bit more at his deliveries. So it's good. It's a good sign.
Do remember he's a late replacement as well for Nicholas Redhead, so trying to grab the opportunity. He already made 36 when he was batting. Career best 36 for him.
I hope he can grab opportunity, because I think he's been around for a while, and I hope that he can make a genuine contribution to the Volcanoes now.
While it was off, I was hearing the band striking up next door somewhere. I know it's independent season. There's also school sports season. So it's all happening in this complex. There's a football stadium next door. There's a Kirani James Athletic Stadium on the other side.
I think it's going to be a busy week. It's a busy week for you here in Grenada. A busy 2 weeks.
Looking forward to it.
A lot of activities happening. At least you can go there and enjoy it. A lot of sports meet. So school cricket is being played also. So enjoy yourself. You are in the land of spice. We are good people here. We are very, we know how to take care of our visitors.
Nice. So not a maiden coming to an end from Ryan John. Bowling nice from the Darbo end. So after 35 overs of batting, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their first innings, replying to 243 all out made by the Volcanoes, 75 for 3. Top score so far, Bravo 38. So Lozano still there on 29 with him, Carrier 5.
Good start again to the day to the Volcanoes. They came up with the plan, and they're executing the plan very well. and they're building some pressure against the Trinidad batters. So let's hope that they can continue.
So Johnson Charles would have played for the Volcanoes a couple of seasons ago as well. Quite a pugnacious batsman. He's missing out because he's actually in the Bangladesh Premier League.
Yeah, I think I saw he scored a big 100 yesterday.
Yeah, so I'm getting to that. Kulna Tigers against Camilla Victorians yesterday. It was the 32nd match of the Bangladesh Premier League. Batting first, the Tigers got 210 for 2 from their 20 overs. In a T20, you'll probably take that any day.
Take it any day.
Tamam Iqbal 95 and Shea Hope 91 not out from 55 balls, 5 fours and 7 sixes.
Lovely batting pitch out there. The batters are having some fun.
Batting at number 4, Johnson Charles, the man from St. Lucia. 107 not out, 56 deliveries, 5 fours and 11 sixes, a strike rate of 191.
That's what we know about Johnson Charles. No nonsense batter, you know. Sees it, hit it.
Target was chased down with an over and 4 balls to spare.
What's cricket coming to these days? You seem like you got to score 300 in a T20 game now.
It seems that way indeed. Yeah, lots of runs being scored in the white ball format. Nice, powerful and firm drive from Solozano. This should get him a boundary. It does get there now. Beautiful shot. Ball was pitched up from Justin Greaves, and there he was, Solozano, into the shot very early. Hit it all along the carpet and got 4.
Well played by Solano. Lovely cover drive. Bend his front knee, head over the ball, hit the structure cover for 4. I think Graves was a bit, he went up a bit too much. Probably went hunting a bit looking for a wicket. You just got to be consistent with the length and line, what he's doing at the moment, and hope that we can keep the batters a bit more quiet.
Here he is again. Solozano on to 33 now. Before this, 10 half centuries to go with 2 centuries. Jeremy Solozano.
I like the look of him. He looked very, very organized. He looked, like test material. I hope probably one day we can see him in that Maru Cap on a big day, representing the West Indies. He looks very, very well, very, very organized.
Well, he had his opportunity in November of 2021 when he was hit on the head, and that's while fielding and did not bat. He was replaced because of the concussion rule. This was driven square of the wicket, but straight to the field at that point. Will not add to his tally of 33, but that was quite an exquisite shot.
Nice looking shot again. He looks pretty organized out there. He's enjoying his batting. Nice pitch, lovely cool conditions. Just sit out there and bat.
"27-year-old Solozano, so still young.
Still a youngster. Still lots there for him. Still opportunity there for him.
Pushed into the covers but cannot score, so that's another over coming to an end. Solozano remains on 33. With him is Yannick Correa on 5, 79 to the loss of 3.
See like a partnership building here. There's only 9 runs in the partnership so far, but I think that once you apply the batters, they apply themselves. Be watchful. I think it can be a long day for either team. Either trainer can be batting for a very long period of time, or the Volcanoes can be ready for a long time. So I think it's an evenly very, very good competition going here right now, and I hope that that the Volcanoes they can keep the pressure on and keep the TNT batters a bit quiet at the moment.
Ryan John starts a new over. Correa's defense. You can also look at the score at a 79 for 4, because remember Vikash Mohan is injured and will not be able to bat, will not play any other part in this game. So that is a big blow as well to the Red Force.
Big blow again to the Red Force. So I think somebody they got to bat for him. Somebody got to go there and dig deep and apply themselves, and hope that they can keep out on the runs.
So that's the next thing the Volcanoes can be looking at. Beaten outside the off stump is an appeal for a caught at the wicket. Not outside the Barbadian Gregory Brathwaite. Well bowled again from Ryan John.
Well bowled Ryan John, pitching, bouncing, leaving. the batter. Nice carry to the keeper, just above his head. Well bowled, Ryan.
So Vikash Mohan, one of the 3 players in this 11, not from Queen's Park Cricket Club in Port of Spain. Plays for the Clark Road United. Vikash Mohan. So it's knocked off the hip. So the first run of Ryan John is now in. He's now in just 8 over. 7 overs, 7 maidens before this, and just a single now. So good tight stuff from Ryan John.
Good tight stuff from Ryan John. He's hitting his areas nicely this morning, and he seemed to be very consistent. You know, you were talking about Clark Road, and I wonder if you know I used to play a bit of cricket for the Pre-Cell Cricket Club in Trinidad.
Oh, you're a pre-sell man.
I'm a Pre-Cell man.
Mhm.
I played a bit for Pre-Cell with the likes of Ramdin, Tony Greer as my coach, and David Williams and those guys.
So Mukesh Prasad was there too.
No, it's a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
It's a very long time ago.
So some of the guys from Clark Road United that went on, Odin Smith, some of the overseas players, Kyle Hope, Obed McCoy from St. Vincent, Raymond Reefer, who's with the test side now. Some of the current guys you may know, Johnny Cotley, Nicholas Sugdeo Singh, Sherwin Ganga, Darren Ganga, Gibran Mohammed, Adrian Barat, Anderson Phillip, some of the guys that came through Clark Road United.
No, I think the competition in Trinidad is very good, it's very organized. I enjoy playing there in my time.
I think our very own from Guyana, St. Ryan, went down to play at Presal as well.
Good club, good people. I had fun playing there.
Rich
my
history.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, good history. Scored a bit of runs. Did a bit of wicket keeping. And really enjoyed my time.
So hello to all of you at Presal, hello to all of you at Clark Road United. Hello to the Queen's Park Cricket Club in downtown Port of Spain. Good delivery again from John to end the over. So another over completed, just a single this time, 80 for 3.
Another good over by Ryan John. Well played again by the Trinidad batter. I think we are looking at these. The Vulcans are looking very good. I think the consistencies. I love what I'm seeing this morning. And I hope that they can continue in that vein and build some pressure. We need to build. They need to build that pressure and to keep the pressure on the Red Force.
So word coming out of the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium is that a resumption is expected at 11:20 local time, which is another 4 minutes from now. 11:20 play will resume with Guyana Harp Eagles batting first against the Barbados Pride. Just 3.4 overs were sent down and the players left the field because of a hole in the middle of the pitch. That has since been repaired and they will resume in a few minutes.
Hope that there is a proper job being done and they can continue and enjoy the day's play.
So Greaves continues. Starts outside the off stump. Yannick Karaya. Jason was mentioning the stats of Yannick Karaya. He's been around a long time. He played youth cricket in 2010. Played Youth World Cup in New Zealand for the West Indies. But has been in and out of the Trinidad and Tobago side.
Very, very long time. I think he got his break in the T20 World Cup.
Yep.
Yeah, I think.
Jumps on that one.
Good line of attack there by Graves again. Hitting his areas. Very consistent. I think the Vulcans went a bit quiet there now. I don't know what I think they need to keep that pressure on. So they can have another wicket there as quickly as possible.
Yes, Cry made his debut for the West Indies in limited overs in One Day International last year against New Zealand and Barbados. That was in August. Did not play CPL, but it was during the CPL. Head selector, the Right Honourable Dr. Desmond Haynes, made the announcement of the West Indies squad to go on to the World Cup. And there it was, Yannick Karaya. And Desmond Haynes addressing the media through Ian Bishop said that they look at him in the One Day International, they like what they've seen with his leg break variety, and they opted to take him to the World Cup. He made his debut in that World Cup.
And I think the whole Caribbean was a bit shocked by that selection. But they say he got his chance.
Getting some runs here now at the Grenada National Stadium. Looking to come back for the second. Will not do so. Just bowled 2 overs of leg break and day number 1. 2 overs considered 15 runs. Just did not look the part.
Yeah, he looks a bit ragged over there yesterday. I know was wondering if it's a bit of nerves, but I think he's a seasoned campaigner. I don't think nerves should be a problem. But these things happen, and hopefully, probably we can see him doing a better job in the second innings.
Former captain Imran Khan, who's also releggy, who can bat, not playing in this match.
I wonder why. I think he's a seasoned campaigner. I think he bowls his leg break, very consistent. I think he's a hard worker. Just wondering why he's been left out. Probably the selectors probably see something different.
Allows this one to go by to the keeper. He remains on 33, so Lozano. Caraya's with him on 7, 81 for 3.
Another good over by Graves. Just one ball we see him drifting a bit down the leg side, but I think he's doing what he has to do. He's out by his captain. He's keeping his lengths and lines pretty organized, and so far he's keeping the runs down a bit.
So the Red Force still behind by 162 runs.
Still a long way off.
Still a long way off. Remember, there are no first innings points. How points are calculated now. You have fast bowling bonus points, batting bonus points, and you have to win the game outright.
A lot has changed since my time.
Yes. John to continue. Starts on a good line and length again, just outside the top stump. He's probing away in that corridor of uncertainty, really. Just outside the top stump.
Yeah, he hit in that area very nicely. That area where the batsman we said we don't know if they come forward or go back. That area consistently, and hope that he can continue. That's what we know about Ryan John.
Two slips and a gully still in play. Nice and swinging ball from John, targeting the off stump of Caraya. Caraya showing good judgment. Lots of time still in this game for him.
Well ball again by Ryan. I can see the ball doing something over there. Looking at the pitch, it's so flat, it's very, very flat. So I think the bowlers have to do something with the ball. Have to get that shiny side shining and use your fingers on the ball and get it to ball in and out, and so hope they can keep the batsman confused.
Caught and bowled. Soft dismissal for Yannick Caraya. Ball that jumped on him from Ryan John, and he offered the simplest of return catches to Ryan John, and he accepts, and that's the end of Yannick Caraya. There we see ball that came back into him after pitching, and he just defended, but he got big on him. Extra bounce. Wicket number 4 going down. 81 for 4. Caraya caught and bowled Ryan John for 7.
Well bowled Ryan John. Well bowled again. That's the result you get for hitting that area consistently, doing something with the ball, pitching, stopping, bouncing, and that's the results of proper bowling. Well bowled again, Ryan.
Yeah, not a bad way to get a wicket. So that's the fall of wicket number 4 for the Red Force in their first innings. Yannick Caraya caught and bowled 7. 81 for the loss of 4, still trailing by 162.
You see, there's something still in the pitch. It looks a bit flat, but I think that once the bowlers bend the backs and get something there, I think there's still something there for the bowlers. So let's hope that they can continue the good work that they're doing this morning.
Here we see Tian Webster making his way to the middle. But look at the figures of Ryan John. 8 overs and 3 balls. 1 run, 1 wicket.
Well bowled, Ryan.
Very impressive indeed.
Very, very, very impressive. He's taking his chances. He's grabbing his opportunity. Not being a team and being called in. I think he's grabbing his opportunity with the bat and with the ball.
Scry had 1-4 in that innings of 7. He faced 31 balls in total. Stuck around for a while, but just could not carry on. 11 runs added for the 4th wicket with Jeremy Solozano, who's like a rock at the other end. Solozano and Captain Bravo put on 6-2 for the 2nd wicket. So need some partnerships.
I think it needs some partnership. I think the volcano bowlers are changing the plan of the Red Force. You know, as we can see, the sun is back out in its glory again. You know, so bring some sunshine, you know, with the volcano bowlers.
Tian Webster likes to play his shots. Let's see the type of mood he's going to be in today and what role they've asked him to play.
That's what I know about Tian Webster. He's a shotgun, you say.
It's been around a while, Tian Webster.
Very long time. I know he played a lot of white ball cricket, T20s and T10s for the Red Force. Let's see what he has to offer with this red ball here now. It's a different kettle of fish, you know. So let's see what happens.
Looking for a single, not on. Could have been suicidal. A little bit late in taking off Solozano, but the field at mid-on was coming around very quickly as well. Single is not on there at all.
Well bowled and well fielded by Preston McSween. You know, that's what pressure does. You know, there's not much rotation in the strike, and you can see the batter where they're looking to get off the strike. That's what pressure does. Well bowled again, man.
So Webster looking to get off the mark indeed. That's the type of player he is. Will not want to be bogged down for too long. Successful over for Ryan John and the Windward Islands Volcanoes coming to an end. At the end of it, 81 for 4 Red Force, replying to 243 made by the Volcanoes.
Well bowled again, Ryan. Keep doing his job to the best of his ability, hitting that areas consistently. I think the captain will be very, very impressed with what have been done so far with it this morning. So let's hope that they can continue.
Still to come for Red Force. Brian Charles, Terence Hines, Amir Django, Uthman Mohammed. Not necessarily in that order.
Still a bit of bat in there. But I think the Volcanoes are into the meat of the Red Force batting. You know, another wicket here, and we should be into the tail enders.
Well, Amir Django, he is a top order batter, wicket-keeper batsman. You know, some wicket-keeper batsmen can go on to score 218 runs easily.
That's sure. On a pitch like this, it's possible.
It is possible.
As we saw with Walcott in the first innings for the Volcanoes, batted beautifully. Very impressive batting. He's having a good game so far behind the stumps and in front of the stumps.
Nice. Yeah, Walcott batting at number 7, got to 87 when we ran out of partners.
Was a lovely innings.
Yeah, 14 fours and 1 6 from just 101 deliveries.
Make a keeper style.
Greaves have been steady as well. Now into his 10th over, 13 runs conceded.
Very, very, very steady, as we can see. When the ball passes the bat, you can see a bit of movement. You know, the keeper got to be a bit watchful there, and he's hitting his areas nicely so far. He's been doing that since yesterday afternoon, late yesterday afternoon, and he's continued this morning, and hope that he can get some results.
So the action has resumed at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Guyana Harp Eagles, they've progressed to 12 without loss, 5 overs gone. Matthew Nandu is on 6, got off the mark with a boundary in first class cricket. He's on debut. And Chandra Paul Hemraj with him on 3.
Good to see the game is back on, and I hope that there will be no more disturbances in the day's play.
Both of the openers play for the Average Cricket Club in Georgetown in Guyana.
That Everest cricket ground is a very flat wicket,
Yes.
like most wickets in Guyana. So batting in Guyana it's always a runs fest.
Over at Coolidge, the home side, they've lost their second wicket, now 33 for 2. Monson Hodge is still there on 11. Kofi James just joined him, he's also on 11. Kieran Powell and Casey Carty, 2 players with international experience, are back in the hut.
Oh, not good at all for the Leeward Islands. I think the 2 seasoned campaigners. So hope that they can bounce back.
A little bit of misfield allows a single at the end of Justin Greaves' 10th over. At the end of 40 overs, the Red Force replying 243. They're 82 for a loss of 4.
Well done again, well pressure built. Hope that they can continue, the work can continue what they're doing. And hope that they can get a couple more wickets before lunch and keep that pressure on. Now I'll leave a chain out for Mr. Ryan John. So see you back soon.
So Ryan John is going to continue indeed. 5 overs overnight, now into his 5th of the day. 5 overs yesterday, 5 maidens. Today 4 overs, 1 for 1. Exquisitely played, but once again straight to the fielder at backward point. So Jeremy Solozano, while he's getting the shots, not getting the runs, he will not be too worried at all. He's on 34. Tian Webster, the other end, has just joined him. Yesterday, the Red Force lost Carrie Pear very early with no score. This morning, Captain Darren Bravo opted not to play a shot to Preston McSween and was trapped in front for 38. Jason Mohammed faced 8 deliveries before he got a top edge of the impressive Darius Martin. He was caught by the wicketkeeper, who almost collided with the bowler as he was going to take the catch. Jason Mohammed as well, no score. A moments ago, Yannick Karaya caught and bowled Ryan John, offering a simple catch in his follow through. He went for 7, wickets going down. 1 for 6, 2 for 68, 3 for 70, 4 for 81. And here they are now. 82 for the loss of 4. Do you remember Vikash Mohan will not bat? This one is an inside edge and there's a big appeal for a caught behind. How is that? All of the players going up asking Gregory Patwit, and the most important man on this occasion, the umpire, is unmoved. Hello, Clyde.
Hi, John. Let's look at the replay. We're looking to see what that one nipped back. Everyone seemed to have determined that he has played it, but the umpire is unmoved. There's not enough there to convince him. As we look at it again, pitching outside the off stump, moving back in as it goes past the bat. There seemed to have been some noise. I guess this is why the entire slips went up. Keeper was so convinced that he has his man.
This time he edged straight to second slip. He's gone. Not controlling himself at all. Jeremy Solozano. And this time, there's no doubt about this. He is gone. Caught at second slip for 34. And the TNT Red Force sinking further. 82 now for the loss of 5.
Yeah, there we go again. Consistency right there about. I think it's a bit of a loose shot. We've praised him for his temperament, and somehow he just threw his hand at that one, getting an outside edge, and head straight to the slip. John, again, we want to give the Volcanoes, their kudos for sticking to good lines and lengths this morning. Yesterday we saw that they were a bit short all over the shop as they opened their innings, but this morning you could see a concerted effort to make sure that they remain on point, and it has paid off.
So Lozano gone for 34 from 130 balls. 5 fours he has faced. He has scored. So 5 now down for 82. And do remember, Vikash Mohan will not bat. So this smells trouble for the visitors here at the St. George's at the Greater National Stadium in St. George's.
Well, what we would be hoping for now for the game of cricket is that at least some way, somehow, Amir Django and Tion Webster should work hard and seem to bring a fight back. We noted yesterday that the Windwards, they lost some quick wickets, but they were able to build a couple key partnerships which brought them back into the game. So we're hoping that at least the Red Force, they can do the same and make this game a really interesting one. We would not want it to be too one-sided, So they need to dig deep and see how they can counteract the bowling of the Windwards, which has been very good this morning.
Amir Django is the new batter. He's left-handed as well. And like Tion Webster, likes to play his shots. So this is going to be a very interesting partnership with some 25 minutes to go to launch an interval here on day number 2. But Ryan John with his tail up, second wicket for him this morning. Starts good delivery to the left-handed Django. So this partnership will be a very crucial one.
It will be a very, very important partnership if the Red Force is going to pose any sort of a challenge to the Volcanoes, who seem to be on top of their game as it stands. But we know that the Red Force have the capacity. Yes, the team looks a bit young, but I think they have a lot of experience. When you look at the stats of a lot of the batsmen, they've been around, so they understand what it means to play at this level.
Django, 26 first-class matches before today. Started his career playing for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. End of the over, a successful one again for Ryan John. He's now picked up 2 wickets for 1 run from 10 overs. The Red Force stuttering, 82 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, again, we praise the play so far. I think the Volcanoes came out and did work hard and try to ensure that they were consistent. And the TNT batters, they gave their wickets away somewhat. 1 or 2 of them got some good deliveries. Martin came out, was really on spot. So I think the response now is that you need to give us something similar to what they had yesterday, where they were able to just absorb the pressure that the Volcanoes brought when John and Graves came on. So eventually, if these two can absorb the pressure, bat out until it's lunch, come back, refresh, new game plan, and continue.
Greaves to continue. Webster and Django, they're both to get off the mark. So fresh pair at the crease as well for the Red Force. I was making a point that Django played 15 matches before this one for the TNT Red Force, before going across to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, where he played 11 matches. Still to get a first-class 100 in 18 innings for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Has a highest score of 90. 4 half centuries overall for that franchise, averaging 26.27. For the Red Force, he batted 28 times. 4 half centuries as well. Victory, Webster's off the mark. Runs for him through mid-wicket. He can get a boundary to get off the mark and open his account. Yes, does get there. So Webster will play his shots, like I said. He now takes his score now on to 86 for 5. he opens his account to the boundary.
Very good shot. Delivery there on the line of the leg stump, and he just working it, through the mid wicket region, and gets good dividends for his shot. Again, the bowler just moving off from the off stump line that they had, and it's vacant in the mid wicket region. Once you get past the two fielders that are at least the fielder they're at short mid wicket, and so there needs to be that focus. But again, capitalizing is the red force. Trying to make sure that they take every chance that they get to score some runs.
Still 2 slips and a gully in play for the Volcanoes. This time, good delivery, angled back in. Deacon Swinger. Just a single to Webster. You can see as well a more concerted effort to take singles between this pair. They do not want to be bogged down at all. Both players are very attacking.
Yeah, the attacking nature of the players, definitely you would expect them to, rotate the strike and make sure that they don't remain, too bogged down. They want to be free to get their runs. I think once they get bogged down, it means that pressure is being built, and definitely they don't want to be playing no rash shots. They want to take, each ball on merit.
25-year-old Django takes strike for the first time to Greaves. He's going to get off the mark as well. The ball tucked off the hip. In fact, we'll have to wait on the signal of umpire Nigel Duguid. He says leg by, so Django will have to wait a little bit longer. But it's rotation in the strike, something we haven't seen before this.
Yeah, definitely. They're using every opportunity to get, that change. And right there you have a left-hand, right-hand combination. I think that would pose a little challenge to the bowlers in terms of the lines and lengths that they would bowl, So I think once they can continue doing this, then it means that partnership could be built up and that they can begin to put a respectable score on the board.
Flicked away. This could be a maximum. It's gone very close to the ropes. In fact, it is signaled 6 now by umpire Duguid. Yes, so that's Dion Webster. Ball was on his toes and flicked away nicely. Got good connection. And it went sailing in front of that open stand. 6 runs.
Yeah, that's a bad delivery. That's a really poor delivery down the leg side. All he had to do was to get inside and help it on its way. And he actually got it away with good timing for 6. So a delivery that is off target. And again, Webster, as you've been mentioning, his attacking nature stepped in and got it for 6.
Pulled, almost carrying to hand. Feel that short mid wicket sprawling away to his left, but just could not get there. So quite attacking, and you can also look to, as a Volcanoes player, and say that that can help us. We may be able to get his wicket. Overgone, 95 for 5.
Yeah, and I mean he can't just go there and just play as he wants. He has to be selective. Remember the position that his team is in. He would need to select very well as to how he goes about. The fact that he's attacking will get runs, but there needs to be some level of caution.
Amir Django has scored 2 half centuries against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, highest score of 69. Batted against them on 9 occasions before today.
So again, we look at that and we're seeing that the experience of him will really come into play now.
Here's Webster going over the head of the bowler, and this is one bounce into the boundary. So the first boundary conceded by off Ryan Johns bowling, coming in his 11th over, but it's Dion Webster who started to open up his shoulders now, taking the score now on to 99 for 5.
Yeah, very attacking shot. I think for him it doesn't matter what time of the day. Once you pitch the ball in his area, he seems to be going at it. So it could pose a chance for the Volcanoes, but if he continues like this, we know that the score would move on very quickly.
So Red Force about to bring up their 100. 99-5. This is the 43rd over of their innings, in their first innings. Good comeback delivery, well bowled, bang on target. And all Webster could have done, defend.
Again, the delivery seemed to have been the one that is coming back into the right-hander, pitching on the off stump and jagging back in. John has the one that he can get to go away. So again, we want to make sure that as a batsman you understand what the bowler is trying to do and be able to counteract. So he needs to pay particular attention. I like his approach, the fact that he wants to get on with things. His team is in bother. Maybe the best way to really defend is to attack.
200s and a 50 for T and Webster at first class level. More often than not, you'll find players having more 50s than 100s, but he has 200s to go at 150 in his career.
And I could imagine that 200s would have been a very brisk hundreds. The way he looks to play, you can imagine he likes to play shots, and so definitely these 200s means that he has the ability to stay and bat for long, but at the same time he's able to score his runs.
178 is highest, his best against Jamaica. 109 against the Leeward Islands. 77 against Guyana, his best against the Volcanoes, 43.
The Volcanoes seem to have the formula for him, but let's see what they can do today. If he gets on top of the bowling, I know with good conditions like this, he definitely is going to put in a big one.
So Webster, just 27 years of age, so this Red Force side, very young generally, the average age. Some of the players are a bit older. If you look at Darren Bravo, the captain, Jason Mohammed, Yannick Correa, who are playing in the 11, they're a bit older, but generally it's a young bunch of guys. This one is in the air, over mid-wicket. He's not even going to look to see if it's going to drop, where it's going to drop. T and Webster backing himself, and that is another 6 for him.
Yeah, Webster seems to have come out with a plan to ensure that he beats, the bowlers off the lines and lengths. He has assessed from what has happened this morning, and so I think his approach is that he's going to attack. He is going to, play his shots and see how much value he can get.
Yeah, that one has sailed way over the boundary. You can see some spectators in front of the Junior Murray Royal Lewis stand, very much appreciating the shot. And that has brought up the 100 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and also brought the deficit to less than 150. They need 100. Well, they're trailing by 138 runs now, the Red Force. Here is John again. This time he playing across the line, gets another boundary. 4 runs to Webster, 10 runs from him in 2 balls.
Another good shot there. Good pickup from Webster. He seems to be in a hurry. He's on 26 already from 14 deliveries. So it means that he is in that mode where he's going to play shots and try to see how quickly he can rack up maybe 100.
14 runs coming in that Ryan John over. Before that, he had 10 overs, 1 run, 2 wickets. Now, 11 overs, 15 runs and 2 wickets. Overall, not bad figures at all. But at last over, in the context of his bowling spell, very, very expensive.
Yeah, I think Webster, looking at what has happened, came out with a definite plan to spoil the figures of John.
We could be seeing a bowling change because Justin Greaves not going up to umpire Duguid to give him his hat. He's walking away down towards mid-on. Looks like Darius Martin is going to be called back into the attack just before lunch to give a late burst. Just about 12 minutes to go before lunch and interval here on day number 2.
Well, that seemed to be a definite ploy by Atenes. I think he seems to be on the ball thinking. Looking at the deliveries, he's opted to go for Martin with the height, the bounce, the pace. So definitely with the batsman like Webster in the mood that he's in, most likely he has a plan to see how he can cope with the pace of Martin.
Greaves this morning, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. Out of the attack, overall, Justin Greaves, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 26 runs, no wickets. Darius Martin, who picked up a wicket yesterday afternoon and 1 this morning. Before this, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35. Both much better this morning. Used the ball much sparingly.
Yeah, he was bang on target this morning. Really posing some challenge to the batsmen. We remember Jason Mohammed having to be ducking and weaving.
Driven firmly by Django. He's going to get off the mark this time. We'll come back for the second at least. Looking for the third. It's not on as Ambrose is onto the ball. Just in front of the extra cover boundary. So Amir Django opens his account with 2.
Again, a fine looking short ball on the off stump and just striking through the line of the delivery. Not much problems there. He's to the pitch. And I mean, once the bowling is in their arc or their area, it seems like they're going to play their shots. They're not shy to play their shots at all.
Martin from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Hello to all of you in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Hope that you're enjoying the match so far. The Volcanoes 243 in their first innings. And now, with ball, they have the TNT Red Force on the back foot. 111 on the board, 5 down. And Vikash Mohan will not bat. So we can see it's 111 for 6. Pulled away nicely again. So runs flowing now. It's just a single, however, because the field now a bit more defensive.
Yeah. So it looking at the placement of the fielder there at the square region, it says that you can expect something short from Martin because you have a fine leg and also a man at the deep square leg region. So it means that the batsman has to be thinking of that short delivery when it's going to come, if it's going to come.
Terence Hines, Uthman Mohammed. Still to come. There's also Brian Charles. Short ball. There's Webster ducking under it, so field a fine leg and deep backward square right back on the boundary. But he's just forward of square actually. So Darius Martin certainly working with a plan here. Captain Atten is employing 3 fielders on the onside.
Yeah, and a good delivery. Good. What I like about that delivery is that the length and the line of the delivery, just about the middle stump. If you have to play that there, you have to get inside of it and be able to control it.
This time he goes pulling just short of the field, that fine leg running in. So there he was going for the shot, backing himself, Tian Webster. Almost carrying to hand. End of the over nonetheless. Martin finishes his first over on return. It's 113 for 5. Webster is now on to 27. Django's on 3.
Yeah, again, as I've been saying, he has to be able to mix caution, with the play that he is playing. While you may want to get on with things, you don't want to give away your wicket and put the team under extra pressure. So he needs to be a little more selective in terms of his shots.
So bowling change as well from the Darbo end. Preston McSween, who almost got to that ball, the last ball of the last over, is going to come back into the attack, replacing Ryan John. John this morning, 6 overs, 2 wickets, and 15 runs.
Good figures, good. It tells you that he has bowled well. He has been in good areas. I'm just looking at the economy. It means that he had the opportunity to build some pressure, and apart from that last over where some 14 runs came off, he has been pretty steady.
5 maidens consecutively last evening. Today he sent down, I think it was 2 more consecutive before a single was conceded. Then the last over 14 runs. Managed to pick up 2 very important wickets. The wicket of Yannick Correa and Jeremy Solozano. Full driven back past the bowler. Field at mid-off, comes around and collects, hit the woodwork. Big appeal, but not outsays umpire Brathwaite. So Ryan John, how can you keep him out of this game?
Yeah, a good bit of feeling there by John. He was able to move across very quickly, swoop down on that and hitting the stump directly while on the move. Very good piece of fielding.
Really superb indeed. Good running between the wickets as well. So Django was really outstretched there, trying to get to his ground. Managed to get there in the end. Just a few minutes before lunch. Short ball, and this is Webster now getting on top of his, getting on his toes, turning it into the onside for an easy single.
Yeah, as I was saying, you notice that he has a different approach to McSween, whereas a while ago he was off at John. So I think his task was basically to get John off his length. Now that he has done that, he's a little more circumspect and playing McSween with a different level of caution.
Nice in swinging ball to the left-hander.
Another good delivery by McSween.
So the Guyana Harp Eagles, they progressed to 18 without loss at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Chandrapal Hemraj and Matthew Nandu opening the batting. Hemraj is on 4, Nandu on 10. Those of you who don't know Nandu, you may know of Teznara and Chandrapal. So Nandu is in the same mold of a Teznara and Chandrapal.
Yeah, he is a pretty compact little player. Quite young still, looking to stake a claim. Right now, Tej Narayan has grabbed his opportunity, and we're hoping that he's going to, really accompany Craig at the top of the order. Let's hope that Nandu can fit in somewhere shortly behind.
First test, West Indies against Zimbabwe will begin in Bulawayo on the 4th of February. 2-match series down there. Second test will begin on the 12th. Over completed here at the Grenada National Stadium. TNT Red Force 118 for the loss of 5. Webster 30. Django 5.
Yeah, a very good partnership there being built. It's a quick one. Some 36 runs came, between the pair, and we said that what they would need is definitely a partnership that is going to, help to steady the ship, which has been a bit shaky. But so far they've done well, and we would want to hope that they would continue after lunch.
This could very well be the last over before lunch, with Red Force still trailing by 125 runs. To remember, they started the day on 5th day for the loss of 1. Solozano was on 18. Bravo, the captain, 32. Overnight, lost carry pair without scoring. Then today, Captain Bravo was first to go. Leg before to Preston McSween for 38, followed by Jason Mohammed. Caught wicketkeeper Walcott off the bowling of Martin, pulling and got the top edge. No score. Yannick Correa was next to go. Caught and bowled Ryan John for 7, followed by Jeremy Solozano, the rock until then. He was caught at second slip by Captain Athenaeus off Ryan John for 34. Since then, Webster and Django have joined forces. Webster on 30, Django on 5. Webster being very aggressive to date. 3 4s and 2 6s in his innings so far. 20 deliveries for his 30. Striking at 150 runs per 100 balls. What an impressive strike rate for a first-class innings. That ball kept a bit low.
Yes, it did. Fortunately enough for the batsman, it was outside the line of the off stump and posing no threat to the wicket. But definitely we need to keep our eyes on that. The fact that it pitched and kept low, it says that the pitch is beginning to show some signs of deterioration.
Yeah, some footmarks developing as well. So maybe the spinners can be licking their lips upon seeing that. Martin. Short ball again. Very good use of the short ball because it's on the line of the body, not given too much room outside the off stump nor outside the leg stump. Ball into T.N. Webster. You know T.N. Webster want to get after him.
Yeah, that's really good areas, good delivery, good use of that short ball. And again, it's something that he has because his height would facilitate, him being able to really hit the deck hard and get that ball to lift. He doesn't need to pitch it very short to get that sort of bounce.
Pulled away by Django. Forward of square. But just 2. Kenneth Demba is out there parading the onside. Had to move all the way from square leg to straightish mid wicket. Did well. So Django moves up to 7.
And this is what we were hoping from the Red Force, that some sort of partnership would build to help them to recover from the onslaught of the volcanoes. And I think so far they're looking good. They're not worried about the time of the day. They're going to play their shots. They're going to look to capitalize on every run.
So 2 batsmen previously into double figures. Captain Bravo 38, Solozano 34, and now Amir Django and Webster. Webster is into double figures as well on 31. Be looking to really bat long. Short ball again. This time Django ducks under it and looks at the bowler. There's umpire Nigel Duguid telling the bowler that's 1 for the over.
That's good, aggressive, fast bowling. And then Martin cannot be shy. He has what it takes. He has the pace. He has the height. So definitely he has to, use that as much as possible. It's part of his artillery.
I guess that's what his captain asks of him when he threw the ball in his hands, to say, look, just a few overs to go before lunch. Have a go.
Definitely.
Another short ball, and that will be lunch on day number 2. The players walk away. Django ducking under that one. No worries at all for him. He remains on 7. Webster's with him on 31. At lunch, TNT Red Force replying to 243 all out made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. 121 for the loss of 5, trailing by 122.
Very good delivery, good end to the session. Some aggression being shown there by Martin. Not afraid to employ that short delivery. It cruises off what the Volcanoes would take as a very good session. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force just starting to really look to reply to the pressure that has been built up from the ball one this morning. They're going in with a decent partnership of 39 between the pair, and one would hope that when they come back out, they can continue from where they left off to try and ensure that they maximize what seem to be and what is very good batting conditions here at the National Stadium in Grenada.
So this morning, 25 overs were sent down, 71 runs scored, 4 wickets going down, and the TNT Red Force still trading by 122. It's lunch on day number 2. Django 7, Tian Webster 31. We will also take a break for lunch. We invite you to join us in about 35 minutes when we resume commentary on this interesting match here at the Grenada National Stadium. Volcanoes 243 in their first innings. In reply, Red Force 121 for 5. We will be back in a few minutes. Until then, goodbye.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Grenada National Stadium. We're at this first match, which started yesterday in the West Indies four-day tournament, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus the Windward Islands Volcanoes. On day one, the Windward Islands got to 243, and Trinidad and Tobago, in their reply, 121 for 5 after 46 overs played, and some good scores coming in from the Windward Islands overall, but some disturbing scores coming in from these Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players. I mean, everybody was thinking that with the wicket playing as it is, that they would have really, settled down and give some big scores. Darren Bravo was the first to go this morning, a ball that cut back sharply onto him, and he walked away. And then after that, a couple of wickets fell in quick succession. And the morning session, just before lunch, 4 wickets went down for 71 runs in just about 25 overs. And the Windwards, I think, won the morning session, and they're in a very good position to continue with the attack in the afternoon session just before tea, and put the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force under a little bit of pressure, and hopefully, see if they can bowl them out this afternoon and get a big score tomorrow and hope for a win. They can play for a win. They can put themselves in a position for a good win.
Yeah, the Volcanoes have done well thus far. They've made the adjustment.
Maxwell will start the session into Tion Webster. Webster is not out on 31, and with him is Amir Django, who is on 7. Django is on 7 after 13 deliveries, so he's pretty much fresh to the situation. But Tion Webster is there, a decent strike rate, 31 off 23 deliveries. No doubt he will be hoping to bat for a very long period to put the Red Force in a more comfortable position than they are now.
Yeah, it is what is required. Most definitely a partnership.
Quick single there from Webster. Just kind of tucked it into the onside and turned it right to a very short square leg, and the mid-wicket fielder had some hopping and skipping around to do. Couldn't prevent the single. And Webster moves on to 33.
Yeah, so a partnership here or of substance, could change the fortunes of the Red Force from what we've seen take place this morning. The Volcanoes, they've been consistent, in terms of their lines, their lengths, and so it means that if they persist and continue, then definitely they could have the TNT Red Force wrapped up. One would hope that Webster and his partner Django can, absorb as much pressure as possible and put TNT in what one would be determined a better position.
Yeah, I think the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would have looked at the wicket this morning and thought that a golden opportunity to score some runs, but these Windward Islands bowlers, well, they had other thoughts. And this time he's hooking well. That's Django hooking well off the bowling of Maxwell that runs down to backward square. Just one.
Nicely controlled shot there by Django. He didn't try to overhit the ball. Just got inside the line of it and helped it along down to the fine leg region. Easy batting. The pitch again, as we said, that the short deliveries are not having that impact unless it is really at a good length where you get the batsman to decide what he wants to do.
There's a shout, but it was always drifting down leg, I think. It was always drifting down leg, so Maxwell has been pretty tidy for the most part. Nothing to really scold him about, so to speak. He's been pretty tidy. Building a lot of pressure, putting some pressure on the batsmen, even though most of the wickets, of course, would have been falling to some ill-advised shots, but he's been putting some pressure on the batsmen.
Yeah, definitely. Maxwell has bowled well for most part of the morning. He, one or two deliveries, but generally he's been spot on. Has done a good job in terms of helping to build the pressure. The bowlers of the Windward Islands, they've bowled well in tandem. They've bowled well, in terms of the areas that they've been looking for, and they've reaped the rewards.
All right, well, the start of the second over after lunch, and the first over after lunch, Preston McSween only 2 runs coming off the over, and Tion Webster moved to 33, and Amir Django is on a. Django is probably needing this opportunity here to get something huge. He wants to get maybe a good half century at least, so that he can put himself in a more commanding position, because Trinidad and Tobago obviously will need to do some work over the next couple of matches with their batting, simply because they would have lost for 3 weeks the new opener, Vikash Mohan, a torn webbing on his hand, coming off a diving attempted catch, diving to take a catch that he eventually spooned yesterday after the very first ball of the match. So Gangu is in need of something huge.
Yeah, somebody has to put their hand up at this stage to ensure that if Trinidad and Tobago is going to get past the score of the Windwards, somebody within this partnership would need to hold their hands up and really get a big one. Webster is showing signs that he wants to get on with things, and so if he continues in that vein, then it possibly could be him.
Well, Tion Webster is a no-nonsense kind of guy when he's holding on to the bat, and we've seen that already for the morning. He has been striking the ball very nice and clean, and once it is pitched up in his half, he has made his intentions very clear that he's going to go for it. So the bowlers will be very much advised to keep it in their half, and if you're pitching up, make sure the seam is hitting the deck and you're getting some sort of lateral movement. Outside of that, Tion Webster is not going to play around with it. This time he's turning, and turning well, just turning it down to backward of square. They pick up 1, and only 1 there is.
Well, I've looked at the few deliveries that Martin has bowled, and he has been tight in at the body of the batsman, and I would want to advise him to, get back that line and length, which is just outside the off stump, just maybe over the off stump, because he hit some good areas this morning, and his scoring was a little bit tougher. It seems now that he's decided to go tighter to the body, which is bringing some rotation to the strike.
Oh, Martin has bowled pretty well. He picked up the lone wicket yesterday, the wicket of I think it was Pierre. Pierre he picked up yesterday, and then this morning he picked up the wicket of Tion Walcott, and no, Court Walcott actually picked up Jason Mohammed. So pretty much good bowling from Darius Martin this morning, and he seems to continue from where he left off, because his line has been pretty much decent. He will be advised to stay there. Now, what is Athens thinking? He has a plan, of course, because there's a man down on the fine leg boundary. There's one now that just moved into a short mid wicket. There's a mid on, and there's someone deep outside on the square leg boundary. So pretty much even field. 4 on the onside.
I think he seems to be playing with the mind of the batsman, looking. I mean, we all have seen that the over before the break, and Martin got a few short ones in. So I think he's actually playing with the mind of the batsman, have him thinking about that short one that is going to come.
This one jumped on him, kind of surprised him quickly, but he handled it well. Probably pitched in the rough area outside of the line of the left-hander, and he handled it well. Brings us to the end of the over, or the end of over number 47, and the Red Force are 127 for 5 with Amir Django and Tion Webster at the wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
That was a really good delivery there from Martin. He had him Django wondering whether to pull or whether to actually cut, and eventually he got up onto the back foot and guided it through the third man region for a single. But definitely within the mind of the batsman, he was thinking of the pull shot.
Right, well. Max McSween is just pitching on the line of the middle stump and just drifting down the leg, and Django wasted no time, just helped it along and picked up 2. Should have been 1 really. I think the fielder on the square leg boundary thought that the batsmen were going to just take 1, not realizing that the first one they ran very quickly, very hard. That's always some good advice, and got an easy second run.
Yeah, the fielders there a bit lackadaisical, lackluster a bit.
It's much better bowling, better line, nice and straight and straightening on the batsman, and Django is good in defense, showing the full maker's name of the bat. Doesn't seem to be bothered too much by it.
Well, I don't think there is much to worry with. I'm listening to them, and they seem to be reading the bowler pretty well. I'm hearing, that it's coming in. So Maxwell needs to, really stay on top and have them guessing which one would come in, which one would go away.
A similar shot, and now the fielder there decided to come in with a little bit more urgency. He's not going to get caught with the same mistake twice. Came in with a lot more urgency there. So just the 1 run, and Amir Django moves on to 14. The noise and the commotion and the drums that John was hearing earlier on that he referred to, yes, you're going to hear a lot of those drums and noises around this time of the year, because you've got different sections of the public preparing for the Independence Day celebrations. But a lot of that noise that you were hearing basically was coming from the athletic stadium, because there's a sports meet taking place over there as well. One of the schools having their annual sports athletic meet. Nice short delivery. Dangerous looking, asking the batsman a question or two. Tion Webster, an aggressive batsman, but decided to, opted to not have a go at it. Yeah, so that's the noise that you were hearing, Johnny. And a lot of these students, they wait for a time like this to express themselves, and the drums and the noise and the fun, and their peers competing for athletic supremacy. So a lot of the noise that you were hearing this morning was because of that. But no doubt you're going to see some of the various aspects of our independence on show, and in preparation for that. You're going to be here for Independence, aren't you, John? Yes, he's going to be here for Independence Day celebration, which comes up on the 7th of February. For those of you around the Caribbean, Grenada celebrates its 49th anniversary of independence on the 7th of February. And it's always a display of colors, red, green, and yellow. And a lot of the national dish, the oil down, and a whole lot to look forward to. I asked Junior yesterday what was his favorite part of the Independence Day celebrations. I'm tempted now to ask you, Ronald, what are your favorite parts of the Independence Day celebrations, or the season?
Well, for me, the important part, what I really appreciate about the independence is the community togetherness. At that time you see many of the community persons, coming out, working together to beautify and to, help to really showcase our culture, or what we would consider a very important part of the community spirit. It's nice to see when persons can, whether you are for or against, come together and you can work hand in hand to ensure that you make the place look better, the ambience and everything. So I really do enjoy seeing the community. That's my biggest takeaway from Independence, because it's about us.
Well, Grenada is celebrating its 49th anniversary of independence. Hope that you get yourself involved in some kind of community spirit, at least, some kind of community activity, and share the good news with us when we meet again. Darius Martin, operating from the River Road end. Driving well. Oh, went straight through the hands of the man at cover. And Django driving well. It runs out to the boundary. Nice shot. 4. I mean, elegantly struck. It was nothing short of classical.
Yeah, unfortunately, the fieldsman made a meal of that. Could have done better. That more or less that ball went straight to him. I think it was powerfully struck. It just burst through the hands and went to the boundary for 4.
Well, someone would say that a shot looking as good as that deserved 4 runs. So many of the spectators viewing us wouldn't mind that the fielder messed up there, but I'm quite sure Athens is not happy, because Trinidad and Tobago is cutting into this total. Now the Windward Islands have a lead of 108, so Athens would not be happy. He wants to save as much runs as possible and pick up as many wickets as he can between now and tea. Oh, this time he's up on it and driving uppishly square and all the way to the boundary for 4 through the offside. Django is showing a little bit of class. He's showing some variety in his batting, and he's looking good.
Good commanding shot there by Django. It was short, wide, moving away from him, got up tall and spanked it over the top, and it raced into the boundary. So he's not going to stick around. He's not going to waste, efforts in getting his score and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force closer to the total of the Windwards.
All right, well, the Windwards total was 243. And knowing the history of this wicket, we all thought that 243 would not have been enough. It has been proving us wrong, because the Trinidad and Tobago batters have not applied themselves to, spending enough time at the crease and getting big scores. We've got some big names who we thought were going to spend a lot of time there to pick up some big scores. We looked at Yannick Carrier. Tian Webster is still there, so he can pick up something big. But I think one of the biggest disappointments was Darren Bravo not going on to get a really huge total on this wicket.
Yeah, I think everybody was looking for Darren, especially the way he played yesterday afternoon. Everybody was looking forward to seeing him put on a big one here today. Continue in that vein where he would have been selective and really play on merit and so on. But unfortunately, he misread one from McSween, who got one to move back at him, as we were asking yesterday. Put it in areas where you have them creating doubt. And there was some doubt, and he opted to leave and was trapped LBW.
Could have happened to anybody, really. It was a nasty delivery. It was a delivery that was pitched outside the line of the off-step and cut back sharply, almost square. And so any batsman, I'm quite sure, in their right mind, playing safe, would have left it alone. But unfortunately for Darren Bravo, it really cut back in sharply. That's the end of that over, and the TNT Red Force, in reply to 243, are now 195 for 5. 139, for 5. And they trail by 104 runs. Tian Webster is there. He is on 34. And Emery Django for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on 22. Preston McSween is set to continue from the Dabo end.
Yeah, right now looking at the scorecard, this represents a very good comeback from the Red Force. And we were asking for the partnerships. And there you see when you apply yourself, to the batting, the pitch is a good pitch for runs. And right there you have a 57-run partnership between the two. So that says, that they've steadied the ship somewhat, and they would need to continue if they're going to overhaul the Volcano score.
And this time Webster is hooking and hooking well down to square leg, down to backward square, and picking up one. He moves to 35. As he moves to 35, Junior Murray moves into the chair. Junior Murray, good afternoon. You had yourself a good lunch. You're the kind of guy that you're big on fruits and vegetables and all of that, and he shows it off. Plate is colorful. Lots of colors in his plate. He says if his plate is not colorful, he's not eating it.
Afternoon, Jason. It's good to be back here. So you had a good, healthy lunch also yourself.
Of course.
You know, at least you're following in the footsteps of your good old friend.
All right. Well, let's see if Maxwell could follow in his own footsteps now, because he needs to pick up another wicket or two. In the meantime, they're putting this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force under a bit of pressure here now, because the runs are not coming as fluent as many of us thought it would have come. And they utilized the morning moisture and the overcast conditions here at the National Stadium very well, the Windward Island bowlers.
Yeah, I think they got to get back in that zone again where they were and that post-lunch session. I think a bit of loose here, trying a bit of things, you know, and the Red Force batters are up to the task.
Go run!
They're 140 for 5, technically 140 for 6, because Vikash Mohan is not able to bat after bursting the webbing on his right hand, diving for a catch yesterday morning, very first ball of the match. Unfortunate for him, because it was he's playing in his first match for Trinidad and Tobago. He's an opening bat, very comfortable batsman as well, very elegantly looking and unbothered batsman. Would have been a pleasure to see him knock on a wicket like this.
Very, very unfortunate condition.
Oh, that's a good drive, good drive. It was a little bit full in length and pitched up to the batsman, and Django wasted no time in just punching it down the ground and straight to the long on boundary. Picks up 4, good looking 4.
Lovely shot by Django there. I think he's really enjoying his batting. You know, he looked as a very fun guy. You could see him jumping along in the crease, you know, following the shots around and really enjoying it out there. At least he had the opportunity to bat on a lovely, lovely foul pitch. You know, Mr. Preston Maxwell got to get back in his rhythm again.
Oh, Preston Maxwell will do well to remember that there's a little bit of a foot mark just outside the line of the left-hander. So if he exploits that, just drop it, just bring it up just a little bit outside that area, right there, right there, right there, and you're going to get some lateral movement, and it's going to keep the batsman in a spot of bother. That brings us to the end of the 51st over. Tian Webster is not out on 35, and Amir Django is not out on 26. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 144 for 5. Not where they would love to be, but it's better than the worst.
Yeah, I think they're enjoying it. I think, you know, looking at the two batters there, they all said they're two exciting batters. Looking at Django, he's a wicket-keeper batsman. You know what you expect from wicket-keepers. Keep the scoreboard ticking. He's full of excitement, and he's really enjoying his batting. It looked like a wicket-keeper's pitch, because they seem to be really enjoying it a bit more than the normal batters. But, you know, all in all, at least the volcanoes have to keep the pressure on. You know, have to keep plugging away, trying different things, and as we speak now, we can see like a skipper made a change in the bowling attack.
All right, so there's a change of bowling coming up. Kenneth Demba, he's going to be operating from the River Road end. Funny you said a wicket-keeper's wicket, because Walcott, the wicket-keeper for Trinidad and Tobago, knocked up a good 87 yesterday. He was left hanging there on 87, and now Webster. And Django is there, sorry. Django, the wicketkeeper for Trinidad and Tobago. He's there looking good on 26. Striking the ball nicely.
Looking good so far, and I hope that Denver can have a bit of different ideas for him, because he will be getting the ball to leave Django as the left-hander. So I hope that, you know, we can come up with a plan and hope that we can dismiss him as quickly as possible.
All drifting down the leg side. And let's see what do we signal here. Looks like buys. Not too sure if he got anything onto it.
Yeah, I think it's buys. I think a very casual attempt there by the keeper Walcott. He looks very casual there. I hope that he can keep the screws a bit tight.
Oh, good shot. Great shot. Great shot through extra cover, and it goes all the way out to the boundary for 4. Tian Webster is not going to hang around. He is going to strike the ball. If it comes up to his half, he's going to strike it. Good looking shot. He wasted no time, latched onto it quickly.
Well played by Tian Webster. At least we don't expect anything different from him. He's a shot player. I think this is going to be a very interesting period with Denver bowling to him. I think we're going to see some excitement here. I don't think he's going to waste any time with Denver once he's offline.
Same shot again, but well stopped. Good fielding.
As you can see his intention. He wants to go over the top. He hitting it very hard. A nice partnership building here right now. Partnership of 68 so far. So I think we need to tighten our screws here because this can get a bit jovial here now.
Straighter delivery.
As we can see, like Denver's getting it right. He's only his first over. At least he should be used to this pitch. He knows what to expect from this pitch. It's his home venue.
Oh, not today. The loud shout of catch him, but not today. Tian Webster hoists that one, and it went straight down the ground for 6. If there was anyone in the stands, then maybe catch it would have referred to them, but not today. Tian Webster is looking very dangerous. He is now in the top scoring position for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He moves on to 45, and the TNT Red Force building back, doing some repair, and hoping to chip away at this Windward Islands total. They're now 156 for 5 after 52. You mentioned the wicketkeeper a short while ago. It's difficult for any wicketkeeper up to the stumps to a right-arm leg break bowler or even an off-break bowler.
Well, for me, playing in my bad time, doing my thing, I used to enjoy standing up to the stumps, as you will know.
Yeah.
Even to medium pace, fast bowling, or even spin. So it's something I used to work on a lot, and I really used to enjoy standing up to the stumps, looking for that stumping down the leg side, wherever it shows up.
Well, that was your specialty. Maybe what you can find a way, or maybe the Windward Islands could find a way to get you involved, to give some assistance to a lot of these wicket keepers, because we're in need of that, especially now. And Django is driving well through the onside, picks up one, comes back for the second, and keeps the scoreboard ticking.
Well played by Django. I think Preston there a bit too straight. I think he should be going back his line. He left from post-long session. Just keep Django thinking. And hope I can be able to slip on a gully there. Hope we can carry him down with the slips of gully, or even to the keeper.
Well, one slip, a gully, a packed offside field, really and truly. Short in, everyone saving the single, forcing Django to go over the top. If he has to play through the offside, he has to go through the top. If he has to play through the onside, there's a gap just between mid-wicket and the square leg. There's a man deep on the square leg boundary, and there's a fine leg boundary. So if he has to score any runs inside on the floor, on the onside, that's where it's at. Anything other than that, he's got to go over the top if he's going straight.
No, looking at the field placing, it tells you something about the intention of the batter. They are no nonsense mood at the moment. They're looking to get the runs on the board.
With shot, he's driving, cutting well, playing good through the offside, picks up another boundary, and now you're seeing the fairness of this wicket to the batsmen.
Lovely shot by Django. Short ball from Preston McSween wide side off stump. Django back on his back foot. Went back and cut him to point for 4. I think the Volcanoes need to get back that intensity out there. They're looking a bit flat out there. We need to get back in that zone again. Build bowling areas and build some pressure.
Or maybe they're suffering from ethnic fatigue.
One day they had too much to eat for that lunch.
Ethnic fatigue, that's how I refer to it.
One.
He's driving, nothing there. Just a single. Scampered through. Didn't think that he was even going to consider it, but I suspect he looked at the fielder and realized that it was McSween, I think it was. No, McSween was a bowler, so
I think it's Graves.
Graves, yes.
Yeah, Graves doing the fielding at the moment. Yeah.
He thought Graves would not get down too early, so took his chances with Graves and picked up a single.
The Volcanoes need to keep the focus. They need to stay in this session. This session before tea could be very, very important.
There.
Yeah, well, the Windwards won the morning session for sure. I mean, the morning session, the Windwards were able to pick up 4 wickets for just 71 runs and 25 overs. So pretty good morning session for the Windwards, but the Red Force are seemingly wrestling away the momentum now in the period after lunch. The Red Force clearly had some sort of discussions during the lunchtime period because both batsmen are coming out now with their clear intentions to look to score at every given opportunity and even creating some scoring opportunities for themselves as well, moving their feet a lot more and getting to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, it's a good session this morning by the Volcanoes, but they can't afford to let the Red Force batters get away too quickly. You know, we got to go back to that plan. You know, we got to keep building that pressure. You know, keep bowling in that specific areas again. You know, keep that momentum up. I think the Volcanoes, they look very, very relaxed at the moment. You know, and tend to be a little loose here. So that they can tighten up at the moment.
All right, tighten up they need to. The spinner is back on. That's Kenneth Demba. Nine runs off his first over after lunch. It's too much. I'm quite sure Athenes would have had a quick word with him and told him 9 runs is way too much.
It is first over. I hope I can get used to the conditions, and and him and the captain can work with a plan, and I hope that they can tighten back up that run that's leaking there at the moment.
Good bowling, straight, not giving the batsman much to work with, and just has to come forward and play it along to save his wicket.
Better come back, better start to the over. At least he's bowling to the left-handed Django, so I think he might enjoy that even better.
Pretty good over so far. Umpire Nigel Duggett out of Guyana is standing there and has no questions to answer just yet. And this time, Django is driving a little bit uppishly through the offside, but safe. He picks up a single.
Well ball. Well played by Django. Denmark kept him a bit quiet in this over so far. Let's hope that he can and keep Webster a bit quiet. Because you can see Webster, he looks as a man on a mission.
Yeah, Webster is not going to hang around for 4 or 5 dot balls, I can tell you that much. And here he is now, giving himself some room, using his feet well, and playing it through the onside. There's a vacant single at square leg. He picks it up. He rotates the strike. He keeps the strike. It's the end of the over. 166 for 5. And the TNT Red Force are enjoying somewhat of a leak here now from the Windwards and these bowlers. A change in the bowling coming up for the Windward Islands as well. It seems as though another spinner has been brought into the attack.
Yeah, you can see that. And it looks like Kevin Hodge.
Hodge.
At the moment, he's going to bowl some left arm spin. And hope that he can make a change and keep the batters a bit quiet.
Right, so Hodge is coming in. He's going to be operating from the Tobago end. So spin from both ends of the wicket now. Denver operating from the River Road end. We just saw that, and now a change of bowling. Preston McSween getting a rest after lunch, and Hodge is coming in now from the Tobago end. Left arm off break bowler, and hoping to ask Django some questions.
No, we're looking at the field setting. To me, it seems that if it's a bit, if we can get some more pressure onto the foot batters, a lot of gaps for easy singles.
Well, no doubt they're going to pick up 2 here for a ball that was just turned into the onside, and sharply so as well. Played it off his legs very nicely. Django, showing good form, showing good style, showing that he's very comfortable, not being bothered at all, having enough time to play, giving himself some room, good use of the feet, picking up 2. Sorry, that's Webster. Webster is nearing his half century. He's on 49. And that brings up his 50 with a drive down to mid-on, brings up his 50. So T.N. Webster, good knock, being appreciated by his peers in the dressing room, a good 50. And his 50 from 44 deliveries, and a much needed 50 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. T.N. Webster looking pretty good, pretty comfortable, attacking the ball. He's an attacking batsman by nature, and he's not going to hang around. Good 50. He might just lose himself a little bit now to see what more he can pick up. 50 off of 45 balls in 74 minutes. That's a good knock.
Yeah, good knock by Webster. Good control, and aggressive. Good control, aggressive innings. I think well done to the youngster.
Yeah, I think this is his second 50 in a regional cricket. Yeah, T.N. Webster. Yeah, so he's doing very well, showing some good signs, showing some good potential. And Amir Django just punching this one down to mid-on and picking up a single. So T.N. Webster, 4 4s and 3 6s at a strike rate of all the ones, 111.11. It's a good way to bring up your 50. All the numbers in your favor.
Good way, very good way.
This time he's playing again, free flow, easy runs now. I'm quite sure Athenaeus is probably thinking something has to give. You have to try something. You being in his position as a former captain, what would be your next move in a situation like this, Junior Murray?
Yeah, no, I would like to see. I think with the likes of Kevin Hodge back on bowling now, I think to me like he's very relaxed. If you look at the field placing, there's a lot of easy singles. There's a lot of gaps out there. I think he needs to. The captain needs to get back one of his senior fast bowlers. Just to have a nice spell, a nice consistent spell of bowling, 4 or 5 overs. Put back the Red Force batters under some pressure. Cause it seems to me now that they're really enjoying themselves. They just relax out there now, and the batters are just enjoying themselves, getting easy runs.
All right, so Junior Murray would have put back on a pace bowler with some protection in the offside and allow him to bend his back a little bit and run in steep and stiff on the batters.
Yeah, some short, quick spells. We don't want this is very hot conditions, but we're gonna get them some 4 or 5 over spells. See what happens.
Denbar looking for something better. Good throw coming in from mid wicket. It was a good feeling. Great shot being played, and Preston McSween there at mid wicket, picking up and firing it in with his left hand. Direct hit to the stumps, but
Good
Webster
cricket.
is
I think it's
safe.
good cricket all along. I think good shot, good quick singer. Preston McSween swoops around, hitting the stumps. I think it's good cricket all along. But at least the batters are home safe.
Run!
So a lot of easy ones coming here now for the Red Force. Athenes would want to be very wary of that. He wants to make sure that they don't chip away at this total. These ones and two can add up, and before you know it, you can be right there. Right now, the Red Force are only trailing by 69 runs. So you want to be very, very, very careful not to let this get out of hand.
Yeah, I think so. Also, I think the skipper need to come up with a plan. Probably can just try and bowl to one side of the field, and see what happens. But I think at the moment right now, the way it looks, that the team are just giving away easy singles to volcanoes.
Singles, and much more than singles, because T.N. Webster is not going to hang around. He doesn't operate in singles really. He hoisted that one over long off and went all the way for 6. And he's not the type of guy to operate in singles. Once he gets the opportunity, he's onto the front foot and full meat of the bat, and struck it and just turned his head, because he knew that whatever he hits in that region with that kind of force stays hit.
Good shot by Tina Webster. I think Denver came up in his area, in the slot as we say, and hits him right back over long off for 6. Lovely shot.
So that's the end of the over, and the Red Force, in reply to the Volcanoes 243, or 180 for 5 after 56 overs, and looking to chip away at this total, because right now the lead has dropped to 63 runs, and they've still got a few wickets in hand. The Red Force are 180 for 5, literally 180 for 6, because there will be no batting from Vikash Mohan, who injured his right hand at the very first ball of the match. And so the Red Force are not yet in the kind of comfortable position that they would love to be, and the Volcanoes have to be very careful not to allow this one to slip away from them.
Yeah, I think the Volcanoes need to tighten the screws here a bit. It looks like the Red Force batters have different ideas, and they're scoring very freely and with some easy ones here and there. Good to have you back, John.
Yeah, it's good to be here, Junior. Good fight back being shown by Webster and Django.
A lovely fight back. They're batting with a purpose.
Yeah.
For the team. Anything that is nice and loose, over the top, the rotation of strike, they're doing a fantastic job at the moment. So Captain Alec Athenes should be consulting with his senior players out there and see what plan they can come up with.
And I'm sure you're pleased with the second wicket keeper of the match, putting in a good performance.
It's a wicket keeper's day.
This one is in the air, over the head of the fielder at mid-off, and goes over long off for 6. So they're dealing in boundaries now, T.N. Webster, especially after getting to his half century, and along with Django. Nice partnership.
Lovely partnership going at the moment. It's a partnership of 97 so far. So I think they are doing a fantastic job at the moment. Captain Athenes have to come up with plan B, because plan A seem not to be working.
Yeah, well, they got together with a score on 82 for 5, so they brought up the 100 partnership
100
now.
partnership.
Yeah, with that 6, it's now 105 runs partnership. And they're doing very well together, mixing aggression with sound defense, this pair.
Looking very dangerous. So we have the Vulcans have to come up with a plan there to see some of the runs, because it seems like something is leaking out there at the moment.
They're chipping away at that deficit as well. 56 now. They're trailing by the Red Force. T.N. Webster just past the second half century at this level to go with 200s. So
Looking good, looking very dangerous. He's looking like another century.
it's out there for him.
Nice pitch, lovely day.
Yeah, we had some clouds earlier this morning, but they've since disappeared.
The sun is back within its glory. And so I was wondering now if it is the hot conditions that's keeping volcanoes players.
It can be draining a little bit. Nice flighty delivery from Hodge. Single down to long off.
Well done, well good batting.
So the dark clouds have drifted away in that direction as the over comes to an end. 187 for 5. Webster 64. Django 38. So what direction in terms of the island? Where are those clouds headed?
It's heading south, going deep south to the airport direction.
Mm,
You know, so we are away from a bit of a danger.
nice.
Yeah, so there's no worries here.
Yeah, so if you look on your monitor there, you see some clouds just hovering overhead, but there's no threat of rain.
No try to rain. It's supposed to be a lovely day,
It is.
lovely sunshine.
So the clouds that were overhead earlier that were threatening, they've gone towards the Maurice Bishop Airport area and even beyond.
And even beyond.
Yeah,
So we are not in a spot of water at the moment.
yeah, let's look at those clouds there. Nice blue skies in the background. Wow, lovely facility here. And I've noticed some renovations. Some of the persons getting anxious at the stadium. I understand some renovations are on the horizon.
Yeah, at the moment I think it is. I think some of the Chinese are back here to do some work. You know, we have a lovely stadium here, so we got to keep it in tip-top shape.
Down the track, cannot pass the bowler. Yeah, the stadium is really fantastic. It was built after the devastation in 2004 with Hurricane Ivan.
It's a day in our history that I will never forget. I could remember that very, very well. I came from England the day before.
Oh no! What a homecoming!
I think it was a serious homecoming.
But it was built, it was renovated, managed to host some matches in the 2007 Cricket World Cup.
Lovely, lovely stadium. I just hope that we can have some more cricket playing here. Some first-class cricket, international cricket. You know. I know the West Indies team love playing in Grenada. They love the facilities, love the pitch, and they love the warm welcome that they receive when they comes here.
It became the 84th Test venue in the world when it hosted the first Test in 2002, West Indies against New Zealand. West Indies and Bangladesh played in 2009, West Indies and England 2015, and then last year.
Yeah, so we had a few Test matches. So
Yes.
Grenada had a few Test matches, so hope we can get some more. I know when the Test matches here, the crowds come out, they have fun, party environment. We all enjoy a good 4 or 5 days of Test cricket.
Single from that Denver over. 189 for 5. Yes, after that devastation in 2004, it was rebuilt with funding from the People's Republic of China. Yeah,
As you can see, they are here.
they're around, yes.
They are around doing some repairs.
So I came here just maybe 1 hour after Jason got here this morning because he helped to pull the covers.
Wow.
I went up on the upper level where the cameras are placed and looking at some of the works being done.
Lovely. Do you think that Jason is looking for a job with
I actually think
groundsman?
he has it already,
Okay. Lovely. He'll be the chief groundsman.
but you don't call them groundsmen anymore. They're curators now.
Creators now.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay then.
His CV is certainly looking more impressive.
Looking at the CV, I think he'll be the chief creator
Yeah.
of a national cricket stadium.
25 1 international, 60-20 international as well here at Grenada. So, very historic venue for international cricket. Watching a nice partnership here. Quick single, but that's the hallmark of this partnership as well. Very quick running between the wickets.
Quick running rotation of a strike. The two batters here are free scoring batters. So I think they're doing a fantastic job at the moment.
So the island is heavily based on tourism. I know the St. George's University as well helps the island a lot.
Lots of tourism here.
Yeah.
Most of the tourists love to come to Grenada.
I think I saw 2 cruise ships yesterday when I was leaving.
It's a cruise season now.
Yeah.
So all the tourists come here and enjoy what we have to offer. Lovely waterfalls, lovely beaches, and the warmth of our people.
Mm-hmm.
You can't forget the warmth of our people.
And the oil down.
Don't get carried away with the oil, it could put you in some trouble, Johnny.
Mm-hmm. They said trouble is my second middle name.
Okay then, well you can have 2 bowls then.
Yeah, the Grand Anse area is very busy, man. I remember the first time I came to Grenada, that was the area to be back then in terms of hotspot. Very busy, lots of visitors.
It's still the area to be. To me, it's even busier now.
Yeah.
I think St. Gannon's could be the second town in Grenada. I think everything happens down on the south side. So I think. I wonder where you're staying. I guess you're staying on the side of the island.
I'm very close.
Very close. Okay then. Yeah. So enjoy, have fun.
Thank you.
Enjoy it.
3 singles in the over so far from Hodge. This is his 3rd over.
Well bowled by Hodge. Dot ball and over. A very rare dot ball.
192 for the loss of 5, and this partnership continues to be a worrisome one for the Volcanoes. They need to break this partnership to get back into this game, because at the moment TNT Red Force not only got themselves to bring it even Stevens is now pushing their noses ahead.
Yeah, they're getting noses ahead. They're getting closer. They're creeping slowly and getting there. So I hope that Captain Athenaeus can come up with a plan. Have a discussion out there. At least we have a water break pretty soon, and see what could be done from there.
Full delivery, but driven down towards long off. Run scoring very easy now.
I hope that off spinner Denver can keep it a bit tight on that end there. He's a seasoned player, so I think we all expect a bit better from him.
Got the most wickets for the Volcanoes last season, 15 scalps.
Last season, so
Yeah.
hope I can continue.
Django approaching his personal milestone as well, 39, getting closer to what will be his 9th first-class half-century. He has 4 of those for the Hurricanes and 4 for the Red Force.
That's it. I'll have to see what I'm seeing a while ago.
Confident drive again from the left-handed batter.
And you can see the batters over there really enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
You can see they're having fun, between the middle of the wicket there. At least that's really nice to see, and that's a dangerous sign for the Volcanoes.
So one of the things when you get onto a cricket field, you have a plan and so on, but the captains or the coaches must say to you, have fun, enjoy your game.
That was all about. It's a tough game. The sun is very hot. You got to go there and enjoy yourself. Relax and enjoy yourself. Especially when you're a seasoned campaigner, you've been around for a while. You go ahead and enjoy your cricket and perform.
Good feeling, good smart timing his dive nicely. Preston McSween.
Very agile in the field.
Yes.
The youngster look very agile.
Second best wicket taker last year at 14 scalps, McSween. 2 runs in the over. Another over coming to an end. Webster still there. He's on 69. Django on 40. Partnership extending to 112. 194 for the loss of 5.
Dangerous partnership here. Django and Webster looking very dangerous here. Enjoying their batting. On this lovely sunny day, lovely flat pitch over there, and the Volcanoes have to come up with some ideas and come up with it very quickly. Although it could be a very, very hard afternoon here, but that could be already for a while chasing some deliveries.
Captain Athenaeus has his work cut out in his first assignment as captain. becoming the 26th person to captain the Windward Islands.
Not an easy job.
Well, you were there for 11 matches. You can attest.
I can tell you that. Not an easy job. But I used to enjoy it. I used to enjoy, captaining the guys, having fun with the guys, and performing. I think being a captain, I think it bring out some of my best performances. Being the leader.
Yeah, you started your captaincy career 26th of January 1966. First of 11 matches for you.
1966.
1996.
Oh, I was a bit worried there.
Sorry.
I was a bit worried there, but yeah. At least 6 days after my birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, January 20th is my birthday, so. Enjoyed it. Enjoyed while it lasted.
11 matches, 2 victories. So you managed to also be on the other side of the victories, 9 defeats in your time.
That's too much defeat.
I guess you were in transition then, the Windward Island side.
Yeah, I guess. I think one of the things the guys used to tell me, Captain, you like to bat first too much. It doesn't matter the condition, you want to bat. I always believe in batting first. At least put my runs on the board and I'm gonna control the game. But sometimes the conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Volcanoes were asked to bat first in this game. We got 243. The pitch has flattened out a whole lot. Tailor-made for batting now. Ra Lewis, who replaced you as captain, he actually is the most capped player in terms of captain. 69 matches for Ra Lewis as captain.
Captain a while.
Yes.
My cricket son. Well, Lewis, I look at Raw now and I'm one of the happiest person, watching all his achievements, because I know I played a big role in his life, cricket-wise and everything. So, he did a fantastic job. At least he was one of our main leg spinner on the team. I think he was one of our best spinners around at the time. When I look at the wall board and the leg spinner, you look at his fingers bleeding. The rip he used to get on the ball. I wonder what happened with the spinners these days. And the spinning finger is very smooth. So I wonder what's wrong, what the world was doing different to know. But good guy. And we always keep in touch. He's like my son, as I said before.
Denver starts a new over. The deficit now below 50, 45 now for the Red Force. They're getting closer to 200. Still early days yet. This is the second session on day number 2.
This game is shaping up nicely. At least someone should win this game. It's shaping up very nicely. I can see the partnership is growing. It's 160 now in this partnership. So I hope that Skip over there can see what could be done before tea.
Not an easy single. You mentioned the guys, the fingers not as rough as it used to be, or what you remember. I think by texting using that phone, it's not gonna make your fingers any rough.
Oh,
that's a very smooth job now.
So the technology.
Yeah, a lot of persons are on their phones, man.
Too much, too regular. By the time we are living in now, so
yeah,
we got to make the adjustments, and hope that we could use those phones for the better and not for the worse.
Correct. This young Athanaze has his work cut out. This is a serious baptism he's having here in this test.
Serious baptism for him. He gotta keep thinking, come up with ideas, and I hope that he can come up with some serious ideas quickly.
Looking for a signal is not on. But when you look at the dressing room staff, Shirley Clark, head coach, John Eugene, assistant coach, Russell Sissing, I trust I have that name correct, the South African, one of the assistant coaches here as well. Liam Sebastian, former player and captain of the Windward Islands, his manager, Cheyenne Oliveira, physio. So maybe it's a team effort as well, so not only just the captain. Overcompleted, 199 for loss of 5.
It's a team effort. At least Coach Shirley Clark will have the ideas. Assistant coaches will have the ideas also. So I hope that they can put all those ideas together, and come up with a solution whereby we can see something happen out there, because it looks a bit too easy over there for the Red Force, and I hope that something could be done quickly, and so I hope that flow of runs is coming too easy.
You expect Kenneth Demba to cause a little bit more troubles for the left-handed Django, but Django is just equal to the task at the moment. He's on 43, looking comfortable as ever. Webster's on strike now.
Yeah, I think the batters are batting with a purpose. They're on a mission. I think they're batting to get past the 243 score by the Volcanoes, and
But good to see John Eugene, former player, involved as well. Liam Sebastian as manager, Shirley Clark, former West Indies under-19 captain. So good to see former players really putting their hands up and trying to continue their cricketing career, even in a different capacity.
yeah, John Eugene, good batter, as we all know, one of the sweetest right-hand batsmen you want to see in my time. Playing, love the cricket. That's so important. He's very passionate about cricket. He's involved with under 15s, the youngsters, the grassroots program, and so forth. So it's good. It's good to see him involved in the Windwards cricket, and it can only get better from there on. Hope that they can listen to him and take a few good advice from him, which is very important.
Approaching the first hour in this second session. I also noticed in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force dressing room, the evergreen Riyad Emirates, the assistant coach for the Red Force, and he seems to be still as a player. I saw him warming up this morning, saw him in the nets the other day bowling, and earlier when Vikash Mohan, who just got his injury, I saw him taking the drinks as well onto the field. So it's good to see the former players still around cricket and making a big impression.
Yeah.
Over completed, 199 for 5, time for drinks.
Very, very good to see. I was not aware that Riyad is here. I think it's really, really good. To see the past players giving back to the different franchises, and I hope that the younger players can really learn, listen to them and learn from them. Don't think that you are on the same level. No, you might be looking like a younger and fitter like you, but I think it's really good, and I hope that it could be for the benefit of the franchise cricket and also West Indies cricket on a whole.
So our drinks, 1 hour of play in the second session completed. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have moved to 199 for a loss of 5. Lunch was taken at 121 for 5. Webster was on 31, Django on 7. They've extended their partnership to 117 and brought down the deficit to just 41 runs. 44 runs, in fact. Yeah, so they're getting closer to the total that was made by the Volcanoes, and they're looking very settled and compact indeed. Django, he's on 43, Webster on 71, just 44 runs behind. Just to bring you an update with what's happening in the other matches, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the Jamaica Scorpions at Coolidge. The Hurricanes 55 for a loss of 3 in their first innings, and over at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. Remember, we had a stoppage for a long time in the opening session because of a hole in the middle of the pitch, with Guyana Harp Eagles batting first against defending champions Barbados Pride. Harp Eagles 6-4 for a loss of 2. Debutant Matthew Nandu was on 34. He opened the batting with Hemraj, who was dismissed for 11. Number 3 batter Tevin Imlak was dismissed as well. Did not trouble the scorers too much. And the new batsman is Kimal Safri. He's on 13. So 2 debutants at the crease for the Guyana Harp Eagles against defending champions, the Barbados Pride. It's all happening in Antigua and Barbuda. $199 for 5 here at the National Stadium in Grenada. Do you remember Carrie Pear was dismissed yesterday when the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force began their reply. No score. This morning Bravo went 38, Sodazano 34, Jason Mohammed no score, Yannick Araya 7. The batsman dismissed, and Vikash Mohan, because of that injury to his right hand, will not bat, will not take part in any other part of this game. So sad for the young man. But Trinidad and Tobago in a good position here now, not only to get close to 243, but they can overhaul that, perhaps looking to bat just once in this game. As we welcome back Clyde John.
Yeah, it shows that it's a good comeback. The batsmen have applied themselves, and application on this wicket, which is a scoring wicket, it brings runs, and so they're capitalizing. Some good shots being played. And it says that once you willing to spend the time out in the middle, the possibility of putting on a good score is there. And this is just the fifth wicket. You still have the likes of Terrence Hines, who also can hold his bat well. So it means that TNT could look forward to, putting on a good total. But saying that, the Windwards Volcanoes, they would need to find a response to the onslaught that has been taking place.
So we're just about ready to resume the action here. Like I said, TNT Red Force at lunch, 121 for 5. Really putting on a good show with Webster and Django. So they've added 78 runs in the first hour in this second session. So they're scoring very briskly.
Yeah, the run rate is really moving now. You look at the sessions and
so the Denver starts a new over. Django drives, but you feel that extra cover knocks it down. Yeah, so it's a battle of attrition at the moment. Good camera work again. Just following the wall right through. You can see Sonal Ambrose on the boundary coming in. And that's the 200 on the board for the TNT Red Force. So 200 for the loss of 5. This is over number 64. Webster is on 71. Django 44.
yeah, well played Trinidad and Tobago. Good fight back, fighting innings. The first session went to the Windwards this morning, and post lunch they've come out and they've looked positive. They showed their intent, and this is the result. They're scoring at will.
Webster taking off the helmet, now batting with his TNT Red Force cap, baseball style cap, national colors, red and white, very dominant. I'm sure there's black somewhere there as well. Webster, 200s at this level, now his second half century to go with those 200s. Has an opportunity to get another 3-figure score here.
Yeah, I could imagine he's eyeing that 100, to really look at his conversion rate. I think when you look at that as a selector, you have a chance to ask questions,
This is his highest score against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. This one has swept away nicely. Runs for him, beats the field at short fine leg, and goes into the boundary very quickly. So Webster goes up to 75. And after 64 overs in their reply, TNT Red Force 204, trailing by just 39 runs now.
Yeah, that's very good going there by Tion Webster. 75 of 75 deliveries, scoring at 100, exactly 100. I mean, strike rate really good, positive batsman. He at one time, he came out and had a few rash shots, but then since the removal of John from the bowling attack, I think he has settled in, and he has really looked to play ball on merit and make use of the loose balls.
Spinners not necessarily having their way with Denver. 8 overs, none for 34. Hodge, 5 overs, none for 19. Hodge starts a new over. This is his 6th. So much easy now for Django and Webster.
Yeah, I think the wicket has flattened out a bit more. Spinners not having much, to do. They need to sort of get into that good area where you have the batsman reaching at the deliveries. I think right now they're playing at will with the front foot, back foot. They're able to, just easily negotiate. So I think they need to look at the pace at which they deliver these deliveries, and have the batsman reaching out there. That's much better. Getting themselves, behind the delivery and not necessarily being able to put it away.
Well, it's scorching hot now at the National Stadium here in Grenada. So the Volcanoes, they need to be thinking about that as well. How long will they want to really be out there in this heat? To remember, this is now the 65th over. The second new ball is going to be due after 80 overs. So still some way to go. So this old ball not giving them the type of assistance they're looking for. So not able to get a wicket. Confident drive from Django straight to the fielder. Single quickly taken. Preston McSween, as quick as he is, cannot prevent that single. Django getting closer to his 9th first-class half-century. Good way to come back to his franchise. He started with this franchise, went to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and now he's back with the Red Force.
Yeah, he's looking really, really good in the wicket. He looks positive, you could see that he enjoys being out in the middle, looking at his mode. When he has to strike the ball hard, he does. When he needs to play with soft hands, he does. And he understands what it takes to be a wicketkeeper batsman at this time.
65 overs completed, 207 now for the loss of 5. Django on 46, Webster on 76. This partnership 125, by far the best of the match so far.
Yeah, that's the best so far, and they look really, really compact. They look, really sorted out. Nothing to really bother them. Once they continue in this vein, this partnership could, realize a bit more runs.
Denver starts a new over. Nice piece of fielding. Not short extra cover. Fielder sprawling away, diving away. Looks like Anthony is the captain. Quick single again. A lapse in concentration from the fielders. So that is what is going to happen to you after you spend a long time in the field. Tend to lose concentration, and will not necessarily be a good thing, a good sign for the team.
Yeah, I think the momentum since lunch has definitely changed, and some of the fielders are caught napping. TNT has decided to come out positive, and they've done just that.
Seems as if two different lunches were served. Different one to the TNT Red Force and something different to the Volcanoes.
Yeah, we may just need to inquire what's the difference. But it's good to see. It's good to see that the batsmen have really applied themselves.
Beautiful shot again from Django. Will he get this 50 with this shot? Getting closer to the boundary. Will not get there. Fielder collects, but he will go to 49 now. Good innings so far from Amir Django. Just what the doctor ordered. Got to the crease with a score on 82 for 5, and his team was in all sorts of trouble. This partnership rescued the innings.
Yeah, I think Captain Anthony needs to really look at his options and try to find some way to counteract what has been a good lunch for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Demba to the left hand. He tucks this one off his hips, gets a single that to bring him his 9th first-class half-century, his 5th for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the first upon comeback, and there he is, his familiar sign of celebration. Amir Django forever, TNT Red Force forever, Wakanda forever. Good half-century to the young man, 50 from 76 balls, 4 boundaries in that innings as well.
Yeah, well played, Django. Well played. Really, really got to the wicket and decided in himself that he's gonna, work hard for his team, and the result is him crossing 50. I think what he's needing now is that he would continue. There's no time to let up. If they need to overhaul this total, and maybe, as we said, maybe look to bat once in this game.
New over starts now. Hodge to Django, and the 25-year-old forward in defense. His highest score is 96. got that for the Hurricanes. Highest score for the Red Force is 90. Too close to cut. Just gotta be a bit careful now because Kavim Hodge is very clever as a bowler, very experienced.
Yeah, Kavim is really a tactical person. I have looked at a couple of games last season. He has been able to get breakthroughs. Just when the game seemed to be, running away from the Volcanoes, he was able to come on and get some vital breakthrough. And so I think this is needed now. The wicket doesn't seem to be responding much to the spin, but let's see what can happen.
Just keeping things tight, Kavim Hodge.
As I look at the spinners, it's a stark contrast to Brian Charles yesterday. When nothing seemed to be happening, he was able to come on and build that sort of pressure. So I think this is what Hodge needs to do, in order to get that breakthrough here now.
He is definitely short of wickets because last season played 5 matches. In those 5 matches, bowled 3 times, 25 overs in all, without picking up a wicket. Kavim Hodge. He had added responsibilities as captain. He opted to use the other bowlers. Comes to an end nonetheless. 6 or 7 gone, 212 now for the loss of 5. The maiden over from Hodge. Partnership extending all the time, so 130 the value now for the 6th wicket. Very good going. Django's on 50. 77 Tian Webster. To hello Trinidad and Tobago. Getting ready for the greatest show on earth, Carnival 2023, February 20 and 21. The spotlight is on Trinidad and Tobago. Also, Carriacou, like you mentioned earlier, getting ready for their carnival as Denver starts a new over.
Yeah, I know Trinidad Carnival is something that I think everybody in the Caribbean looks forward to. I know a few of our artists are generally down there, enjoying the festivities.
There's Tall Pre, there's Mr. Killer. I'm sure they're making their way to Trinidad and Tobago for those big fetes they usually have around Carnival. Carnival is just Carnival, not just Carnival Monday and Tuesday. Lots of fetes leading up to Carnival Monday and Tuesday in Trinidad and Tobago. I remember towards the end of last year as well, it was November, that Tobago had their first ever standalone carnival as well. So Tobago as well getting into it, just going alone.
Yeah, it reminds somewhat.
So another couple runs to Amir Django.
Yeah, so they're following the footsteps of Carriacou, who have their standalone carnival just the same. So it's good to see. I think the fact that they're enjoying the festivities and they're able to do it on their own, I mean, it shows a level of independence which Grenada is celebrating shortly also.
Oh yes, 49 years on the 7th of February. Good afternoon to Mr. the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada. That's a nothing shot to end the over. Different kind of leave alone from Django. 215 for the loss of 5. He remains on 52. Webster will take strike at the start of the new over. He's on 78.
Yeah, the batting now there seems to be really easy. They're seeing the ball very clearly now. Nothing to be alarmed about. The wickets seem to be really, really flat. So there needs to be a burst from somebody that is able to get a breakthrough at this point, because I think when you look at it, the deficit of only 28 runs, it doesn't say much, and you still have some, 4 batsmen or 3 batsmen in the hut. So it means that the possibility of overhauling 243 is much easier.
Terence Hines, Brian Charles, Uthman Mohammed still to come. Here's Hodge, starts a new over. This is his 8th on the trot for the left arm spinner. He's operating round the wicket from this Dabo end.
Yeah, I think he needs to create a little more doubt in the batsman mind. Looking at the deliveries, I think it's a little too easy. I know, and I'm wondering about the pace of his deliveries.
That's a very quick one from him. You mentioned the pace of the deliveries. Just rolling his hand very quickly on that one, but a single easily taken to Webster. He's now on to 79. So while we're talking about all the carnival fetes and all that's happening here in Grenada with independence and so on, Guyana is getting ready for the International Conference and Expo, International Energy Conference and Expo. That's going to be happening from February 14 to 17. February 14, we all know, is Valentine's Day around the world as well. So lots of love will be happening there in Guyana at the Marriott Hotel. Nicely played through the covers by Django. This can run very close to the boundary. Gets there now. 56 now he goes up to. And that is his 5th boundary. And that deficit coming down much closer now.
That's a really good looking shot from Django. I appreciate the fact that he was able to give himself room, just in time and be able to find the gap with precision, and the ball raced across the turf, which we know is a good turf, and into the boundary.
Yeah, very quick outfield, and now Trinidad Tobago just trailing by 23 runs. That's a very good fight back, you want to say, after being 82 for 5 at one stage before this partnership. So they're taking this partnership close to 150 as well. It's now 138. That completes another over. 5 runs in that over. 220 for 5. Django remains on 56. Webster on 79. Yeah, so that International Energy Conference and Expo in Guyana. We'll have the world in Guyana, speaking about oil and gas and everything that relates to oil and gas, because Guyana is a new frontier with oil and gas, not only in the Caribbean but in the world. So President Irfan Ali is going to be speaking. His Excellency Chandrika Prasad as well, Santoki of Suriname, the Honorable Prime Minister Mark Phillips of Guyana, the Vice President Dr. Bharat Jagdeo as well will be making some addresses. So attention on Guyana with oil and gas. And a very good friend of ours, Premier Insurance, will be there as well as one of the big sponsors, the silver sponsors. An appeal for a caught at the wicket. This was outside the off stump. There was Webster just nibbling at it. Went very close to the off stump, the outside edge.
Yeah, very good delivery. It did actually spun back at Webster, who was pushing, expecting it probably to go on with the arm.
This time he answers with a big hit down towards mid-wicket. The fielder's there, takes it. What a soft dismissal. Tian Webster roughed up with the ball before, and Kenneth Demba gets his man. 138 run partnership coming to an end. Webster holding out to Darius Martin, who's right back on the mid-wicket boundary, gone for 79. Let's have a look.
Good, disappointing end there. I think he got beaten, and his response was to be positive, but that positivity brought his wicket. He succumbed to it. Maybe expecting to, get a better portion of the bat, but it seemed like it probably hit the bottom part of the bat. It didn't have enough power to clear Martin, who's a tall man, and so Tian Webster goes, giving it away. In my view, I think he was set, he was looking good, and definitely we were expecting that maybe he would bring up his third, century, but unfortunately he couldn't. It suggests that it's a good wicket for the Volcanoes. They would, now try to ensure that they can capitalize on that, on breaking that partnership, which they have done. So it's really a good contest to see, well, who would come up trumps, because that spells closer end to the innings of the TNT Red Force.
5 fours, 5 sixes from 85 deliveries for Tian Webster's 79. Gone with a score on 220 for the loss of 6. And out comes Terence Hines. So 138 run partnership broken, but that partnership really got back Trinidad and Tobago Red Force into this game.
Red Force who seemed out of it, is back in. A lot would rest on Hines, to ensure that he sticks with Django, who is looking good. He's on 56, and we keep saying the wicket is good, so somebody needs to maybe put on a big score. We're yet to see somebody capitalize on a good wicket like this.
So Terence Hines, also right-handed, about to take strike. This is his 11th first-class match. Picked up 4 wickets when he bowled, but is also quite handy with the bat because he has a first-class 100 as well to go with 2 50s. 364 runs in all at this level from 13 previous innings. He's no mug with the bat, very capable, especially in white ball format. And back home in Trinidad and Tobago plays a lot of wind ball cricket. That's where he got his name actually, in wind ball. Was spotted at that level and then is brought into CPL and moved on from there. Another player from Queen's Park Cricket Club.
What does he do with in terms of the wind ball? Is he spin piece?
Well, based on what I've heard, they all just throw the ball.
I know there are some very skilled individuals with the wind ball.
Yeah. So that's the end of a successful over from Kenneth, getting the breakthrough in that over with Tian Webster holding out to deep mid wicket for 79. Amir Django is still there on 56. Hines has just joined him. He's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, going back to that, I know Sunil used to play a lot of wind ball, even Samuel Badri, and they're spinners, and they're able to get that wind ball to move so much that it creates a lot of problems for batsmen.
It is a big thing, wind ball cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. Have special wind ball wickets that are prepared, that are there.
It seems to be growing here in Grenada also.
Hodge starts a new over. Django will also have to start again because he has a new partner in Terence Hines. But I'm sure he wouldn't mind. He'll be looking for a big score himself. Not only getting to a half century and being satisfied. Want to go on.
Yeah, he's already set. I think he knows and understands what the wicket needs. So it's up to him now to put some confidence in Hines. I think when Hines see how he plays, then he can sort of take a page from him and be able to settle in quickly.
So I was listening to the radio station here in Grenada, and I'm hearing lots of Patrice Roberts, Bungie Garling, Fian Lyons, and of course the big man himself, Marshall Montano, and an artist I have a lot of time for, Voice. Lots of Trinidad and Tobago influence here in Grenada as well.
Yeah, actually, I really appreciate the way that Trinidad and Grenada, in terms of the soca music, they really do some good collaborations. I know Voice and almost the names that you just called, Marshall, they always say even for our carnival. So there's a good rapport between the two, and so you just find that you would hear Grenada music in Trinidad just blasting just the same way you would hear Trini music blasting here in Grenada.
We have a love for Jab Jab as well in Guyana, In Guyana, what we have coming up on the 23rd of February, every year it happens, it's a Republic celebration called Mashramani, and it's quite similar to what you have here and in Trinidad and Tobago with the festivities of a carnival-like atmosphere, with the parade on the streets and so on, as Terence Hines gets off the mark with a single. Then there's also in May in Guyana, the Guyana Carnival. So Guyana, very much like the sisters in the Caribbean, having the festivities as well.
Yeah, I think we were nurtured that way. Yeah, as the over comes to an end, it's 2:26 for 6. Good going.
Yes, this is a really good fight back from the TNT Red Force. Started on the back foot with Mohan being injured very early. And then Caripé was asked to open the batting, did not contribute. Jason Mohammed did not get any run at all as well. So when you look at that batting card, you was thinking that the 243 suddenly a mountain when the TNT Red Force was struggling at 82 for 5. But that 138 run partnership for a 6th wicket between Django and Webster brought things back in the balance.
Yeah, we were expecting Denbar and Atenes to remember that Hines had a little injury with his leg, so I think the spin on here now, they need to bring him forward as far as possible, to see how well that leg has recovered, and hope that they can use that to get a breakthrough and keep the pressure on, because they will want to go in with some sort of a lead. So it would be really nice if they can get these other 2 wickets to bring an end to the innings. Good shot there by Hines. Valiant effort by McSween, diving away, but couldn't stop that one as it rolls into the boundary. He now retrieves, so the score moves on to 226. Oh, that was Hines there. 5 to Hines. Good shot, good positive shot, square of the wicket, beating the diving McSween. Ball into the fence as we welcome back Jason Skeet.
This time Hines is being asked a question or two by Kenneth Demba, coming forward, just pitching outside the line of the leg stump and coming back across, straightening a little bit onto the right-hander. Nice, neat work by Walcott behind the stumps. He's not had a bad game to this point, just the 4 byes that slipped through his hands and went down the leg side earlier on in the day. But by and large, Walcott has been pretty neat and tidy behind the stumps for the Trinidad and for the Windward Islands. So pretty good. Setting himself up nicely. Good knock. Left him hanging yesterday on 87, and a good day behind the stump. So he's having a good game. On the other hand, it was a shame to see Webster, yeah. It was a shame to see Webster go. Webster was looking really good. I mean, he looked like if he was surely going to get himself to 100, but well, it wasn't to be. Hodge will continue from the Dabo end, and Amir Django, who is on 57, no doubt he will have to bat through the entire innings.
Yeah, I'm looking at the field set, and I'm trying to figure out the plan. It seems like Hodge is going to be bowling straight, hoping that Django makes a mistake.
Well, you keep it nice and you keep it tidy, and you force the batsman into doing something irrational, and it might just pick up a wicket or 2. This time he's giving himself some room and using his hands nicely, using his feet nicely as well, opening up and just punching it through the offside for a quick single.
Yeah, so they seem to pick up that he doesn't really like the ball at his body, and maybe looking to get one to spin sharply away from him and maybe induce a false shot.
Well, he uses his feet pretty well. This is Amir Django. He uses his feet pretty well, so I think the Windward Islands, they will try to focus heavily on Hines, because they know Django is already set. So Athenes would do well to put a little bit of pressure on Hines and don't give him the opportunity to settle too much. He too was nursing an injury yesterday. Found out this morning after a brief conversation with him that it was just what he referred to as cramps. It was just cramps. In a conversation with him this morning, he said he's fine. It was just cramps. So he's all right to bat, and he's even all right to bowl, should he be called upon. So it wasn't nothing much to worry about there for him and for the Red Force. So after 73 overs, the Red Force are 227 for 6, and they have still got some way to go, but I'm quite sure that they're thinking now that that's the Red Force, that they're in a really good position. They only trail by 16 runs from the Windward Islands total of 243. So I'm quite sure the Red Force now are thinking that they're in a pretty good position, and they're going to make the most of it. As Denbar continues from the River Road end, and Django opens up and just pushes him through the offside and picks up a quick single.
Back with you again, Jason.
Yes, sir, Mr. Wicketkeeper Junior Murray. The wicketkeepers are doing pretty well, as Ram Singh says.
Yeah, I think it's the keeper's game, this game, and then they enjoying the National Stadium.
Lofty drive in the air to mid-off, but the mid-off is way on the fence, way down on the fence, so he's pretty safe. So Hines moves on to 6, and there's no damage done there. Johnny, I'm thinking that with matrimony on the 23rd of February, it might just open up the opportunity for me to travel down to Guyana and enjoy some of those festivities myself, right after the independence celebrations here in Grenada. But we're going to have that discussion off the air. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on as we continue with more cricketing action here. Also, we've got some other matches around the region, and we're going to bring you up to speed with the scores on that as we get closer to tea time here. I'm quite sure that Hines is thinking he wants to make it through tea. This time he's turning well down the leg side. There's a man who's running around from the square leg and picks it up into fine leg. They just won, but Hines is showing too that he wants to get on with things. It makes no sense him hanging around.
Yeah, I think Hines is a capable all-rounder. He can, with the strike, he can hit the ball. I think that's what we're doing at the moment, along with Django.
Oh, Django is dragging this one down to mid-on, and it's picking up.
As you can see, like Django, I think he thinking about getting on with things a bit. He's enjoying the batting. He looks as if he's enjoying the bowling also, and he's over there really enjoying himself. At least he's following the footsteps of Walcott.
Yeah, I think Athens, the captain, has allowed the Red Force to sort of, creep themselves back into this game. The opportunities for a lot of singles were taken full advantage of, especially by Walcott and by Webster, by Webster and Hines. So not Webster and Django. So they in fact picked up a lot of singles, rotated the strike, nice partnership over 100, and that allowed the Red Force to get back into this game. So Athens would be thinking about that and would be saying to himself, you know what, here's an opportunity now for me to target the new batsman Hines and make sure he's uncomfortable and see if we can lure him into something reckless.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game now, I think Captain Athens should be thinking he's close to tea now, a new batsman in, probably try and bring in one of his fresh fast bowlers and have a go at even Hines or even Django. So probably could pull back a bit here, because at the moment it seems like it's very easy for the batters. I think they need to tighten it a bit here at the moment.
All right. Well, we are here at the National Stadium in Grenada, and following cricket action around the region. Of course, we've got some international cricket coming up too. The West Indies traveling to Zimbabwe, I think it is. The West Indies are on the verge of that first test starting on the 4th. We're going to follow that, and we're going to bring you up to speed on that as well. In the meantime, John is here from Guyana, and John, we're going to make sure that you get the opportunity to visit some of the sites on your off days. And as we speak of off days, Hines is driving through the offside and picks up 4 inside of that area right there, mid-off. He has picked up 4 runs driving through the offside.
Just viewing on this moment, I think Captain Alec might be thinking is pretty close to the second new ball. So he probably is trying to get some overs in with the spinners as quickly as possible, and probably have a burst, you know, with the second new ball. So I think that's his idea at the moment. I'm thinking.
Well, the new ball is due after 80 overs, I think it is, and we're inside the 75th over. So maybe after another over or two, he might just have his quickies, use the old ball and loosen themselves up, and say, here's the new cherry, come in hard and set an attacking field, and it might just happen after tea.
Yeah, it probably could be happen before tea also. Have a quick burst of them with a new ball just before tea, and then even get a wicket. When going to tea, feeling a bit more comfortable.
All right, so that brings the over to an end, and after 75, the Red Force are 237 for 6, 62 to Amir Django, the wicket-keeper, and Terence Hines is not out on 11. Brian Charles, Brian Charles, and Uthman Mohammed are still to come. Vikash Mohan is not going to bat, although his name is down, but he's not going to bat. So technically, the Red Force are 236 for 7. It's a good. I'm thinking the Windwards are looking at that too and saying it might very well be a good opportunity for them to get a quick bat in this evening, maybe for about an hour or so after tea. If they can wrap up this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force just around tea time or just a little bit after tea, they can get an hour and some, and put some quick runs on the board this evening and hope for a good day 3.
Yes, I can see Captain Alize has changes his plans. So now he's work on his senior fast bowler in Martin to see if he can get a breakthrough here. I love that idea. I think he's just getting him loose just before the new ball, so I hope that he can get a quick wicket here.
Well, maybe someone in their camp is listening to the commentary, because just as we predicted, and he's bringing back Darius Martin just to get him loosened up, as you said, Junior Murray, before he gets the new ball. You don't want any loosening with a new ball. You want to be ready with that new ball in hand. So a changing bowling, and the right-handed Darius Martin is coming up from the River Road end, and Amir Django, well, he has got some questions to answer, but so far he has been equal to the task. Pretty much good, decent knock of 62 off 101 deliveries. So he's pretty much steady.
Very steady, very, very steady, doing a fantastic job at the moment, for himself and for his team. And he's out there really enjoying his batting on this lovely pitch.
Punches Darius through the offside, looking comfortable. No real lift in the delivery. Of course, the wear and tear of that ball doesn't allow for very much, but as we said, it is just the opportunity for the bowlers to loosen themselves. So Darius Martin will do well to keep it tight, to bowl straight, wicket to wicket, just short of a good length to have the batsman thinking, and see what happens there. Don't pitch it up, because he's going to be driven in style. He's going to be treated like a Ferrari.
I guess hope that Martin can look at his feel and bowl to his feel.
This time just punching it through the offside, picking up 2. You want to keep it tight. Don't allow yourself to be driven so carelessly and loosely by an informed batsman.
Lovely shot by Hines there on the back foot. Went back and punched a short ball wide aside the off stump. Went back on the back foot and punched it through the offside for a lovely boundary. He looked very accomplished as a batter. He looks to be enjoying himself out there also. There's an observation that at least I think look at the trainer batters. They all tend to be where they're having fun and enjoying their batting. I think once you do that, I think batting comes very easy.
Well, that's the nature of the game, and especially on a wicket like this, you want to have fun.
And for sure they're doing that.
Better delivery this time, wicket to wicket, straight on the batsman, and Hines is very careful.
Nice areas, nice length. I hope we can get back to that in between length again. We are into the tail, so we can get back into that length again. Keep building back up that pressure again. I hope the batsmen can get into play some more shots.
Just one run to draw even with the Windwards, and Hines makes sure. So now the Red Force are 243 for 6. So now that they have worked off the deficit, now that they've worked off the deficit, it's time for them now to put some runs on the board for the Windwards.
Scores are even now, so the game is in the balance. At least the Volcanoes don't want the Red Force to be getting too far ahead, so if we can get a wicket here quickly as possible, it will be nice, especially wicketkeeper Django.
Just cutting it high, more of a punching action through the offside. Just picking up one.
Short and wide ball again outside the off stump. It looks very, very easy over there for the batters.
Well, our friends at the Met Office did say today that we're going to be maxing out to about 32, and depending on your lack of shade, we could go up to about 34 degrees. It sure looks a lot hotter than that outside in the middle. It sure, even from the sun coming through our windows here, it feels like at least 40. It is sticky.
Very sticky.
That's the end of the over, and 244 for 6. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lead by 1 run, and 244 for 6. Terence Hines is on 16, and Amir Django is well set on 64 off of 103 deliveries, and more bowling to come from Hodge. He will continue from the Dabo end.
Nice like a partnership here, building up here at the moment. A partnership of 28 so far. Captain Alec wouldn't want that partnership to go along too far. At least the Red Force just have a nose in front, so hope that he can keep it a bit tight. I can see a bowling changes here now, as he can bring back Denver from the Dabo end. So at least he's rotating the spinners. Hope I can get to 80 overs, and we can take a new ball and try and blow the Red Force this afternoon.
Well, it was a quick change because Hodge was there almost getting ready to bowl, and then suddenly Amir Athenes, just indicated that the change is to come. So Kenneth Denba is going to be operating from the Dabo end.
A quick change of plans. A good started by Denba.
When the wicketkeeper tells the bowler to put something on it, what is he really referring to?
I guess he's asking for a bit more spin and bounce.
Oh, sloppy work in the field there. Sloppy work in the field there. Looking for one, driving through the onside, picking up one, and thought about a second, but it wasn't there. It wasn't on.
No, I think Denver need to have a bit more variety. I think he's bowling at one consistent pace. Probably can try a bit of something, flag it a bit more, flag it a little wider. Let's see what happens. Let's see the batsman will use the feet. Because he just keep plugging away at the moment. With not much spin on the ball, so he need a bit of more variety, so at least he can have the batters thinking.
It's a good point. Thought that he would have at least flighted the ball a little bit more, as you rightfully say. Right now it's just pushing through a little bit quicker, so not much turn being generated. You flight the ball and you exploit some of the footmarks just outside the line of the left-hander, and you might find yourself rolling up on the lucky end of things.
Yeah, I think so. I think a bit of variety can at least can do well for the Volcanoes. I don't think he might have a long spell here, so at least he can try a bit of thing or two.
This time he's going and going well and looking to heist it over mid wicket. Does it go all the way? Because he connected it nicely. He went down on his one knee and slugged it over mid wicket for a 6. So Terence Hines goes all the way over the mid wicket boundary. Good shot, confident shot. Got a lot onto it on one knee. It was almost classic. Held the pose for a minute. Just to make sure that he sent a message.
Well played by Thomas Hines. At least I think Delma went into between mid and leg and just went on one knee and slug sweep him over mid wicket for 6. So I can see now like a discussion here is happening here now with the captain and Denver. So hope that they can come up with a good plan here and keep the batters a bit quiet at the moment. We are very close to tea now, so hope that we can at least go to tea with a wicket.
Makes sense. Good afternoon to our friends in Dominica and St. Vincent and St. Lucia. Your Windward Islands volcanoes are looking to be in a good position against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Thanks a lot for following the game. Just saying good afternoon to you and hope that you are enjoying the sunshine in your area, because our weather report tells us that there's some sunshine in your area as well, so good for you.
I think the Caribbean now is enjoying a lot of sunshine. I might also say, to my friends all over who's locked in, the commentary now, hope they're enjoying the cricket. At least you're missing out a bit in Grenada at the moment. So probably hope that sometime soon we can see you on the Spice side.
Well, don't wait too long, because Carnival is coming up in Grenada. Carnival is in Trinidad, we know for sure, but then Spice Mars 2023, we're going to be hearing a lot more about that in the coming days, because there are some plans to be unraveled, so you're going to be hearing a lot about that. A lot of festivities right around the Caribbean as well, starting from as early as this month. The Trinidad and Tobago Carnival coming up, then Guyana, Mashramani, that's coming up as well. The Kayak Mass is coming up in January. A number of activities around the region. I've always been intrigued by the Creole Festival in Dominica. I'm thinking that this year might just be the year that I might go to enjoy the Creole Festival in Dominica. I've never been to it before. Some folks tell me I don't know what I'm missing, so I'm trying my very best not to miss it this year.
Well, I've not been to Creole Festival, but what I can say, I love Dominica. It's a home away from home. Lovely people, lovely island.
Some of the biggest crawfish I've eaten it in Dominica.
Lovely country. I love the springs. Nature island of the Caribbean. We sit in that sulfur pond.
All right, so go ahead, gloat, show off.
Good country.
Django's on strike. He's on 65, and Darius Martin has a question or two. Good stop, good bowling, good batting, good feeling, good cricket.
Good cricket, at least you can see Martin trying something different. He's coming around the wicket now, keeping the batsman thinking, different angle. Hope he can get one to angle in an angle away, so he can only carry him to slip. But I think he's just get himself warm for the new ball, so probably just after tea.
Well, based on how things are setting up here now, it seems as though things are going to be setting up nicely for a good fourth and final day, because nice looking shot cut away and down to the third man boundary, picking up 1, 2, coming back hard for the second. Yeah, based on how the match is shaping up, should the Windwards wrap up this Trinidad and Tobago innings today and get a good knock in, it means tomorrow, it means that we may very well have ourselves an exciting fourth day.
It's shaping up that way. I'm looking forward to it. At least the quicker the volcanoes get the the Red Force batters out, I think is more time for them to bat. So there's more time for them to put some runs on the board and most likely force a victory on the last day.
Well, they would want to do that. They would at least want to get a win in their first game on home soil. It would be a lot better than what the Volcanoes did last season. They went through the entire season last without winning a game, finishing at the bottom of the table. Played some good cricket in between. I think most of the times they were just a little bit unlucky. A number of things didn't work in their favor, but that's the thing about sports. When you're on the losing end, the fortune of losing or the guilt of losing always comes at you. The fortunes of winning stays with the winning team. Another no ball.
I guess they got to put a pass behind the back, and it's 2022, we're in 2023 now, and they're a new season. So hope they can have a good start here. First game, home ground. Your base here, the National Stadium, So I think I'm looking forward to. I might be rough on them, but I'm looking forward to a victory in this game.
All right. Well, the third no ball from Darius Martin, 61 dots. After 14.5 overs, only one maiden, 62 runs, picking up 2 wickets busily, no wides, but 3 no balls. So he has to be mindful of that. 8 fours coming off of his 15 overs and 1 6. So Darius Martin has been pretty steady, safe and except the fact that he has been spanked around the field with this old ball, but he's not going to worry too much about that because he's got a new ball in the distance, just around the corner really, not even so much in the distance. He's got a new ball just around the corner, so I'm quite sure he's looking forward to that. After 78, 208.58 for 6, with Terence Hines on 26 and Amir Jangu on 67.
New ball is due in two overs, so hope that probably it looks like they will take it after tea. Just keep the pressure on here at the moment and see if they can carry one of the batsmen with them for tea.
All right, well, let's see. Tea is due in a couple of minutes. It may very well be the last over before tea, or depending on how fast Kenneth Denbar gets through this over, we might just have one more. But we noticed the umpire looking at his watch, so he too is very cognizant of the time. So
looks like it should be about another 4 minutes for tea, so we can get another 2 overs in. And
Denmark's getting through this over very quickly.
Yeah, he bowls over very quickly. And I think the idea here should be see if we get many overs in just before tea.
Just 1 run coming off the over.
Not bad. I think Denver is hitting some nice looking areas here now. Just a bit more consistency with that bowling, a bit more variety, a bit more spin, put some more fingers in the bowling.
Just the 1 run coming off of the over, and the umpires are looking at each other, so they're probably saying yes, we can have 1 more. The Red Force are 259 for 6 in reply to the Windwards 243, so this may very well be the last over before tea. A change of bowling coming up from the River Road end. It seems as though a spinner, that's a Kivum Hodge, is going to be brought into the attack from the River Road end. So he's going to try and get through this over very quickly. He's a right-handed off-break bowler.
Left arm spinner,
Left-arm spinner. So he's going to be coming in from the River Road end and try and wrap up this over. The new ball is due after this over, and it may very well be the final over before tea.
It looked that way, and I hope that they can come back out after tea with a different attitude, as the first session this morning.
Hodge has purposed in giving this last delivery a little bit more flight. He's looking for some turn, looking to see what he can extract from this wicket. Just the one run.
It looks very easy right there for the batters. Very easy. It's like the volcano player just hoping that something will happen. We need to get back that intensity in the game again. Stick with the plan. Even if you got to bowl to one side of the field, and hope that something happens.
Hodge is thinking about something. I'm quite sure he's thinking about how to get a wicket, a little bit more flight in this one, and Django is equal to the task, just using his feet nicely and getting firmly behind it. A very watchful Amir Django. He understands that tea is right here. The last thing I'm quite sure he's thinking is to do anything rash and get himself out.
Yeah, I think he have tea on his mind. Nice hot cup of tea.
This one is drifting down the leg side, and Django goes after it, picks up one, comes back for the second, and straying down the leg side a little bit was Hodge. Didn't think he needed to go down there. He needed to stay more to the offside, strayed a little bit down the leg side, and Django picked up 2 runs.
Body line, the delivery down the leg side. Django just working around the corner for single, for 2.
Better delivery, and that's T. That's T. So at T, Amir Django is on 69. Terence Hines is on 28. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 262 for 6 after 80 overs. And a good session for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They had themselves a really good partnership. A very good partnership involving Walcott, I keep saying Walcott, involving Webster and Hines, and which yielded over 100 runs, and eventually losing the wicket of Webster, caught and bowled by Denver, caught by Martin Webster, and that brought about the demise of Webster. So but that's the only wicket really that went down in the session, and after that Hines came in and looked pretty comfortable. He's an accomplished all-rounder, so he ends the session on 28. Amir Django is resting comfortably on 69. No doubt he's going to think about having a go after tea, and the Windward Islands in a spot of bother, so to speak, right now, because they're not doing just about enough to get rid of these Red Force batters. But with the new ball being due now, and they have the new ball at their disposal, I firmly believe that Athenaeus is going to use the new ball right after tea and see what he picks up, Junior.
Yeah, evenly, Alice. This morning was the volcano session. Second session with the Red Force, so it's the game is in a balance. As I just said, the new ball is due. The Red Force are a few runs ahead, so hopefully that we can take the Volcanoes can take the new ball, second new ball, right after tea, and see if we can get these 3 wickets as quickly as possible. And get back to do some batting, and so hope that we can bat for the rest of the afternoon. And into deep into the 3rd day, and hopefully get some runs on the board, and try and put the red foot back on the back foot and see if we can force a victory.
All right. Well, a partnership that yielded 42 runs, and With about 31 overs remaining in the day, it is tea on day 2 of the Windwards versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes as we continue with more cricket coverage at the Grenada National Stadium.
Welcome back to Grenada National Stadium here in St. George's in the Spice Isle. My name is John Ramsing alongside Junior Murray, and we're pleased to be bringing you the action in the final session on day number 2. This intriguing match, home team, the Windward Islands Volcanoes against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Red Force making a very strong reply to 243 all-out made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. At tea, 262 for the loss of 6 wickets, with Terence Hines on 28 and Amir Django, the wicketkeeper batsman, on 69, his 9th first-class half-century. Well, in that session, some 34 overs were bowled, 141 runs were scored for just 1 wicket, the wicket of Tian Webster, who was caught at mid-wicket right back on the boundary of the bowling of Kenneth Demba. The person taking the catch was Darius Martin. Tian Webster gone for 79. It was 220 for 6 when that wicket fell, ending a 138-run partnership for the 6th wicket between Webster and Django. Conditions continue to be very good. It's very hot here today at the National Stadium, and in the afternoon sun, the new ball is available to the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Whether we'll take it immediately or not, it's still left to be seen. Like I said, Junior Murray alongside me. So Junior, some 141 runs in that session, 34 overs bowled. Now the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 19 runs ahead.
Red Force session, I think they had a very good session. The batsmen applied themselves, but properly they batted on a mission. Rotation of a strike. They enjoy the batting out there, and the game is nicely poised.
I will see umpire Gregory Brathwaite showing the second new ball. So the Volcanoes immediately taking the second new ball now that it's available. So 80 overs were sent down in the Red Force innings just on the stroke of tea, and now in the final session this new ball is available to them. Darius Martin bowled an over just before the break, and no doubt with Preston McSween they'll be looking to make full use of the second new ball.
I think it's this session here now, this after the last session of the day, is going to be very interesting. The Volcano players, the bowlers need to come out here with a plan. They need to attack. The Trinidad and Tobago batters. Don't let them settle. It's a brand new hard 5.5 ounces in your hands. So let's make full use of it at this time.
Start of the new season, so obviously both teams looking to get the early initiative. Trinidad and Tobago finished 4th last season, while the Volcanoes finished right down at the bottom. They'll want to start on a positive note, both sides. Amir Django, well set on 69, and with him is Terence Hines, who will face the first delivery after tea from Preston McSween. McSween down the leg side.
I guess as we can see here, Preston McSween running in here with the second new ball. A body line, a bit of swing down the leg side. So hope he can get his weight right. They gotta keep the Red Force batters on a bit of pressure here. A bit of some pressure. We don't want they don't want the Red Force batters to run away a bit too quickly. They are 19 runs ahead, so they don't want to get it too far ahead.
McSween from the Darbo end. Very full delivery, clipped away nicely by Terence Hines. Runs for him immediately after tea. Coming back for the second. That's what a new ball will bring sometime. Runs and wickets, whichever comes first.
Well, ball again, Preston. Very dangerous shot, straight ball. Batter going across, flicked him around. You'll get some wickets here, or you will get some runs. So the Walker need to stick with the plan, plug away, hit the right areas, brand new ball, and hope that they can, get the last couple wickets here.
So a pair of Queen's Park Cricket Club mates at the crease. Django started at Mary Boys, but he's now at Queen's Park Cricket Club. Hines, also from Queen's Park Cricket Club, gets another single.
Second new ball, they look very settled. No big movement with the second new ball here. So just gotta keep plugging away. Keep hitting the right areas. You don't want to give away too much of free runs with this new ball because you can travel very quickly to the boundary.
Maybe McSween after the break as well, just ambling in, not expressing himself just yet.
Probably getting himself a bit loose after tea.
Yes. Here he is now with 2 slips on a gully. And there's Django. Gives the impression he's trying to pull but he's actually leaving that ball alone. Not what Shivnarine Chandapal used to do. He just pull his bat in line, but Django almost as if he's pulling, but just allowing it to go by.
Very unusual way of leaving alone. Looks something similar to Courtney Walsh.
Your long-time teammate.
My long-time teammate.
Courtney Curry Walsh now in charge of the West Indies women's senior side. They're in South Africa preparing for the Women's World Cup.
I think he's having a warm time over there.
Exquisitely driven nicely by Amir Django. The first boundary after tee. What a shot. Full from Preston McSween. And here is Django. Well set on 69. Not missing out. He's now into the 70s. And the score after tee 269 for 6.
Well played by Django. I think Preston McSween went up looking for a bit of swing. There's no swing there. Lovely cover drive, should have covered for 4. I think Preston got to think about it again, and probably got to pull back his length a bit, and probably work with a different plan.
Over in Antigua, at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium, young Matthew Nandu on debut just brought up his half century, first knock for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and he's brought up his 50, 124 ball, 7 fours.
Well done, youngster. I think he'll be one of the happiest man now. I think his first knock in first class cricket.
Good delivery to end the first over after tea here in Grenada. The Red Force continue to apply the pressure. 26 runs ahead now, 269 for 6.
Much better line from Preston McSween with the final ball of the over. Hitting that area he need to hit a bit more consistently. Batsman is leaving alone, went to the keeper.
The Guyana Harpy Eagles batting first, 122 for 3. Captain Johnson is there with Matthew Nandu. Johnson on 24, Nandu on 50. So it's a partnership developing there for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yes.
Debutant for the Barbados Pride, Jer McAllister. Bowled very quick.
Yes.
Picked up the early wicket of Chandrapal Hemraj. He has 1 for 12. It's all happening there in Antigua.
The youngsters are enjoying the first day out in first class cricket. That's a good sign for West Indies cricket.
Raheem Cornwall has just gotten to the crease for the Hurricanes, joining Terence Ward. Start of a new over, this one, Terence Hines pulling it, will fall well short of the fielder who's at deep square leg, coming off the boundary, just cannot get there in time. But a short ball from Darius Martin, bowling from the River Road end, almost getting a wicket.
Short ball, wider side off stump, and Hines, very adventurous, trying to pull that one along. Luckily didn't get to the fielder's hand, just fell a bit short.
That single brought up the 5th partnership between Terence Hines and Amir Django. 50 coming up off 72 deliveries, relatively quick.
They're scoring very quickly. They're enjoying the day at the National Stadium. They're enjoying the bowling. They're enjoying the lovely wicket they're batting on at the moment, and they're putting runs on the board.
So in that match at Coolidge between the Hurricanes and the Scorpions, Alwyn Williams was medically removed from that game, making way for Abhijay Mansingh, the leg spinner. Mansingh picking up a wicket. He's now into a second over in first class cricket. He's also on debut, the Jamaican leg spinner, and he's picked up a wicket. So apparently Alwyn Williams fell sick or for some medical reason cannot continue the match, and Abhijay Mansingh has been the replacement.
Oh, that's lovely. So how do you call that replacement?
I'm not sure if it's concussion or whatever. So
okay. Another opportunity for him. So hope he can grab that opportunity.
So Raheem Cornwall just got into the crease. First ball, he got off the mark with a boundary.
Typical Cornwall. That's all he knows. Hit it to the boundary.
See it, hit it.
That's Cornwall for you.
So that's an update on the other matches in the round. Here in Grenada, we started one day earlier, so we're on day 2. The other matches in Antigua and Barbuda, day number 1.
Lovely aggressive field. I love this field.
Pulling away this time, will go over the head of the fielder at fine leg and into the boundary for 6. A short ball from Martin, given the treatment from Terence Hines. He's into the 30s now. He's racing away. 277 for 6.
Short ball. Hines went into his wicket, pulled him around for boundary. I can see Hines knows a bit about batting. He's a genuine all rounder, So we got to stick with the plan still. Bowl to him like you bowl into top order batter. Hit the areas a bit more consistent.
Remember, he got 4 wickets when he was bowling. Already with a century under his belt at the first class level. To go with 2 half centuries, Terence Hines. One of those players will not hang around for too long. See it and hit it.
That shows you that he can bat.
Yeah.
Trinidad and Tobago team is a very exciting young team. There are a lot of no-nonsense batters there in that mix, and given the chance, they will score very quickly for you. So we got to find a way to keep them a bit quiet. Be more consistent on hitting specific areas.
Carry pair, no score. Jeremy Solazano, 34. Bravo, that's Darren Bravo, 38. Jason Mohammed, no score. Yannick Karaya, 7. Tian Webster, 79. The batsman dismissed. Vikash Mohan will not bat because of that injury to his right hand. Over comes to an end. The first from Darius Martin with this second new ball. 277 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force now in their first innings. Well ahead of 243 made by the Volcanoes. They're 35 runs ahead.
Well bowled by Darius Martin. I think the Volcano bowlers got to keep plugging away. They can't afford to let the Red Force batters get away too quickly. Stick with the plan, and hope that they can, lock down a bit of some of the runs that have been scored so quickly.
It's very hot today here, Junior.
Very, very hot. It's very, very hot, I think. It's a lovely day. It's a very nice day. It's really nice and hot. I think the players will enjoy this condition. And it's good to see cricket is being played and there's not more disturbances in the weather. So let's enjoy it.
McSween. Down the leg side to Hines. There's a fielder right back on the fine leg boundary. There's a fielder square leg boundary. On the onside, there's also the mid wicket and a mid on. 2 slips, a gully, man at point, and a mid off. That's the field for you.
Hopefully, they might see a couple of short balls based on the field on the leg side. Hoping that he can hook it down to deep square leg.
But what we're having is tennis ball bounce so far in this track. Not any express pace we're seeing to really cause any troubles for the batters.
Very, very easy pace wicket. Nice line of length. I think that's the areas Preston McSween should be looking to be more consistent or hitting that specific area. I know at least Mr. Hines can bat. He's a good genuine all rounder. So you got to bowl him like you bowl into top order batter.
McSween 1 for 59. Darius Martin 2 for 77. Ryan John 2 for 15, and Kenneth Demba 1 for 6 to the wicket takers. Justin Greaves 11 overs, none for 26, and Hodge 12 overs, none for 37. The other ball is used. That's a good single taken, just dropping it with soft hands into the cover. Taken off very quickly. So Terence Hines not trying to be bogged down at all. He's now on to 40. 74 as Jan goes back on strike.
Well played by Hines. He can be aggressive and he can have rotate the strike. Lovely soft hands. He's doing a good job at the moment. Let's hope that Preston McSween have different ideas.
Similar type of feel for the left-handed Django. If you notice, the second slip is very much up.
Flat pitch.
2 is the call. This one is pushed into the onside down towards straightish mid wicket. So Lambris runs around and collects just in front of the ropes. There's a second slip in Captain Atenes, way up than what is maybe the customary second slip.
I think he's a specialist in second slip. He loves his position. He loves working on doing his slip catching. I think he did that position in the field. You can say it's captain. He's a captain's own.
The first slip is very wide, however. Big gap between slip and keeper. This one is very short ball from McSween. Django fanning at it but missed it.
I love that aggression there. Nice, short, quick bumper. The field is set for it. So, hope he can give him another one again. Give him a second check. See what happens.
In playing for the West Indies, you had your first slip mainly Brian Lara, second slip Kyle Hooper.
Second slip, Kyle Hooper. These are the positions. Can't take it away from those guys.
Here's McSween again. Away movement after pitching. So that's the end of the third over after the tea interval. The Red Force progressed to 281 without further loss. Django still there on 76, Hines on 40.
Well done, well bowled by President McSween there. No, not too much loose deliveries, but a bit more consistent in that over. You know, and I hope I can continue in that same vein. I'll leave my chair now. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Randall John. It's a John's time.
Justin Greaves will also come into the attack, replacing Darius Martin. Darius Martin might be switched to the Darbo end. One over sent down by him from the River Road end. So it's going to be Justin Greaves into the attack. Greaves, 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 26. Replacing Martin, who had 16 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 77. He is bowling to Terence Hines. And there's a person just walking behind his side screen as well. It always happens at cricket that you welcome back Clyde John.
Yeah, I think sometimes they tend to forget that the cricket game is going on. They need to pay attention to where the bowler is.
This one is edged away just short of the specialist second slip fielder. The captain Alec Atene is just dying before getting to him, but he did well to stop it.
Yeah, short wide ball and Hines looking to climb into it, got the bottom portion of the bat just at the toe and it died. It went straight down. Atene's good effort but couldn't hold on to it.
That was a loosener from Justin Greaves, very short and wide. Terence Hines would have been better advised to just allow it to go by, but he was committed to the shot, wanted to get bat onto it. And the QN of the bat found. Edge not carrying to hand. This time he allows it to go by.
Yeah, I think his mode now seems to be a pretty aggressive one. I looked at him, you know, he took a few steps down the wicket before that delivery was bowled. Alright, so he seemed to want to put the bowler off and really want to be extra positive, but he needs to be careful. They already have a lead, and I think they would want to ensure that they build on this lead and make sure that when the Volcanoes bat, they have, you know, just enough pressure on them to knock off.
Nice lifting delivery again from Justin Greaves, looking to perhaps work out Terence Hines just outside his off stump, bowling to a plan.
Yeah, definite a plan, but I am looking around the field, and so I'm thinking if you're going to be out there, you may just need another fielder on the offside. There is a man, a deep square, but you may need to have your third man in place, or maybe somebody else close by catching.
Maintaining the 2 slips on the gully. Down the leg side this time. So Justin Greaves from Barbados, like wicketkeeper Tevin Walcott. And in fact, Barbados, although geographically part of the Windward Islands, it was part of the Windward Islands Barbados, part of the Windward Islands chain. It was made a separate colony in 1885 and competes as a separate nation in domestic cricket. So Justin Greaves From Barbados, playing for the Windward Islands, maybe not anything surprising.
Yeah, geographical location is something that says you're actually part of the Windward Islands.
Shirley Clark, head coach, also from Barbados, with former captain Kirk Edwards, who played for the Volcanoes. Also, Kyle Mears played for the Volcanoes. So, making their impression and making their mark on the Windward Islands cricket. And quite strange enough, Dominica is geographically part of the Leeward Islands. But since 1940 was associated with Windwards, both politically and in terms of cricketing.
Yeah, Barbados and the Barbadian influence on. I think the franchise cricket has really done, something good to the different teams. You get to be in a team setup where, you're not really Barbadian, but you can gel, you can mesh. It means that when it's time for the West Indies cricket setup, you should be able to, have that good working relationship, because you're already part of a setup where you have to leave one territory to be within another.
Justin Greaves' first over on comeback ends. Just a single. 282 now for the loss of 6. Hines will keep strike. Start of a new over. Preston McSween will continue. Raymond Reefer, at the start of the franchise system, played 5 consecutive seasons for the Guyana Jaguars, as they were then, and won for that 5 seasons all titles with the Jaguars. And that many persons have been saying, that's a beautiful shot from Terence Hines, will get some runs, could go very close to the boundary. Ambrose is giving chase, he's in hot pursuit, cannot get there. 4 runs to Terence Hines, and he's now getting closer to another half century at the first class level. He's on to 45. Well played cover drive.
Yeah, good shot, good delivery, pitching up, and the more that he's in, striking it through the gap, a big gap through the cover, and finding the boundary. So easy pickings for Terence Hines. I think the Windwards would need to, look at their approach as to how they can get the remaining 2 wickets. Serving up deliveries like these would not work.
Hines on 45, 1 hit away from a half century. Edging, this time it goes between second slip and a gully and will go into the boundary for 4. Back-to-back boundaries, this one not so convincing. 4 runs nonetheless, he's on to 49, and the Red Force into 290.
Yes, looking at this one, it's a better area. There was some movement in, and he was flashing hard through the gap and down to the boundary. He says, go, if you're going, you go hard. And that's what he did.
So McSween bowling round the wicket with his left arm seam to the right-handed batter, trying to get into him. Edge found. So was making a point about Raymond Reefer, who played 5 consecutive seasons and won those 5 titles for the Guyana Jaguars, as they were then. And many felt that because of his time at the Guyana Jaguars, that propelled him into West Indies cricket. And here he is now on the tour of Zimbabwe with the Test side. Down the leg side, beats the keeper as well, will run into the fine leg boundary. Umpire Gregory Bradford signals wide. So 4 more to TNT Red Force. 3 consecutive boundaries, you'd want to say, this time in the form of extras, but they won't mind. And that lead now goes past 50. It's now 51.
Yeah, the Windwards seem to be unsettled right now. Looking at what they did this morning, it's stark contrast. It's really not looking as the Windwards that we saw for the first half of the day. So they need to really get themselves back in tune.
No.
Bang on target.
Yeah, right now the batsmen of the Red Force, they seem to be very much settled. After the rush of wickets this morning, you had a really good big partnership. Now again you have another partnership putting added pressure onto the Windward Islands, so they need to respond, or else Trinidad would definitely run away with this innings.
This partnership for the 7th wicket is now 74 and counting. Full again, that would be the single, a very important single to Terence Hines, because it has brought up his 3rd first class half century. Terence Hines from the Queen's Park Cricket Club, celebrating and acknowledging his teammates. 50 from 58 deliveries with 6 fours and 2 sixes. Well played.
Yeah, good knock there from Hines, taking advantage of, whatever is loose. He's come in with a very positive intent, and that positive intent has yielded 50 runs thus far. So that's good going for him. At least he has backed up his 4 wickets in the Volcanoes innings with a 50. So he's raising his hand up for man of the match.
He has dominated this partnership of 75 with Amir Jangu. Jangu is on 76, gets a good delivery to end the over. McSween finishes 19 over now, 1 for 71. The Red Force 295 for a loss of 6.
Yeah, something needs to give here. We've seen a good contest thus far, but looking at this post-lunch, post-tea, you're seeing that Trinidad and Tobago, they're really on top. I would give them the edge after what has been a really, really good fight back from them.
Hines, you may want to say, the late bloomer into first class cricket. Started, like I said, with a wind ball, then started white ball cricket. Got his opportunity to play red ball cricket, and he's now taking the opportunity with both hands. He used that ball nicely yesterday morning on day number 1. Now he's chalked up his 3rd first class half century, showing good abilities as an all-rounder, just like you mentioned. This is now his 11th match at this level for the Red Force. Best of 102 not out, and that came in very quick time. Greaves, the Barbadian, bowls to the Trinidad Tobago player. He allows it to go by, to be taken by the Barbadian wicketkeeper here in Grenada.
Yeah, it's a Barbadian connection right there. Hines is the only Trini in the middle. So good going by Hines. Again, you look at the fact that he's coming in as an all-rounder, and putting his hand up. His name would be in, within the selection panel. I think they would be looking because looking at West Indies cricket. I think somewhere inside there, the middle order needs a bit of strengthening, and we're looking to see how the Zimbabwe too would run in terms of the red ball, and you never know. So one of these just may be able to, sneak a way in. Once you can continuously put on the performances like he has done, both bat and ball, I mean, there shouldn't be anything stopping you from making a breakthrough.
Three dot balls to him in this over so far, being bowled by Justin Greaves. Now a single, but the pitch remains a very good one, very hard pitch. There's a heavy presence of grass that has rolled in, so it's making it very much even bounce pitch as well. So it's a nice pitch, good for batting.
Yes.
Yeah, the pitch is really even, and as we say, and we keep saying, once the bowlers put in the work, they will get results. The batsmen, once they're willing to, bend their heads and bat, there is runs to be scored, and it's been proven right now. So what needs to happen now is that tactically, I think teams need to, really be assured as to what their plans are and execute them as best possible.
Quick single, chance for a run out as well. Does not hit the woodwork. And the outfield is quick, so you must give credit to the ground staff. And ground staff do not get a lot of credit, but whenever something goes wrong, they get a lot of criticisms. So when things are right, we must acknowledge. So ground staff, thank you very much. Excellent job.
Yeah, job well done. The facility looks good. I mean, the outfield is in good condition. The grass looking very nice, and so the wicket, again, one that is able to stand to, I believe it's going to stand the 4 days, and play true just as any other day, any
Another-
other time.
Hines gets another single to end the over, so 3 singles in the over. 13 overs bowled by Justin Greaves. Yet to pick up a wicket. Red Force getting closer to 300. It's 298 for 6. 77 to Django. Hines is on 52.
It seems like a change in the bowling there by Captain Milius, and I want to kind of agree with that because
Captain
I think
Anthony is
Captain Anthony, sorry. Yeah, I want to agree with that change. I think they need something to happen, and bringing John, who was really steady this morning, seemed to be a good move. If he can add some pressure to the batsmen, I mean, I think something would definitely give once there's pressure. As it stands now, there seems to be no pressure.
So Preston Maxwell, who is the spearhead of this attack, not getting any wicket with this second new ball, and is now out of the attack. Overall, he has bowled 19 overs, 1 for 71. Preston Maxwell. And now into the attack, Ryan John, 11 overs, 2 for 15. Those figures includes 9 maidens, and 14 of those 15 runs chopped on. Wicket immediately for Ryan John. Ball that was just on the line of the off stump, and there's Terence Hines, no movement of the feet, and the inside edge of the bat, and the ball careened into the leg stump. Hines bowled for 52, dragging on that one from Ryan John.
Yeah, looking to spang that one through the offside. I think bottom edge back onto the stump. Terence Hines goes. So a good move by Atenes. Right away getting the breakthrough. Django is still there on 77, and the Volcanoes need to take advantage of that. We recall that they're one back down, so that in their minds, I think they would put on the pressure and try to ensure that they get TNT out before the end of the day.
So the new batsman is Brian Charles, replacing Terence Hines. Bowled by John for 52 from 64 balls, 298 for 7. And now, with just Uthman Mohammed to come, the Volcanoes will be looking to wrap things up very quickly.
Yes, definitely. Again, a good change. John has been steady. He has really raised his hands in this game. Being a replacement player and coming in for the injured Nicholas Redhead has certainly shown that he wants to be, a part of that team. So it has proven that he's ready to give the selectors some headache.
Seemed to be the man with the golden arm, because as soon as the ball was thrown to him, he got a wicket of Terence Hines, who was looking very dangerous with his third first-class half-century, coming in very quick time, and the partnership was very much a threatening one. 78 runs added in quick time between Django and Terence Hines. Hines, of course, dominating that partnership. It's now over to Brian Childs. He gets his first delivery. There's a half-hearted appeal for leg before. Taken high on the tight pad, and umpire Brathwaite will signal a leg by. So now Django will want to take most of the strike.
I would imagine Django would want to ensure that he doesn't end up like Walcott, who ended on 87 not out, ran out of partners. So he would want to make sure that he hogs that strike and get to the first century. It would be good in the first round to put on the first century.
Seems to be following suit indeed, with the wicketkeeper batsman getting to a half century, eyeing a century and running out of partners. But let's see how Brian Charles will handle the situation. Good afternoon to my colleague, my good friend, Nikhil Uttam Chandani. Hope you're having a good time, my friend. Firmly pushed to cover, and a firm call as well. And if Brian Charles did not hear that, something wrong.
Yeah, definitely, Django. He seems to be enjoying his time out in the middle. He's loud, he's positive. Really, really sounding and looking in a good frame of mind for this regional 4-day tournament.
That lead now 56 runs for the Red Force. Single away from 300 runs. Always good to get 300 plus in the first innings of any first class game. That single will bring up 300 runs for the Red Force.
Yeah, well done, Trinidad and Tobago. This signals a really good comeback from 82 for 5, to reach 300 for 7. It says that the batsmen did apply themselves, so really, really good. It's good for, our regional cricket to see that the teams are willing to put on that fight and really make a game of it.
And with a point system this year, it means that the Red Force, they've just collected another batting bonus point for getting to 300 runs before 110 overs in the first innings. So they're doing everything right so far, the Red Force, in terms of getting points, because they've bowled out the Volcanoes first in their first innings. Now they're batting very well. This one's clipped away. Let's see if the signal will come for leg by again from Gregory Brathwaite. It does. That means Brian Charles is still yet to get off the mark. Charles in a milestone match as well. Passed his 100th first class wicket in this game. Picked up 4 overall in the first innings. Started on 98. He now has 102 scalps at the first class level.
Yeah, and so he's due some runs now. I think the two attempts has failed, so he's due something just to make sure that he begins to, complete his game.
That's a swing and a miss from Amir Django. The ball that was outside his off stump to end over number 87. 301 for 7 now. Django still there on 78. And every run now that the Red Force get will be so vital in extending this lead from 58. It means that when the Volcanoes start their second innings, that deficit will be staring them in the face.
Yes, most definitely. And with a deficit of 50 plus, it's always important, if you lose quick early wickets, it means that the momentum would be with the bowling team. So Volcanoes would want to restrict that lead to as minimal as possible and ensure that they knock off the remaining batsmen.
Justin Greaves will continue. Still searching for his first wicket. Very wide of the mark.
Yeah, Graves is getting some really good away movement from the right-hander, but he's just not pitching that delivery in the right spot. I think he needs to bring the delivery up a little and get it a little closer to the batsman that he has him playing and wondering, where his stumps would be. If he can get that movement away, it would be a more threatening delivery than wide outside the off stump as he's bowling now.
Oh, that's a very wide delivery, and there is Brian Charles trying to get back onto it, looking to go through the covers, very close to that outside edge.
Yeah, very close. And I mean, if Charles is going to go after these deliveries, then why not bring it closer to him where he can actually reach it?
To 28-year-old Barbadian Justin Greaves, very experienced at this first class level. Now playing his 32nd first class match for his 3rd first class team. Started with combined campuses and colleges. Played for his native Barbados and now here for the Volcanoes.
That looks more like it. You're more likely to get Charles out with a delivery that moves away like this, pitching and going away from him, pushing it through to who seem to be Hodge out there.
Greaves already with 2 first class 5-wicket hauls. 56 regional wickets. This time, Charles will get off the mark, squeezing this one down to 3rd man for a single. So he's opened his account.
And that's a good delivery. These are the areas that I think Justin, if he's going to get his first wicket in this match, he needs to persist on an area like that. Inducing an edge after Charles would have played defensively. So he needs to really pay attention to where he is and try to make sure that he gets his name on in the wickets column.
Very hard worker. Played 3-1 internationals for the West Indies. Looking for more success. Those 3-1 internationals against Ireland last year, January, in Jamaica. Exquisite off drive, but there's a fielder right back sweeping on the cover boundary. Django moves up to 79 now. Remember, Tevin Walcott in the first innings ended high and dry on 87, but he ran out of partners. Django now giving Brian Charles just one delivery to survive. Seems to be very much up to the challenge though, Brian Charles.
Yeah, he's looking good. He has played and missed a few from John, but so far for facing up to Graves, he looks, like he understands and knows what he needs to do.
That was beat the outside edges on appeal for a leg before as well. And it's gone into the boundary, so umpire signaling 4 runs. So it's actually off the bat. So while you were thinking that there's an appeal for a leg before, it actually came off the outside edge.
Delivery, there it is, movement. Yeah, hitting him outside the line of the off stump. But it seemed like there is some bat involved, and it beat everyone and went down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, just between the wicketkeeper and first slip, down to third man. So 6 runs and that Justin Greaves over. Total moves up now. 303.
Yeah, definitely an edge. And that, I think that is what caused the delivery to go so far away from him. So Brian Charles moving along, 5 runs. Well done.
It's actually 307, that boundary.
Lead of 6-4.
Jason has gone to get some tea, quite belatedly, but he's going to be back in another over or 2. As Ryan John starts a new over.
Yeah.
3 wickets to him already, 3 for 16.
And John continues to put the ball in good areas. I think he bowled well in the morning period, and again he's coming back here in the afternoon period and putting the ball in some good areas, asking some good questions of the batsmen. So he has been rewarded with an early wicket, and let's see what happens if he can actually help to wrap up the tail of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
An easy single. He's going to expose Brian Charles. Trusting his partner, giving him the confidence to survive and to get runs as well.
Yeah, looking at that, I think he's really confident in Charles's ability to keep these deliveries out. So he's backing his partner, and hopefully his partner would work with him. He's on 80, Django, and hoping that he can get another 20 runs to bring up yet another 100.
Very close to chopping that one on as well. Saw what happened to Terence Hines. The previous over that was bowled by John. He's got to be very watchful.
John again asking some really good questions of the batsmen. So his line and his length has been really impeccable in this innings. Looking at it, he's controlled, and he knows exactly what he wants to do.
Good defensive technique, playing with a straight bat. And some news coming out from Cricket West Indies. They've announced the 15-member West Indies women's squad for the upcoming ICC Women's World T20 in South Africa, which begins on February 11. The squad will see the inclusion of 3 West Indies under-19 Rising Stars players who recently competed in the first ever ICC under-19 World Cup for women. Those 3 players are Zeta James, Trishan Holder, and Janaba Joseph.
Yeah, that's a good move from the West Indies. It's important that you get the youngsters in, give them that sort of experience. One would always recall Anisa Mohammed coming in at a young age, and really she built a very good career for herself, and so giving them that sort of exposure is very important in terms of building their confidence and getting them some really important, match awareness and so on. So it serves well for us.
Oh, that's a very good delivery. Coming back after pitching, that's the off cutter to end the over. 308 now for 7. Charles is still there on 5. Django into the 80s now, he's on to 80. So good afternoon to all of you in St. Lucia. Zeta James from St. Lucia, I'm sure her parents are very pleased. She's made it to Senior World Cup. Just played in the Under-19 World Cup. Trishan Holder, I think, is from Barbados. Janava Joseph, I know for sure, she's from Trinidad and Tobago. So the full squad reads: Haley Matthews, captain; Shemaine Campbell, vice captain; Aliyah Aline, Shamila Connell, Afi Fletcher from Grenada; Shabika Gajnabi, Chanel Henry; Trishan Holder, Zeta James, Janaba Joseph; Shireen Nation, Karishma Ramharak, Shakira Selman; Stephanie Taylor is back, and Rashada Williams. That's the West Indies women's 15-member squad for the Women's T20 World Cup. Greaves to continue.
Yeah, it's good to see that Stephanie. It's good to see that Stephanie is back in the setup. I think she would have been missed. Looking at the batting and looking at what has been produced in the last few games, where the Windies struggled to reach 100. Her being in would definitely make a big difference in terms of giving confidence to the batters, and in terms of building a good score.
So it's tucked off the hips as well. Go on to vacant mid-wicket region. Good running. Amir Django stepping on the gas, coming back for the second very quickly.
Yeah, Django seemed to really be eyeing that 100, moving very quickly, wanting to ensure that he gets as much of the strike as possible. So that's good going for him.
It's a little partnership of 12 runs developing for the 8th wicket now. We saw 138 between Webster and Django. And then Django and Terence Hines putting on 78. After the Red Force were at one stage 82 for a loss of 5.
So he's only 17 away. And I could imagine in his mind he wants to make sure that his head is down and he doesn't falter in getting to that first class 100, yet another first class 100. And definitely he would feel, that he would, if he gets there, that he has made the most of the conditions which is out there.
And it's very important to start a new season on such a positive note. Down the leg side. So Greaves struggling a little bit with his control, but it happens bowling to a right hand and left hand pair of batters. They have to change after every delivery almost.
Yeah, definitely, and he is yet to make the adjustment. The left-right combination is always a tough combination. You have to, always make that adjustment in terms of your delivery. And I know it could prove to be very difficult sometimes. I've done a bit of bowling myself. Yeah, that's good area. That's the area that you would want to continue to work hoping that Brian Charles would be impatient and would somehow nick one through to the keeper.
So do you play for the Upsetters Cricket Club as well?
No, I don't.
You play
I-
against the Upsetters.
Yes, well, I have not really played much cricket against Upsetters. I would have played much against GCC, which is the team that Junior used to play for when he played cricket. So Upsetters is more of a young team coming out from Junior and his group. So I've played GCC, not much against Upsetters.
Over pitch delivery to end the over, and that's the end of 90 overs in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings, replying to 243 made by the Volcanoes. This is a very good reply, 311 for 7. Brian Charles is on 5. Amir Jangu, 9th first class half century, 5th for the Red Force on 83.
So again, it's going to be John. Seems to be John continuing. John has really bowled well in this innings. And it seems it's up to him to be the person to knock off the remaining Red Force batsmen.
He's been very astute up to this point. He has not given away anything much, really. And at this level of the game, I think when you're at this level, playing at this level, consistency is important, and he has displayed that level of consistency. The sun is blaring down, and he is working hard, trying to dislodge the remaining Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. This one is lifting and just pushing Django back just a little bit, and just playing it down in front of him. No damage done there. And the Red Force 311 for 7, and the mandatory 90 overs completed for the day. I think it is at a stage now where the match is at a stage now where basically we can see this thing setting up for a really good final day of cricket on day 4.
Yes, as it stands right now, it's a good setup, just to make sure that the interest is kept. Sometimes you listen to persons talking about test cricket and 4-day cricket and the long version, but right here, right now, you have a really good match on your hands. As we've seen, there has been a good ebb and flow, wickets, runs. This is what the game needs, and so if the Volcanoes can knock off and then come on and really bat well, it sets up for a very interesting final day.
Well, he's into his 14th over, just 18 runs coming off his over so far. That's Ryan John. Pretty tidy. His time is right up, and he's gotten his man, and Ryan John is elated. He's gotten his man. Finally, Brian Charles goes for 5, and a nice thick outside edge of the bat there, coming down just a full length ball, really searching for the Yorker, and Brian Charles was sort of at bay with that delivery, didn't really know what was happening. He was beaten all ends up and found himself with a thick outside edge and easily taken by the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, good delivery by John. That one pitched right up, moving away. Charles looking to come down to dig it out, but eventually the movement away from him brought it straight into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. So good delivery by John, and he has gotten yet another wicket. He's bowling really well. 18 runs off some 13.3 overs. So it says that John has the formula for the wicket.
Well, some of the Windward Island supporters might be saying that every time a certain commentator comes into the chair and sits down, a wicket falls almost immediately. It has happened almost, 3 times for the day already. So I'm not going to call any names. I'm just going to leave it right there. But I can tell you that it is setting up nicely. And Amir Django, he is probably a little bit concerned as it is now, because he's there on 84 and with 312 for 8, which makes it literally 312 for 9. This may very well be the last of the wickets inside now, because the opening bat is on his debut. The opening batter on his debut is unable to bat today. He has his webbing burst on his right hand. That is Vikash Mohan. So we would not see any action from him. So I'm quite sure that Uthman Mohammed would be thinking, well, this might be his opportunity to rack up some runs. He's going to have a go at it, I can tell you that much. He's not going to hang around and play around at all. And Ryan John still has 3 deliveries left in the over. And no doubt he'll be thinking about wrapping this one up quickly.
Yeah, I know Django on the other end would really want Mohammed to stick around.
And Uthman Mohammed comes forward, looks very accomplished, as is the case with most tail-enders. The first delivery, no matter what, they already made up their mind that they're coming forward and looking accomplished and trying to instill some doubt in the mind of the bowler. But generally, bowlers are not too keen on that, because you're talking about one bowler looking at the other.
Yeah, well, from the defense there, he's saying to the batsman, look, you're not getting me here this afternoon. So John has to come strong.
If anyone is capable for the Windward Islands, it's Ryan John. Go, yes, nice delivery. He's beaten him, all ends up. There's a loud appeal for a caught behind, and the umpire is not interested really, but it was a very, very lethal delivery. Nothing short of spectacular to describe that delivery. Absolutely amazing. He was beaten, all ends up.
Let's look at it there. There is John on the line of the off stump, pitching, moving away. And we can't tell from our vantage point. I think we would need the stickometer.
Well, it's nothing more than a coat of varnish saving him right there.
This one we would need a bit of technology to decide, but a really good delivery there from John. You know, pitching and moving away. No response by the umpire. And so Mohammed survives.
Uthman Mohammed has been saved by nothing short of a coat of varnish, but Ryan John will not be too disturbed by it. If anything, he would be encouraged. This one is closer to him, and he successfully negotiates the final 3 deliveries, and I say successfully in inverted commas, negotiated the final 3 deliveries, and that brings the over to an end. So at the end of 91, the Red Force are 312 for 8. And they will do pretty well to get to 320 this evening.
Yeah, well, Django is at the other end, and he is in a positive frame of mind. So I would not doubt that once he remains there, the possibility he would be dependent on Mohammed to, really be solid. Because I do believe he's, with some 16 runs to go to 100, he would really be eyeing that first 100 of the season.
Well, if there's any place to get it, it's here. There wouldn't be a better venue to get that 100, but he has to go for it, and he has to go for it with all purpose. This time Darius Martin is in, and well, strangely, Django has decided to take the single, and Uthman Mohammed is here to give us some much needed skillful batting for the next 5 deliveries. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's really early to give strike to him. I guess he's really trusting in his defense. Let's look at what the plan would be from Captain Atenes as in terms of his field placing and what delivery he's asking Martin to bowl. All right.
Martin is up, and Mohammed is nicely behind it, showing him the full face of the bat. The field is still pretty much the same. Only 3 on the onside. There's a man down at the fine leg boundary, a man at square leg, and a mid-on. Anything other than that is on the offside. It's a packed offside, really. 2 slips and a gully. There's a cover, an extra cover, and mid-off. And, well, if Mohammed has to score, he has to pull off something spectacular here. This time he's forward. Yes, he gets a single, just pushes it up to a very short mid-wicket. And that mid-wicket area is vacant. So very nice, very nice. Just turning it onto a very short mid-wicket and taking a single. So Django is very much in appreciation of the single. And some words of encouragement there between the two batsmen as they would have crossed. And Django is on 85. 15 runs away from the century he so desperately looked for. Oh, he was looking to go for it.
It's a good delivery. That delivery pitched and came back at Django. So Martin keeping a good tight line, not allowing him to free his arms, because we know he's looking to be positive at anything outside that stump. He's going to look to get closer and closer to that 100 mark. So he needs to be as tight as possible.
Well, the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers will be looking at this wicket and realizing that there's some lateral movement there once the seam is upright. So they would fancy their chances, trying to maybe get a wicket or two if they're all dislodged today. They will be fancying their chances to get a wicket or two from these Windward Islands players. But in the meantime, Uthman Mohammed is back on strike after Amir Django moves to 86, picking up the single just down to mid-off, and that brings Mohammed back into strike. He's got one more delivery to negotiate.
Yeah, and so he's really, the trust seemed to be there. Mohammed has not disappointed Django as yet, and so Django, I think as the innings progress, will be more and more confident. Here is Martin.
He's firmly behind it, well played, comfortably played. Doesn't look like a number 9 batsman at all, with that confidence and getting firmly behind it. Good foot movement.
Yeah, he's really been positive, and his defense is looking good so far, and it would take something really good to maybe expose his defense, but so far he has done a good job in terms of ensuring that Django gets closer and closer to that 100 mark.
Well, the lead is 72. Uthman Mohammed is on 1, and Amir Django is on 86, and he's on strike. And Ryan John is looking for another wicket.
Yeah, John has been bowling well so far. And there he goes.
Yeah. His first 5-wicket haul. He got the 5-wicket haul because Ryan John now picks up the wicket of Amir Django, caught behind. And that's the end of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's innings. Caught at second slip, Amir Django on 86 of 141 deliveries. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force all out for 315 for 8 and for 9, sorry, and no. He's not coming out. Okay, so the opening batsman Vikash Mohan is not coming out. So that does it for the Trinidad Red Force innings after 92.1 overs. A lead of 72 runs, and it is left now to Athenaeus to see what he is going to do with a deficit of 72 runs for the Windwards to try and wipe off and then put some stuff on the board. Day 2 is coming to an end, and it is shaping up pretty good. Just over an hour to play still, and anything can happen really within that hour. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's I just want to compliment John. I'm coming into this game as a replacement player, and I'm picking up his first 5-wicket haul, in the first class setup. Says that he has been really working hard, to come in, not being part of the team, and to come into the team and actually get 5 wickets on the Grenada National Stadium wicket. It says that he has been working really hard, and it's good to see. It's good signs for him and for the Windwards Volcanoes. a lead of 72 runs is not an easy challenge, but I'm hoping that, you know, at least the batsmen would take a page from what Bravo and Solozano did yesterday. They would come out and be positive, look to leave as much as they can, and see how they can negotiate the end of this day's play and come back tomorrow and really put in the work. As we keep saying, it's going to be a very interesting 4-day.
Yeah, well, Ryan John, some good bowling figures, 14.1 overs, 9 maidens, only 18 runs coming off those 14.1 overs, a good 5-wicket haul, and 78 dot balls, a strike rate of about 17 runs and over, economy rate of 1.27, nothing short of excellent right there, and I'm quite sure that this is the kind of start he was hoping for in this tournament, and he knows that at the start of this tournament, the selectors' eyes are always open, so no doubt his name will be in the conversation, if not for anything else, but for the fantastic bowling display he put on in this innings against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. In the batting for Trinidad and Tobago, some decent scores from a few batters. We had Darren Bravo, looked very dangerous late yesterday evening, came out this morning and looked set, but got a quick one to nip back at him, and he was judged LBW for 38. Tion Webster came in and he blasted his way through. He spared absolutely nothing. Once it was in his half, he had a go at it. He ended on 79. And Amir Django, the final batsman to go here this evening, on 86. A good score as well from Terence Hines, the all-rounder, who batted very well for 52. Some decent scores coming in from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters. And no doubt they have gotten to this decent total because at one point they were in a spot of bother. So the bowling figures. Preston McSween, 19 overs, 5 maidens, 71 for 1. Darius Martin, 17 overs, 1 maiden, 80 runs for 2. Justin Greaves, he came in and, added some good support. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 39. He didn't get a wicket, but his support was really good. Ryan John, as we mentioned, the pick of the bowl is really 14.1 overs, 9 maidens, 18 runs coming off those 14 overs for 5 wickets. Very, very decent. Kenneth Dunbar and Kareem Hodge added some good support as well. Dunbar picking up just 1 wicket from his 15 overs, 60 runs, a little bit on the expensive side for him, and Darren Hodge, 37 runs off his 12 overs with 2 maidens, and he didn't get a wicket. So some pretty good support coming in there from the Windward Islands bowlers, and that brings us to the stage now where the Windward Islands batters are going to send out their 2 openers. Are they going to go with the conventional openers? We don't know. Are they going to maybe send in some new folks, some other folks? We are yet to tell. A short break, and then we will come back right here at the Grenada National Stadium for the start of the second innings of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Well, the umpires Nigel Duguid from Guyana and Jeffrey Brathwaite from Barbados are out on the field, and so too are the players for the TNT Red Force out in bouncing their step, hoping to see how many wickets they can wrap up with this 72-run lead that they've got. And we await the Windward Islands batters to see who will come out to open the batting for the Windwards in this innings. They're out already. Yes, they are out. And Junior Murray, in a position like this, you would love to go out in the evening, cool sun.
Afternoon, Jason. You know, just a note on saying to the volcanoes, well done. Well done to Ryan John on a magnificent spell. We got a job to do now with our batting. So let's hope that we can apply ourselves this afternoon. We have a deficit. We have 72 runs to knock off before we start actually to bat again. So let's hope that the openers there can have a nice steady start this afternoon. Put away the bad balls. You know what's in store. Mr. Hines will be coming with his nagging length on his away swingers. So let's hope that they can settle down properly this afternoon.
Kimani Milius and Jelani Robinson is opening the baton, and Milius right away turning Terrence Hines into the onside and picking up a boundary, 4 runs. Terrence Hines with this new ball, always a bother for the Windward Islands in the previous innings, and here he's just drifting a little bit down the lead side, and Kimani Milius just helping it along the way through the mid-wicket for 4 runs, decent 4 runs, looks good, looks comfortable, doesn't look too bothered. So the Windwards are going after this 72-run lead, and they've knocked off 4 already.
Well played by Milius.
Milius is forward and just helping it into the onside, really, with a soft bat.
I just hope that the Windward batters now can apply themselves a bit more, better than in the first innings. Get a score on the board. Give the selector something to think about.
Well, you've got 72 runs to wipe off before you actually start putting something up, and they would need to bat through the rest of the day if they want to be successful. Good shot, just over the infield. It was wide, and it got the treatment it deserved.
Very wide delivery, swinging away, and Milius was reaching like he looking to get the 72 runs this afternoon.
Yeah, well,
I think that's a very risky shot there. It was very, very wide delivery often, but lovely pitch as we said before. So he'd been out there for a while in the field, so I think he have an idea what's happening over there. So he's tending to enjoy his batting here now.
All right, well, 8 runs coming off of this over already. As you said, it was wide and always drifting away. The shot looked good because he connected, but you really don't want to be taking all those chances. Not now. Oh. This one was a little bit closer, and Milius playing down the wrong line, and the ball going through to the wicket-keeper. So Terrence Hines, always a danger with the new ball. We saw what he did yesterday, and he's operating on that same line from the same end today again. A little bit of a concern for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with Terrence Hines, because we realized he pulled up yesterday a couple of times, but only cramps, he said.
Well bowled again by Terrence Hines. I think he's continuing from where he left off yesterday morning, hitting his hit. He was in the right spot, but the volcano batters, Kimani Milius, have to be a bit more selective. I think that they have a plan bowling to Kimani. So I just hope that he can be a bit more watchful, be a bit more selective, because we really don't want to lose a wicket this afternoon.
8 runs coming off the first over, all belonging to Kimani Milius. And Terrence Hines completing his first over of this second innings.
Listening, you can hear the chatting over there on the mic over there, and you can hear the keeper giving Kimani a bit of chat over there, so it's putting a bit of pressure on him, you know.
Mind games is the order of the day, especially at this time of the day. You want to try to get into the batsman's head, but Kimani Milius, it doesn't really seem to be too bothered about it.
Yeah, I think this time of the afternoon is a very crucial time for batting. The Red Force are hungry for wickets, and the Volcano batters are looking to preserve the wickets.
Alright, so Carrie Pear is operating from the River Road end. And Jelani Robertson, is it? So Trinidad looking to apply some pressure. Really, there's a man close in under the bat.
Like they always here with a mission to get a quick wicket this afternoon. They're sticking to their plans. We can see the same idea in the first inning. Caribbean bowled 1 over, and then they bring on the big medium, big fast bowler. So they're sticking with the plan and keeping the pressure on the Windwards batters. Yeah, Jason, I think the whole plan here is we don't think that Milas is a good batter to left arm spin, so I think they're trying to put some extra pressure on Kimani Milius, because he has a very poor record playing against left arm spin.
Oh, there's a big shout there, but he's safe according to the umpire. But Carrie Pear is eager, he's enthusiastic, and he's ready to ask questions of Emilius. Emilius coming down the track and just pushing it forward. Do you want to be coming down the track this time of the evening to a spin bowler? Do you really want to be doing that? I'm not quite sure, especially in a situation like this.
I guess probably trying to free up himself a bit. But at least you can come down the track, but you got to be a bit cautious. At least he's bowling a brand new ball. I don't think the ball will get much spin at this time. So I think he can sit there and bat properly like he's batting to a medium pace. I don't think there's much spin on his ball at the moment. Right. So he just got to be a bit patient, apply himself. I know he's not the best batter to the left arm spinner, but he got to keep fighting and keep doing the job for the Volcanoes.
At the end of the second over, the Volcanoes are 9 without loss, 63 runs behind, and Terrence Hines is operating from the Dabo end.
A well ball again by Terrence Hines, hitting his areas nicely. As you can see, Jelani Robinson is nicely behind this one. No, I think Jelani is need of some runs. He's back in the team, back in the franchise setup. He's been in a good vein of form. During the Packers games before this first class game, yeah. And so he should have a bit of confidence under his belt. Just to get a few runs under his belt and hope that he can move from strength to strength.
He scored 14 in the first innings, and he stood there for a long time in the first innings. Actually, faced 40 balls for his 14 runs, just over an hour, 3 fours. So he knows how to score 3 fours coming from his 14. So 12 out of his 14 runs were in boundaries before he was bowled by Charles and caught by Webster for 14. So he wants to make sure he does something spectacular in this second innings here.
Yeah, he's a bit of an aggressive batter. So batting at the first innings, there was a bit of a moisture in the pitch, so the bowlers got a bit of extra movement. But I think now we are deep into the second day, and I think this pitch is flat out, so the batsmen just need to apply themselves, and put some runs on the board. They need to bat deep into today, finish the day, and deep into tomorrow to get some runs on the board.
This time he's watching it go by. He's not going to get caught just like that. He's watching it go by.
Well left by Jelani, well bowled again by Hines, hitting his areas consistently. Very impressive bowler. I think he's making his captain job very, very easy by setting the proper fields and the basic fields for him.
No runs off the over yet. A very watchful Robinson.
This guy got to be patient over there. He's picking up the line of the ball nicely. There's no devil out there. There's no big movements out there with a new ball. So he just got to be patient. Let the bowler come to him. He don't have to go to the bowler, and be very selective with his short play.
Wide again outside the line of the off stump, really bowling on the fourth stump, and nothing in there to worry Robinson, not even a little bit. And that brings us to the end of the third over. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 9 without loss, and Jelani Robinson is on 1 and Kimani Milias on 8. The Windward still trail by 63 runs, and a nice cool evening. I'm not quite sure how many more overs we might be able to get in for the rest of the evening, but I'm thinking maybe nothing more than 5 or 6. It's gonna get dark. It's gonna get dark pretty quickly.
Well, so far it's a bit cloudy, but I think we can get in some overs. The spin is on.
Milius this time is nicely behind it and pushing it out into the offside. No run.
Miller's got to be very watchful here at this moment here, be very selective with the short play.
This time he's turning it into the onside. They go for 1. Yes, they're going to get a comfortable 2. Very comfortable 2. He took his time and just angled it and pushed it out to square leg. Nice controlled shot.
Used his feet nicely there. He's a confident batter. You just got to be a bit more patient and a bit more selective with his short play. I think once he stays there, he's going to score, and that 62 runs will be a...
Was rushing onto him this one, and I know our viewers in Trinidad and Tobago are shouting right now because they are hoping for an early wicket. Kind of rushed onto him, really.
Well ball again by Kai, keeping it nice and tight. And
that's the end of the over, and pretty confident, pretty comfortable. Kimani Milias on 9 and Jelani Robinson on 1.
very watchful Kimani Milas here at the moment. He knows he had a second opportunity to put some runs on the board, to apply himself, to bat as long as possible. He looks pretty organized at the moment.
Terrence Hines will continue from the Dabo end.
Terrence Hines enjoying his ball and enjoying this game.
He's having a good game.
A very good game. Had a 4-4 and a 50 odd in the game so far. At least he probably can put up his hand as time goes on for more of the match.
At the end of play yesterday, he was a little bit doubtful, but the reports coming in from the Trinidad and Tobago camp very early this morning, saying that it was just a little bit of a cramp, so he would have been all right. He came out and he batted, got a decent score, and here he is with the ball now.
I'm really enjoying his ball at the moment.
This one is lifting into the batsman, just lifting into him and just turning it into the onside, no run.
Well ball again by Terrence Hines. Being very consistent with our swinger. Just got this one to come back into Robinson, who's very, very watchful. And just turn it away on the onside.
So Robinson is on strike. Allowing it to just continue to go by.
Well left again by Robinson. He's very, very watchful. I think he's very hungry for some runs in this innings here. He got a second opportunity, just failed a bit in the first innings, and he's very watchful here with Terrence Hines, who's bowling some consistent out swingers here at the moment.
So Robinson would love to pick up some runs here this evening. It would be very good for him to pick up some runs, as a matter of fact. This one is short and always lifting up, and the umpire signal a wide.
That's a very rare short ball from Terrence Hines. I think it's the first short ball I've seen him bowl in the game so far. I never realized he had that in his armory.
Well, clearly he does. He has just shown it. I'm not sure how much it took out of him to be able to do that, but still he has shown us that he has it. I know what some of our viewers are seeing on screen, but in fact Robinson is on strike. It is not Milius. Milius is at the non-strikers end, wearing number 1 on his back.
Another short one here, Jason. I think he probably have a slight change of plan, just trying to see if Robinson will go for the pull of the hook shot, knowing Robinson he's a very aggressive batter. But I think he's out here on the second innings here with a different mindset, hungry to bat as long as possible.
Well, some of our viewers would say that would be ill-advised for him to go for that shot this evening, and they might use some very colorful adjectives to describe him. So he would not want to play that shot, not at all this evening. There's too much batting left to be reckless.
At least there's a job to be done first. To get that deficit out, and then you can start batting all over again. Just as we can see, the sun is back out. There's glory.
Yeah.
So
the cutoff time is really 5:30 thereabout. 5, just a little bit after 5. So
yeah, but we got, I think most likely, they got to bowl the 90 overs in the day first.
right.
Yeah, once we get the 90s overs in. Yeah.
Well, we didn't get the 90 overs in yesterday.
It was a bit dark. It was a bit dark yesterday, so hopefully we can get it in today.
So that's the end of the over, and 11 without loss after 5 overs. Robinson is on 1 and Milius is on 9.
Another good over by Terrence Hines, hitting his areas consistently. So I am bowled something different in that over, 2 short balls. Also very watchful, Jalali Robertson facing there. Very tight, look very tight, very circumspect. And you can see that he's out here this second innings, hungry to put some runs on the board for the Volcanoes.
You would want to cash it. Of course, he missed out on in the first inning, so he would want to really settle down and cash in and get a good score here now.
I think now is the right time. I think the pitch is all flattened out now, and nothing much happened with the ball. And also, I think he should cash in here now. Be very watchful and be very selective.
Good evening to our friends listening in the U.S. again. I know my good friend Michael Bascom is following the cricket. He's a cricket enthusiast, a sports journalist by profession, and he's following all the cricketing action. And we've also got some cricket lovers up in the U.S. following the cricket, praying and hoping and wishing for the kind of sunshine that we have here. Winston Johnson, a good friend of mine, I know he's following the cricket as well in the United States. Good afternoon, and good to have you with us from beautiful Spice Country, Grenada.
Yeah, I would say the same thing, Jason. To all the listeners over there in the diaspora, and hope they're enjoying the commentary. Hope they're enjoying the game so far. Michael Bascom, not forgetting, or Pastor Worm wishing him another speedy recovery again. Hope to see him back in his where he belongs, in his rightful chair here, doing what he loves so much.
I am awaiting all the comments from Pastor Stevenson Worm. I know he would have some comments for me, so I'm awaiting all the comments. And I've got my notepad out, Pastor Worm, so I'm ready. And this time Amelius is driving well, just driving up through mid-on, picking up an easy single. There's always an easy single right there. And he has gotten it. So, yeah, pretty much that brings the over to an end. The final delivery of the over, he picked it up. Nice delivery, just pushing it up through the onside and picking up a single. That moves him to 10. And the Windwards are now trailing by 61, trying to knock off this deficit of 72 in a very diligent, with a very diligent approach.
Well played again by Milos, just choking on nicely down to mid-on. You can see a different approach by the batters. They look very organized. They're very watchful. Hope I can continue in that same vein. Keep the rotation of a strike going. With them doing that now, they can frustrate, the Red Force players.
All right, so Terrence Hines would not be operating from the Darbo end as it once was. A new bowler is in for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It looks like Uthman Mohammed is coming into the attack now for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Very tall and imposing figure of Uthman Mohammed. Quick conversation with his captain there, Darren Bravo, at mid-off. In the first innings, Mohammed came from the River Road end. Was a bit of a struggle for him, especially coming up at his delivery, just on the verge of that little mountain right there at the stumps. So his captain has decided to bring him from the Darbo end, which is a little bit straighter, a little bit more evened out. He could probably generate some serious pace coming from the Darbo end. In the meantime, Robinson and Melius will do very well to pay close attention to him, see what he has to offer, see what he has in store.
I don't think he had a good time of it in the first innings coming up from the River Road end. So let's see what he has to offer here in the second innings coming in from the Darbo end. I think he's a tall, young, fast bowler. He loved to hit the pitch. He loved to bowl a bit short, and you got to be very careful here bowling to these two batters here. 'Cause anything that's pretty loose, they put away to the boundary.
Nice drive up through mid-off. Didn't keep it along the ground, but there was no one short inside catching. So a quick single for Robinson now brings A quick single for Amelia, sorry. And it brings Robinson into strike.
Well ball again by Mohammed. Well played again by Milos. Just got to be a bit careful here with the drive.
We drive, they go for one, come back for two. This time he just kind of squeezed it into the onside. Mohammed was always drifting down the leg side. Very deceptive because with his height, it doesn't seem as though he's coming in very quickly, but his delivery comes from a little bit higher because of his height, and so he gets some natural lift, so to speak, in his bunk. So it's very deceptive. They have to watch him very carefully. That's that bounce we're talking about there because of his height. Always gets the ball to lift easily, almost effortlessly.
Well ball again by Mohammed. Nice line, nice areas. Nice carry to the wicket keeper. Well watch again by Jelani Robinson, who seems to be very organized, very hungry in the second innings. He can't afford to waste this opportunity. This is your home pitch. You practice here every day in, day out, so you should know what's happening out there. So just apply yourself and get some runs on the board.
A no ball. Quick call from the umpire. A no ball. Umpire Nigel Duggett from Guyana standing up there and signaling the no ball.
Well played again by Jelani Robinson. Very tight in defense. I love the look of him there now. So I hope I can continue in the same vein.
Terence Hines just runs in quickly to a very short mid-on and prevents any possibility of a run.
Well ball again by Mohammed. Ball coming back into the right hand of Jelani.
A lot of chatter behind the stumps from Amir Jangu, the wicketkeeper, always encouraging his bowlers.
Wicketkeeper is always a live wire of a team. He's the one to keep the team going. When the team is down, he's the one to chop everyone, to keep them going.
Short and wide and punched away through the offside. It will run away to the boundary. Diving effort, valiant effort, but all in vain, basically. And it goes for 4. And that brings up the end of the over. And at the end of that over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, which had a lead of 72, has been seeing it slowly chipping away. The lead is now 51. The Windwards are 21 without loss. Camille Milias is on 12, and Jelani Robinson is on 7. More from Junior Murray, and then John Ramsing comes in to carry us through for the rest of the afternoon.
Short and wide ballers headed off from Mohammed. That's bread and butter for Jelani Robinson, and he went back and did a lovely square cut for 4 on this lovely oil field here at the National Stadium. Welcoming back and John again.
Thank you very much, Junior Randolph Murray.
Don't forget something at the end of Junior Randolph Murray. It's Junior Randolph Murray, MBE.
MBE, yes.
Member of the British Empire.
A much better start here for the Volcanoes in their second innings.
Very good. They're looking very organized. They seem to come into the plan, and they seem to be enjoying the batting.
Milias got 4 in the first innings before he was outfoxed by Terence Hines. Drawn into that shot. Just to say it is off stump. Looking much more composed in the second innings.
It looks a bit more organized. It looks more hungry. Had a few too scary moment to Terence Hines again in a couple of overs, driving outside the off stump loosely again. But he looks organized, and he looks like he's here with a mission.
And it's certainly a different innings of the game because Hines, on the first morning, with a little bit of moisture on that track, got the ball to move appreciably with a little bit of pace as well. Second innings, 3 overs, none for 9.
No moisture there. All the moisture is out.
There's a big appeal for a leg before. Umpire Brathwaite, who's now officiating from the River Road end, says not out.
As you can see, Milos here is trying to use his feet, trying to get to the ball at least before it starts to spin. And
that's a very brisk over coming to an end, a carry pair maiden. And I heard you mentioning that Milius is not necessarily comfortable to left arm spin, so he's making a big effort to be very watchful here this afternoon.
yeah, I think that's one of his weaknesses, his batting, the left arm spin. I think the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players knows that. So as long as Milos is there, I think Kyrie Pierre will have to do some bowling. Good to see he's fighting. Good to see he's out there fighting, not going to give away his wicket, and he's really fighting out there.
8 overs gone. Carry pair 4 of those 8 overs. 1 maiden, none for 4. So I guess that's the reason that carry pair was used for 1 over in the first innings, because after that, when Milius was dismissed, he was taken out of the attack.
That was the plan. As long as Milos is there, Kyrie Pierre got to do some bowling.
Mohammed, who was wicketless in the first innings, this is now his second over. Just too wide of the mark. Not making full use of this new ball so far. Uthman Mohammed.
I think they got a bit, the bowlers got to get a bit closer to the batter, let them play at a bit more balls. At the moment, the batters are very comfortable leaving the ball aside the off stump. And they seem to be enjoying the batting.
This one is played square of the wicket quite comfortably. So they're trusting the bounce as well of the wicket. Quite even bounce so far.
So far, at least the batters are looking pretty well. Nice short ball outside the off stump. Robinson can get back on the back foot and punch it. I think he's looking well. As long as the ball is in the area, he's going to play and know he's going to do his best. He's been around for a while. He's very hungry. He's back in the team now, so he want to make a statement.
Oh, that's a very good short delivery on the line of the body. And there we see the batter now swaying out of the way. Very good ball. I'm sure you're happy with that.
See a bit of aggression. I love that. Proper bouncer in line with the batter. The batter had to sway away from that one. Good aggression. Keeper catching above his head. Love to see that. I need to see more of that.
Both wicket keepers having a good time, both in front and behind the stumps.
Lovely to see the wicket keeper standing out. Normally in games you always have the batter or bowler standing out, but I think the 2 wicket keepers had a very, very good game in front and behind the stumps. Good to see as a former wicket keeper.
Deficit now 50, so they need to chip away at that deficit. How did it all start for you as a wicket keeper?
I think it's all natural. I used to be a goalkeeper. I used to play football. I used to be a goalkeeper, and I guess just like to be behind the wicket or as a goalkeeper between the sticks. And it just come naturally. So it's something I love, something I've been doing all my life, and I'm still doing a bit of it. Doing a bit of coaching, not really playing, but doing a bit of coaching and doing my drills with the kids and so forth.
Targeting the stumps now, Uthman Mohammed.
Well bowled by Mohammed, nice and straight. Well played again by Milius. Looks pretty tight. It's going to be a good contest here this afternoon. We got a few overs. We got some time to play with still, so hope that these 2 batters here can bat to the end and keep the Red Force players under some serious pressure.
You had an opportunity to learn a lot about wicket keeping from Michael Finlay, didn't you?
Yes. We're going to come back to that after the delivery.
Seems like it's a long story. Good over coming to an end. Uthman Mohammed showing some aggression. So just a single 9 gone in the Volcano second innings. 22 for 1. Milius is still there on 12. Jelani Robinson with him 8.
Yeah. I'll come back to the story again now with Michael Finley. At least he's one of my idol growing up as a youngster, and I got the opportunity to travel to St. Vincent. Myself and a good friend of mine by the name of Richard Hostin, who's not really into cricket anymore. He's more into business now, and Mike Finney taught me a lot. The basic stuff, which is feet movements, the way I catch the ball with a give, and all those stuff. So that's where it all started. I had a bit of in me, but I think Mike Finney gets do a bit of fine tuning and keep me going. And I think that he done a fantastic job, and even though I've said thanks before, but probably say thanks on national on probably on national TV or on the stream here.
It's always important to remember where you start.
It's always important, you
Yeah.
can't forget the people who help you along the way. I think it's very important, if you can always say thank you, give back something, it's always important.
So left arm spin, not working. You're going to the right arm leggy. Yannick Karai is now into the attack. Just 2 overs for him in the first innings, none for 15. Here he is now, bowling to Robinson. First delivery beats him outside the line of the off stump. Tend to get some appreciable spin, Karaya.
That's a good start there by the carrier, the big leg spinner. Batters there had to have a look and see not much spin is going to happen out there. So, but once he's consistent on the length and line, I think he can make something happen for the Red Force.
And it's important to bowl at a good pace as well on this track. And there you see now Karaya is rushing the batter.
I think the spinners on this game. I think we need see a bit more variety. Even though you can flag it a bit more slow, wider to see what the batsman will do.
One thing I know for sure, Karaya will not be afraid to bowl the googly. He has a very good googly.
That's going to be a very dangerous ball. So the batters hope they're watching and play the ball on his merit.
Extra spin. And Terry Bravo getting excited as the ball beat the outside edge again. But now you see now Robinson trying his level best to get it away.
Short and wide, ball outside you after. Why are you trying to get yourself out this afternoon? Just let it go by. But I guess he knows the mistakes. He got to get back in the zone again and put the ball on his merit.
Nice searching line. Good bowling by Karaya. Looks much different than the first innings where he was just a bit stiff.
Yeah, he looks as he's in the zone now. He's out there with a mission. He's enjoying his bowling here now with his first over.
5 dots to start with. Good finish to the over as well. So trying to build the pressure. So 10 overs gone. In all, I think the Red Force were asked about 16 overs before the end of. Sorry, the Volcanoes were asked about 16 overs before the end of today's play. They've done well so far. 10 overs gone, 22 without loss. Just to let you know what's happening in Antigua. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes 161 for a loss of 6 in their first innings. 88 overs bowled by the Scorpions. So that game is going off to a very quick start. Well, off to a very brisk start. 2 overs to go in the day for them. They will have to play until 5 p.m. The second match over in Antigua. The Guyana Harper Eagles 163 for a loss of 4. 62.1 overs because they had a little bit of hold up in play because a hole was in the middle of the pitch this morning. Mohammed to continue. Short ball again, picking up from where he left off in his last over. In that game at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, Machu Nandu on debut was on 63. Anthony Bramble, the experienced wicketkeeper, with him on 20. Bramble hitting in the air, and I can tell you he's out. So Bramble in that game, just as we were putting some attention on that match in Antigua, Bramble just gifted his wicket away, and now the Harp Eagles are 163 for 5. This one is slapped up and over. Runs from Milius. 6 runs signaled by umpire Nigel Duguid. That was a gift. As we welcome back Clyde John for the last time this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely a gift. I noted this morning that the Windwards Volcanoes bowlers tried a couple short ones and they were dispatched. And again, Mohammed trying a short one, it sat up and Milius was able to climb into it and hit it all the way over the boundary for 6. So the short ball, unless it's really at a good high testing the batsman, it's going to just sit up to be hit.
That ball perhaps lost because it's taking some time to get it back. Maybe went down into the tunnel there where the stand is located.
Yeah, definitely went into the stand. Seemed like the ball wants to leave the stadium.
We're now into the 11th over of the Volcanoes' second innings and now trailing by 44 runs. Oh, not a good short delivery this time on the body. So it makes a big difference. The previous one was short and wide. This time it's on the body. And there's Milius having to duck out of the way at the last moment. Jenny flexing. Good thing that he's fit.
That was a really good delivery, and that's what we're talking about. If you're going to bowl a short ball, you have to be at the right channel where you're forcing the batsman, you know. Short and wide doesn't work. That one was at his body. He was cramped and chose to weave away from it.
Played into the onside. Quick single. It's as if he was in a boxing ring and evading a hook.
Yeah, definitely.
To go back.
Definitely. He had to rock back quickly. Not just rock back, but rock back quickly to get out of the way of that delivery. So once it's in the right channel, it's going to pose a bit of a problem. I like the aggression that Mohammed has been, has come out here with in this innings. Looking to see if he can dislodge one of these batsmen using the short ball.
You're seeing some pictures of the shadows coming across the ground here. So the sun setting, of course. And these big stands here causing the shadows to come across very quickly. Still good sunshine.
Yeah, that's a good area. Robinson just shouldering arms and allowing it to go through. A better application by the openers this afternoon. Again, I think the evening sessions, the batsmen seem to understand what is needed and seem to be applying themselves well. The morning period, I don't know what happens.
Steady start here for the Volcanoes in their second innings. Full delivery driven down the ground. Runs for Robinson. It's going to get very close to the boundary at long on. But Theon Webster very quick.
Yeah, good positive shot. He's playing full face of the bat, back down the wicket, playing the ball where it came from. And oftentimes it's going to yield you runs, and he got 2 of them. So he's added to his score. He's on 10. And the deficit now is 41. So very good going by the pair. They're looking good. They're looking to take advantage of the condition.
Yeah, positive start in the second innings. They have to wipe off that 72. Then they can literally begin to put some runs on the tins to make TNT bat again. The last time these two teams met here in Grenada, it was the TNT Red Force that came second. Take outside edge, runs now from Milius. The chase is on. Carrier will pull it back just in front of the rope. Diving effort from him.
Very good stop there by Carey. Good commitment. He didn't give up. He went all the way and pulled it back just inside the rope. Diving effort to make sure that he saved 2 runs for his team.
The last time these two teams played here, it was 2018, when the Volcanoes won by an innings and 38 runs. Similar result will not be happening again.
Definitely not. This seemed to be a very interesting contest.
Heading for a close finish. Full delivery driven back past the bowler. Quick single again. The field at mid-on. Caught on his heels.
Yeah, that was struck pretty firmly, and they feel that they're not responding and looking to throw down the stumps, but he went for safety and ensured that he fielded the ball properly.
Yeah, that's Terrence Hines. Chance for a run out of the keeper's end. He's going to be out, is he? A bad throw from Jason Mohammed allows Kimani Milius to get back in. They were running pretty well. There was a mix-up there, miscommunication. And in the end, all is well that ends well. But there's an opportunity for the Red Force.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity there. They've been looking good. Look at no response from me, from Robinson, and a wide throw to the keeper allowed Milius to get back. So they need to settle and decide what they're going to do. Indecision almost cost them a wicket.
Milius now will have to reconsider because he got 3 runs early on. Then Robinson got a single. So they were running very quickly. The blood was pumping. So they were looking for a sharp single. Could have easily ended in a run out.
Yeah. And they're looking to be positive, and that's a good sign. You know, you don't just want to be blocking. You have an opportunity to rotate the strike, and they're looking to rotate the strike, but they need to be as cautious as possible. At this late stage in the innings, you don't want to lose a wicket.
In addition to 4 wickets from Terrence Hines in the first innings, Brian Charles got 4 wickets. So it'll be interesting to see when he's going to come into the attack. This one is pulled away. Runs Uthman Mohammed diving and making a good stop. Batters come back for the second and a bad throw again, giving the keeper some work.
Yeah,
But that's all it's going to be. And that's the end of the over. 12 gone, 38 for the loss of no wicket.
That was a good stop there by Mohammed, sprawling away down at the boundary. The commitment again to make sure that, you know, the deficit is reduced slowly and not too quickly. So he saved a certain 4 runs there as the score goes up to 38, 34 more needed by the Volcanoes to, you know, surpass the score and begin to put a score on the board that the Red Force would chase.
Cariperi is back into the attack, this time from the Darbo end.
There you go, boys.
I thought he was a little bit quick through the air in that first spell. Let's see how he would go as he changes in. If he can, you know, vary the pace and really look to bring the batsman forward, I think there just might be something there for him.
Still no Brian Charles. Appear now for a second spell. 4 overs, none for 4, including a maiden. So let's see how he's gonna go. It is said that Milius did a big appeal for a leg before.
Very good, Gary. Very good. Very good.
This Milius, like we said, is not necessarily comfortable to left arm spin. I'm sure butterflies are there in his stomach. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, pitching just about the leg stump, and it would have straightened.
Down the track, hitting the bowler back over his head, and Milius will get a boundary. Just trying to be positive, counter-attacking here, and Milius moves up quickly to 26. Score into the 40s now, 42 without loss.
Yeah, it's a good reply, you know. After that shot there, he decided he's not going to be pushing and prodding, but he's going to be positive and look to get after Cariperi. Hopefully they will, Bravo will take him out.
3 4s and a 6 already for Milius. Just half step down the track. When he got there, just turned and closed the face of the bat. Jason Mohammed at short mid wicket comes into play. Amir Django encouraging his bowler. That was just short and a little bit wide. No timing in the shot from Milius.
Yeah, he seemed to rush into that one, the ball a bit quicker. and not allowing him to get the sort of room that he needs.
This time makes good contact, and it goes between the backward point and the fielder in front of him and goes into the boundary for 4 very quickly. 4 good looking runs to Kimani Milius. He's now on into the 30s and the score 46 without loss.
Definitely a good ball this time. He had the room, he had the time to rock back and really get into a good position and to pick that gap. And well done, good positive shot. Well played. Anything loose, he seemed to be ready to pounce, and that's a good sign.
That was like surgical precision because there's a field at backward point and a field at square cover, and he went plumb in between and got the boundary. That's the arm ball that came back from Carrie Pearty in the over. 2 fours in the over. Pear and come back. 5 overs, none for 12. 46. The Red Force had a lead of 7-2. Now the Volcanoes chipping away. That deficit is now just 26.
Yeah, good going there by the Volcanoes. The TNT Red Force still hoping that they can, at least get 1 wicket this evening to add a little bit of pressure, a little drama to, the third day's play. Carrier is definitely going to look with what some 3 overs remaining. He's going to look to, at least pick up 1 wicket here. Let's look at the areas he's going to bowl and see what, he can come up with.
Robinson very equal to the task. Yannick Karai with 2 5-wicket hauls already in first class cricket. 57 wickets overall for him. He's been among the wickets whenever given the opportunity.
Yeah. And that's good to be among the wickets and also be in the runs. So it says that he has the ability to have a really good all-round game.
Yeah, multi-dimensional. Yet to pick up a wicket. Went wicketless in the first innings, but just bowled 2 overs. Did look the part. Here he is, much better bowling performance from him so far. Full. Single. Jad Cooley has been on the field from the start of the game. Just 1 ball he's been off for. That ball at the start of the game when Milius cut a loose delivery from Hines straight to Vikash Mohan. Mohan went down, injuring his hand in the process. Did not take any part in the game after that. I will miss the next round as well. Good delivery, half-hearted appeal, but I think they're very anxious. That ball just beating the outside edge of Milius as he was shaping forward to play.
Yeah, good delivery. Had him coming forward and, leaving him. He was not able to cover the line of the delivery, and so it spun away from him, hoping that he would have gotten that edge.
Comprehensively beaten. This time gets bat on ball. Plays it straight to Jason Mohammed in cover.
Yeah, Milius is looking to ensure that he put, bat to ball. He's not trying to be too defensive and looking to be positive, hoping that at least that deficit would come down and tomorrow when they return, they can chip away.
Driven confidently, runs here for Milius. Chad Cooley is going to amble across just to retrieve. It goes into the boundary. The 5th is on the board for the Volcanoes in their second innings. And after 14 overs, 51 without loss.
Yeah, very good shot. Good shot there by Milius, taking advantage of a full pitch delivery outside the stump and going away from him. Got to the pitch, foot directly to the pitch, straight through the line of the delivery. And it raced away on this really good outfield. There was a fielder out there, but he had no chance of stopping it. So good intent, showing that he has the maturity, he has the concentration. Getting out in the first innings, I could imagine he might have been kicking himself, but now that he's there, he had some time behind him at the crease. He looks in good form. Good touch.
So Robinson will now face up to Pierre. Robinson kept a bit quiet. 14 runs he got in the first innings. He's on 14 again from 36 deliveries. Kimani Milius, 5 fours and a 6. A bit more attacking, a bit more positive. 34 from 50. All to play for tomorrow on day number 3.
all to play for. It would be a interesting day three. Somebody has to set up this match in a way that there could be a result. So it's going to be interesting.
Boy, carry. Miss there, carry.
And from what we've seen from the both teams, nobody is going to go down into their shell. I could imagine, TNT would be gunning for some wickets while the Volcanoes would be looking to put on a master score that would allow them to really, challenge the TNT batters to get it.
One to roll, now hit the knee roll. Come on, carry. On the shin, carry, Pierre. Oh, lovely carry.
Single, breaking a series of dot balls.
Flying carry.
Man with the ball in the outfield, not getting a chance as yet. I'm sure he'll be waiting for his opportunity, Brian Charles.
Yeah, after completing that 100 wicket, definitely looking.
Milliers down the ground, over the head of the field at mid-off. One bounce into the boundary for 4. Very positive batting from Kimani Milliers, even in fading light. Coming down towards the end of day number 2, continues to be positive. He's looking good on 38.
Yeah, good shot, good positive intent. I'm really not, afraid to use his feet to come down the track and show that he got good connection, and he's making sure that the deficit come tomorrow would be very minimal and that they can begin to put. So it's good positive cricket. You look forward to seeing him continue his innings, so he has to just make sure that he sees off the next over with 1 over remaining. So he has to make sure that he doesn't get too carried away and sees off the over. And there we have it, John. There we have it. You've asked for it.
Yeah, at least it will be good to have him at least bowl 1 over. And here he is coming into the attack now. The pick of the bowlers with 4 wickets in the first innings, along with Terence Hines. 4 for 46. Hines at 4 for 72. So here is Brian Charles now, the final over of day number 2. 16 runs, the deficit. Outside edge, past the diving first step fielder. Get very close to the boundary, chases on. And there's Tian Webster pulling it up just in front of the boundary ropes, in front of the Devon Smith Players Pavilion.
Yeah, good effort there by the fieldsman, looking to make sure that he gets his team, save 2 runs for his team, and make sure that the Volcanoes don't get too close to that target. So it's 3 runs to the Volcanoes.
So every little bit will help. Hoping tomorrow we can have some more spectators. Today we saw some spectators in the east.
Yeah, there seem to be a few more persons in than we had on the first day. So it's free attendance. They don't have to pay anything. So the whole of Grenada could come down and look at this enthralling contest. It is a good contest, really good setup that somebody could come out on top.
Tomorrow is going to be a big day to decide where this game is going to go. Depends how well the Volcanoes bat, especially in the first hour of day number 3, or how well or how bad the Red Force bowlers will go in that first hour as well.
Yeah, definitely. Somebody needs to really set the pace and take charge of that game.
Short ball pulled away, runs again for the Volcanoes. Good stop this time. Uthman Mohammed with some work. So we're down to the last delivery of the day. Remember, the day started with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 50 for the loss of 1, replying to 243 made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. Eventually bowled out in the final session for 315 with a lead of 72. Down the leg side, umpire Nigel Duguid and Gregory Brathwaite would say over and time. You heard it through the effects microphone. So that's the end of day number 2. The Windward Islands Volcanoes batting a second time, 62 without loss. Jelani Robinson is on 20, Kimani Milius on 39, and they're staring down a deficit of 72. means that they just have 10 more runs to wipe off before they can make the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bat again. But they're well on course for doing that. A good opening partnership of 62 so far.
Yeah, very good opening partnership, good concentration, coming in with some 13 overs remaining or thereabout at the end of the day's play. They were positive. They looked to put bat to ball. They didn't just come and push and prod or, allow the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers to dominate them. They were positive, took advantage of any loose delivery. They also, attacked a bit, make sure that they put off the bowlers as much as they can, that the bowlers would not be able to string too many dot balls at them. So it's good, positive cricket from the Volcanoes. A score of 62 without loss suggests a really good opening stand between Robinson and Milius. And they're set to come back tomorrow.
So like I said, the TNT Red Force and their first innings, 315. 52 from Terence Hines, 79 from T.N. Webster. And it was Amir Django who almost ran out of partners, finishing 86. The last man dismissed. Darren Bravo got 38. Jeremy Sulazana 34. Vikash Mohan did not bat because of that injury. 5 wickets to Ryan John, 14.1 overs, 5 for 18 to pick of the bowlers, 2 to Darius Martin, 1 each to Demba and to Preston McSween. Batting a second time, the Volcanoes 62 without loss, 16 overs. And that's the end of day number 2. It's all to play for on day number 3, with the Volcanoes just trailing by 10 runs. A big day ahead of us tomorrow, and we can look forward to some exciting cricket on day number 3.
Yeah, a really good day. Cricket has, within this game so far, cricket has been good. It has won both innings. You see the loss of wickets, you see partnerships, you see a fight back, teams not willing to, go down without a fight. And so it says that, this season seemed to be shaping as one, well, at least in this game, that it's going to be a tough battle for the championship. So it's all good. Hopefully somebody's going to come out on top. The first hour tomorrow morning would, make it very interesting as to how the day would end. Whoever can stay on top of their game would be, in my view, the one setting the trend and looking to set up the game for a win.
So that's the voice of Clyde John. 11 wickets on the first day, 8 on the second day. We have all of the third day ahead of us. My name is John Ramsing on behalf of Clyde John, Jason Skeet and Junior Murray, the legend himself. Wishing you well for the rest of the evening. Inviting you to join us tomorrow for a prompt start at 10 a.m. right here at the National Stadium in Grenada. Until next time, bye-bye.